FICCI. Namaskar and good morning. Esteemed dignitaries on the dais, senior government officials, distinguished policymakers, administrators, educationists, renowned industry and thought leaders, global academics, participating delegates, students and exhibitors from top-of-the-line Indian and foreign institutions, respected members of the press and media, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the FICCI, the 19th FICCI Higher Education Summit 2024, organized by Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, FICCI, in association with Ministry of Education, Government of India, and Global Conferences and Exhibition. The FICCI Higher Education Summit holds a distinguished position as an annual conference of significant importance in India's higher education landscape. Since its inception, the FICCI Higher Education Summit has been at the forefront for contemporary deliberation surrounding the transformation and evolution of global higher education ecosystem. It is an absolute honor to have such a distinguished personalities and experts from the education sector gathered under one roof to discuss the theme that is critical to the future of education globally, the changing paradigms of higher education in global landscape. And I would request Ms. Jyoti Vij to kindly do the honors of welcoming our guest of honor, Ms. Cindy Cameron, with a green certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the Green Certificate is a FICCI initiative wherein a grove of 6 trees will be planted in the name of our special guest at Songmo, Sikkim for ecotourism. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am, and thank you, Jyoti ma'am, for kindly doing the honors. And to formally inaugurate today's proceedings, I would now like to invite Ms. Jyoti Vij, Director General FICCI, to deliver the welcome address. Let's put our hands together to welcome ma'am.
Thank you. A very warm welcome to all of you at the 19th FICCI Higher Education Summit on the theme Changing Paradigms of the Higher Education in the Global Landscape. And I'm very delighted to welcome Ms. Lindy Cameron, CBOBE, a British High Commissioner to India, who has graciously agreed to deliver the special address at this occasion. Of course, our thanks to Dr. Vidya, who chairs the FICCI Higher Education Committee and Pro-Chancellor Symbiosis International University, as also Dr. Shekhar Vishwanathan, past co-chair, FICCI Higher Education Committee and Vice President, VIT. Without the support of the two people here, we wouldn't have been able to put together this great event. Thank you so much for your contribution, as always. I'd also like to welcome and acknowledge the presence of the thought leaders, the senior government officials, and higher education leaders from India and abroad who are present here today. Education is not just a tool for personal growth, but a fundamental driver for societal and economic advancement. As we gather here today, I believe it is an opportune time to reflect on the key shifts that are taking place in the higher education globally and the path that India must chart to remain at the forefront of the global economy. In the recent years, the global education landscape has undergone tremendous transformation. According to OECD, the number of students pursuing tertiary education worldwide has more than doubled in over 2 decades. So from about 100 million students in 2000 now to nearly 235 million in 2021. The growth really speaks volumes about the increasing significance of higher education. But it also, highlights the gap between the supply and the demand, and especially the quality of the education that needs to be provided globally. India, of course, is strategically carving its place on the global education map. The India of the 21st century is young, ambitious, aspirational, and eager to engage and lead the bridge which is there, the gap between the developed and the developing economies. Recognizing the crucial connection between the education and the economy, the FICCI Higher Education Committee has been dedicatedly working for the past 2 decades to achieve the national vision of establishing India as a global hub of education and research. And this involves a careful mix of domestic reforms, strategic international partnerships, and ensuring a thorough and dynamic approach for our education initiatives. Over the years, of course, FICCI has submitted several recommendations, representations to the government on critical areas of regulation, quality benchmarking, research, internationalization, innovative funding, etc. The National Education Policy 2020 has set ambitious goals to transform India into a global knowledge hub by focusing on multidisciplinary education, research, and innovation. As India envisions becoming a developed nation by 2047 and the mission of Viksit Bharat 2047, the focus has to be on creating a skilled, future-ready workforce for emerging industries such as AI, clean energy, and biotechnology, ensuring India's global competitiveness, and that is where the higher education has to really focus on. But of course, while the challenges are significant, there are opportunities as well. The government's focus on digital transformation of education through initiatives like the National Digital University, the eVidya program, all of these are commendable. With the digital tools and platforms, we can actually democratize education, provide access to high-quality learning resources for students who are in the remotest corner of the country. And as we look ahead, we must recognize that the future of higher education will be shaped by our ability to adapt, innovate, and collaborate. The 19th FICCI Higher Education Summit offers that platform to the policymakers, educators, and industry leaders to exchange ideas and solutions that will shape the future of education in India and across the globe. There are 2 reports that will be released in a while, which is, the one is FICCI EY Parthenon Report 2024 on the research ecosystem within Indian higher education. And then there is a FICCI KPMG report 2024 on financing higher education ecosystem in India. These will, of course, be highlighting several challenges, opportunities, and other initiatives that need to be taken to give a further boost to this segment. I urge all of you here today to think beyond conventional boundaries and envision an education system that is inclusive, future-ready, and globally connected. Thank you once again, everybody, for joining in, and a very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am, for those warm words of welcome and setting the tone for the day. And now it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Vidya Vyarabdekar, Chair of the FICCI Higher Education Committee and Pro-Chancellor of the Symbiosis International University for the theme address. Dr. Vidya is a trailblazer in higher education and a pivotal voice in shaping the future of education in India and beyond. So let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Dr. Vidya Vyarabdekar.
A very good morning to the august gathering of academia, industry leaders, faculty members, and my dear students, and august dais as well. Ms. Lindy Cameron, British High Commissioner to the Republic of India, Mrs. Jyoti Vij, Director General of FICCI, the odd man out amongst 3 women, my friend Shekhar Vishwanathan, Vice President VIT, and I can see many friends who we meet only once in a year. I think we need to do that more often. It's FICCI that brings us together here since the last few years in this auditorium and earlier at the FICCI auditorium. Nevertheless, it's really heartening to see a large participation of people from across India as well as from across the world. We have friends who've come from the US, from Africa, from UK, from Spain and many other countries, and of course friends from all the corners of India. FICCI, as it does in the higher education sector, as Jyoti ma'am has already mentioned, that it's a body of advocacy. And I'm very glad that many of the deliberations and discussions that have taken place in conferences like these, we saw them actually encapsulated in the new education policy that was rolled out in 2020. So we're happy that we are heard, not just heard, but also some things that we have advocated have come out in the new education policy. As regards this conference, changing paradigms of higher education in the global landscape. And let me inform some of my international delegates who are here that the changing landscape doesn't limit itself to the Indian higher education landscape, but obviously all of us have seen this landscape being changed, especially after what happened in 2020 and 2021. I think all of us never ever embrace technology as much as what we do today. Some of us who were digitally illiterate now are digitally literate. And of course, students are way ahead, but I can also see faculty members across institutions now very competent with the use of technology. And digital transformations have not just taken place at an individual level, but also at an organizational level, and the kind of change that has happened across institutions across the world, organizations across the world, especially in the higher education sector, and I would mention the school education sector as well. We had these discussions last evening at the Vice Chancellor's Roundtable, and I'm very glad, Jyoti ma'am, to inform you that excellent discussions took place, and I think what we will come out with is a white paper that FICCI can submit to not just the Ministry of Education, but the Ministry of Information Technology as well, because we also need to bring both these ministries together. Just in the morning, I was discussing with Ritika from the British Council that online education, edtech education, distance education, I think we need to demystify that as well. And I'm glad that British Council is taking this, very important topic, especially at the, in the Indian landscape at a conference later in January of 2025. But something that all of us as academia need to discuss and deliberate. And I'm very happy that there will be a session on edtech specifically in the next 2 days. Research collaborations is something that I think all of us use this lingo of publications all the time with our faculty members, sometimes pressurize them to publish just because we have to climb up the ladder in the rankings. But honestly, if you ask me, a teacher is a teacher who's popular in class, who teaches well, and also, of course, publishes. But because research collaborations now are so important, we have and see so many of our foreign partners collaborating with Indian universities for joint research. And I always say that India is like a laboratory for them. The problems are plenty. We need partners to find solutions. And all of us do this at our universities. And there is going to be a session immediately on research collaborations. Internationalization of higher education, a topic that is very, very close to my heart. And we see this great change again post NEP 2020. See so many of our universities collaborating with universities across the world, not just for mobility of students and faculty, but more engagements on dual degrees, joint degrees, and also establishing foreign campuses in India and Indian campuses overseas. Glad to see IIT Delhi, IIT Madras in Abu Dhabi and Zanzibar respectively, Symbiosis in Dubai, and of course IIFT moving to Dubai, and I heard soon IIM Ahmedabad will also move to Dubai. So it's really a proud feeling when you go overseas and see Indian campuses outside catering to the needs of the local population and the large Indian expat population. And while that's happening, we also see foreign partners coming in not just into the gift city with Wollongong and Deakin, but now Southampton coming here, right here in Delhi, in Gurgaon. So I think internationalization has paved its way from what it was earlier a few decades ago with just a few exchange programs to something very concrete, something very solid. And I think in a globalized world, in the global landscape, we need to see this paradigm shift of the higher education also internationalized and globalized. For all this to happen, I think faculty and students are the most important stakeholders. And we've always mentioned students, and many of you who are sitting in the audience, all of us are here for you. But nevertheless, faculty plays an important role because finally the drivers of this change or the changing landscape are going to be the faculty members. And many of us practice this bottoms-up approach instead of a top-down approach, where governance should be not just of the management, but it should be a participatory governance of involving not just faculty members, but students as well. And I'm glad that this session is also going to be very interesting, covering the governance of higher education institutions and the role of faculty members. When all of this is spoken about, the whole changing landscape is going to be discussed. How can you forget? How do you finance higher education? And can we look at newer models of financing? Unfortunately, today, at least the private sector in the Indian higher education landscape, for some of our international delegates to know, is almost fully financed to tuition fees of students. And can we look at models of alternative financing models for higher education institutions? And this has been a point of discussion at every FICCI conference. I think we need to put a few heads together to create a white paper and submit it to the government, because we certainly need new models of financing higher education. If we really want to expand, if we want to take the gross enrollment ratio to 50, an ambitious number, I think more and more educational institutions, higher education institutions need to come up. And for this, newer models need to be discussed, and I think FICCI can play a major role. Industry-academia partnerships, we always talk about. Again, very deep engagements with industry and academia, not just for internships and placements and experiential learning, but now we see industries putting up large laboratories on university campuses. So something that we spoke about a few years ago of how can industries come and help universities by actually physically creating assets on university campuses. We can actually see this happening on many university campuses across India. Again, a model that maybe our international partners can emulate, if they don't have. And this is something that we all feel proud of. From the city that I come from, Pune, not just an education hub, but also an industrial city. I think we are more deeply engaged with our industry partners. But I would like to see FICCI taking this forward to the rural areas, to the sectors that don't have as much of industry base. How can we develop these industry partnerships, more deeper than what they are today? And eventually, when you discuss all this, a thought comes to our minds that what is the real role of a university? Is it just employment generation? Is it just skilling the younger population? Is it to, develop new knowledge through research and innovation? Or it is far beyond all this? And I always believe that creating good characters, good personalities of the youth that joins us, so that they become responsible citizens of not just our country, but responsible citizens of the world, should be the larger role of universities. And I think our age-old universities like Nalanda, Takshashila, Vikramshila did all this, right? And therefore attracted a large number of international scholars and students to join the portals of those universities. I think we are now reviving back this age-old concept through the new education policy of creating Vishwaguru, India as a Vishwaguru, not just spreading knowledge, but creating young and youthful people as responsible citizens of the world. So let me stop here and once again welcome all of you for this wonderful academic retreat over the next 2 days. Thank you very much, Lindy, for joining us today, and thank you, Jyoti ma'am, for always supporting this initiative. God bless.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am, for your insightful words and encouragement. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor, Ms. Cameron, has been an advocate for fostering educational partnerships and global cooperation. As the British High Commissioner, Ms. Cameron's diplomatic priorities include fostering closer ties with the UK and India, particularly in key areas such as education, trade, climate action, and technology. She has been a strong advocate for enhancing educational exchanges and research collaborations between British and Indian institutions. Recognizing the importance of education in building a strong bilateral relations, And under her leadership, the UK-India relationship has focused on deepening collaboration in higher education, promoting knowledge exchange, and increasing communities for Indian students to study in the UK through scholarships and partnerships. Miss Lindy Cameron was awarded the Commander of the Order of the British Empire, OBE, in 2013 and later received the Companion of the Order of Bath, CB, for her distinguished public service. These honours reflect her outstanding contributions to the UK government, particularly in the areas of international development and national security. It is now my privilege to invite Ms. Lindy Cameron, CBOE, the British High Commissioner to the Republic of India, to share her thoughts with her special address. So let's put our hands together to welcome our guest of honor.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for a fantastic welcome. It's a genuine honour to be here with all of you today. Thank you in particular to Jyoti Ma'am and to Dr. Rajesh Pant, Director and Head of Education and Skills at FICCI, and the whole team at FICCI for inviting me here today. It's also wonderful to be on a panel with such distinguished panellists, and I would join my colleague in appreciating the fact that it's lovely to be on a majority female panel for once as well. So thank you very much indeed. Well done to all of you. I'm also especially delighted to be here because, as I always remind my colleague Alison Barrett, the Director of the British Council, my very first job was working in a boarding school, and so it's lovely to be here today with a fantastic group of inspirational educators. And I'm especially delighted to be here at such a special moment for UK-India education ties. The government's work in implementing the National Education Policy 2020, the subsequent signing of the mutual recognition of academic qualifications between our two countries, is enabling the UK-India education relationship to expand and grow both at pace and at scale. And significantly, the government's leadership of the pioneering national education policy is doing exactly what this conference is all about, changing paradigms in the higher education landscape in India. So today I wanted to highlight 3 changing paradigms in higher education. Firstly, more and more universities are taking education to students wherever they are. We are no longer constrained by geography and by the built environment. According to UNESCO, the global number of students pursuing tertiary education more than doubled between 2020 and 2022. The increasing number of students needs greater choice at an affordable level so they can fulfill their aspirations and develop a global mindset, and indeed the intercultural competences needed to join an increasingly global workforce. That is exactly the kind of thing the University of Southampton will offer when they open their India campus in Gurugram next summer. Southampton is a member of the UK's Russell Group, a double top 100 university with great history and tradition of excellence in education and deep, deep ties with India. Their campus will contribute to the globalization, the internationalization of the Indian higher education landscape, and will provide Indian students with opportunities for international exposure right there at home in India. We in the UK have really significant experience of running international branch campuses with 38 around the world. And of course, as my colleague has mentioned, Indian universities are also all over the world. There's Amity University in London, IIT Madras in Tanzania, and indeed this week Symbiosis University welcoming its first students to the campus in Dubai. So congratulations to Dr. Vidya Yardekar, Chair of FICCI's Higher Education Committee and Pro-Chancellor of Symbiosis University, who's here today for achieving this milestone. Through branch campuses, both India and the UK are forging new models. But we mustn't forget that other forms of education partnerships have also been enabled by the National Education Policy 2020 and the subsequent simplification of the education regulatory framework. The Transnational Education Guidelines launched in 2022 have led to an explosion of new and joint degrees. We counted 67 partnerships in 2022 alone, and with the British Council's close to £3 million investment in seed funding, 155 UK-India higher education institutes through 93 new partnerships, we're confident this number will only increase, and indeed will have increased when we release the refreshed data next year. This work has been absolutely instrumental in facilitating jointly developed undergraduate and postgraduate courses between UK and Indian universities, laying the foundations for further innovations and enabling us to work together to tackle global issues. And there are great examples, whether that's Glasgow University and IISER Pune, working on co-development of collaborative online international learning, STEM workshops, resources, and formative assessment for initial teacher education programs at UOG and IISER's partner colleges, including innovative creative assessment tools like Flipgrid videos and peer feedback. Whether that's Durham University and Amrita University, who have created a joint master's in water and sustainability, using the amazing live-in labs of Amrita University for community immersion, and a funded visit to Glasgow in Scotland to address the technical aspects of the challenge. There are far more examples I could give you, whether that's joint courses being developed on disaster resilience, climate justice, urban regeneration, green chemistry, arts, humanities, the list just goes on. So we also hope that this new development will encourage even more British students to study here in India, which brings me to my second changing paradigm. The second changing paradigm is that mobility flows will become increasingly multi-directional. I know India has a target to welcome 500,000 international students, 500,000 international students, to India by 2035. And we in the UK would like to see many, many more young students from all four nations of the United Kingdom to come to India. We want our students to better understand modern India, to support opportunities for cross-cultural learning and understanding between our countries. We want them to experience the vibrant culture, the traditions, to learn from India's enterprise culture, and to drive our mutual prosperity. Together, we've launched a new young professional scheme, Visa Route, to support that journey from India, from the UK to India, and the British Council is developing a new initiative to complement the UK's existing touring programme, which we hope will significantly increase the numbers over the next few years. Young people have a unique opportunity to develop their research and digital skills in the context of the digital transformation that's taking place at scale. But they also have the opportunity to do this in some of the most community-focused and impact-driven universities in the world. India is the best represented nation globally in the 2024 edition of the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings. These rankings assess universities' contribution to each of the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. And many of India's universities stand out as world-leading when scrutinised against those demanding SDGs, particularly in areas that are vital to India's wider social and economic goals, that goal of developed India by 2047. So finally, that brings me to the third and final changing paradigm. And that, I think, is a more holistic, more strategic approach to higher education, which connects research, mobility, and innovation, which places the university right at the heart of the thriving ecosystem, working with community and business and with other universities together. The British Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, was here in India in July, less than 3 weeks after the formation of the new British government. And he announced the Technology and Security Initiative, which will help us in the UK and India to continue to build on our two countries' existing bilateral research, science, and innovation, both in terms of infrastructure and in terms of relationships, to support high quality, high impact research and innovation. And I know there was a great panel only last night talking about the challenges to technology in this context. India is the UK's second research collaborator already, but with India rapidly growing up the ranks of the Global Innovation Index, now at 39th, and the UK already one of the leading countries for innovation and startups, I think the importance of enterprise, including creative enterprise, in the UK and India, 63 million enterprises, and the launch of the Technology Security Initiative, we are natural partners to learn from each other. And I have been absolutely struck in the 6 months that I've been here as High Commissioner by the extraordinary buzz and the extraordinary depth and breadth of the collaboration. I spend every week tripping over universities, talking to each other in my residence, watching the scale of the collaborations. It is just extraordinary to see the breadth and the depth of that partnership and the genuine interest in learning from each other, whether that's in the context or whether that's in the innovation. It's breathtaking. The UK's International Science Partnership Fund is a partnership between our two science ministries, supporting early and senior career researchers from the UK, Japan, and India. UK IERI is coming up for its second decade of supporting collaboration in priority research areas, and I've met some people who benefited from that. And I had the pleasure of announcing UKRI's latest portfolio of grants, nearly £20 million worth of grants, just a few weeks ago, with a serried rank of secretaries from across government in doing so. So there is so much collaboration. I could go on, but I won't. This is a testimony, I think, to the great trust and commitment to the relationship between our two countries. We have a lot of history, but we have a huge future together. And I think the challenge is to try and focus on what modern India and modern Britain can do together, what the sectors can do together, what our people can do together. We are joined by an extraordinary network and connection, the living bridge of people in the UK, the diaspora from India, but we are also joined, I hope, in the future by the connection of people who want to come from the UK to India. And I have no doubt that these changing paradigms in higher education are going to positively impact not just Indian students, but actually indirectly students in every corner of the world. So as the British High Commissioner to India, and indeed the first woman in that role, which I'm very proud of, it's such an exciting moment to be here. And I am profoundly excited to play my part in bringing together two great education cultures, two great education systems, working alongside my amazing colleagues at the British Council. I am really certain the 2 days of this summit will be opening new avenues of collaboration between India and international players, not only us, but definitely including us, in higher education internationally. So I wanted to wish you all the very best for a fantastic summit. I wanted to give a huge shout out to my colleagues at the British Council who do fantastic work, and a particular thanks to FICCI for bringing us together. Our new British Secretary of State for Education, Bridget Phillipson, said in one of her earliest speech in the job, that she would like to see UK universities working more internationally, and where better to do that than here in India with Indian universities. We want to deepen existing partnerships. We want to drive new partnerships, because I genuinely believe, and I know she does too, that by joining forces in education, we can strengthen the bridges between our two nations to a fantastic effect for both of us. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am, for that illuminating address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to a very significant moment of this conference, the release of the two reports. These reports will offer valuable insights into the current trends, challenges, and opportunities in the education sector. I would also like to invite on stage Dr. Rajesh, Director and Head Education and Skills, FICCI, for the report release. And for the first report that we are going to release by EY, may I also invite Dr. Avantika Tomar, Partner EY, Parthenon. So we are now going to release the FICCI EY Knowledge Report 2024. Requesting our dignitaries to do the honors. Thank you very much indeed for doing the honors. Thank you, Dr. Avantika Tomar, for joining us. I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Narayana Ramaswamy, partner KPMG India, for the release of the FICCI KMG report on alternate financing in higher education 2024. And let's put our hands together on the release of the FICCI KPMG report on alternate financing in higher education 2024. Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy, for joining us. I would request Dr. Rajesh to kindly stay back on the stage as it is now time to celebrate excellence. FICCI has long been a pioneer in recognizing the outstanding contributions in the higher education sector. This year, we are proud to present the 10th FICCI Higher Education Excellence Awards, honoring institutions and individuals who have set new benchmarks in innovation, research, and leadership in education. Let us acknowledge their achievement with great enthusiasm. I would request our dignitaries to kindly step forward to do the honors of presenting the awards. And the first category of the awards is
the way for the leaders of tomorrow. We gather today to recognize the pioneers, visionaries, and change makers in this vital sector. The 10th edition of the FICCI Higher Education Excellence Awards 2024 is a celebration of those who have made a profound impact on the educational landscape. We honor the remarkable individuals and institutions who have redefined education and transformed lives through their unwavering commitment to excellence. Our first category, Excellence in Creating Employment, acknowledges institutions that go beyond knowledge sharing by actively shaping careers and fostering opportunities for growth. These institutions have played a pivotal role in preparing students for the workforce, driving individual success and contributing to economic progress. Nominations for public institutions: Delhi Technological University, Guru Ghasidas Vishwavidyalaya, Bilaspur, and National Institute of Technology, Meghalaya.
And ladies and gentlemen, the winner for this category is National Institute of Meghalaya. May I invite them to kindly come
We
up on
proudly
stage.
recognize the National Institute of Technology, Meghalaya for their outstanding accomplishment in the public institutions category.
We are conducting the orientation program for 30 days. In the orientation program, it is first is academics. We are going them in physics and particularly the mathematics because they are reading the engineering. And in the other half of the day, we are training them regarding their career opportunities, regarding they have to be associated with the entire system of the institute, and they have.
And the next category of awards is
Nominations from private institutions: Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani, New Delhi Institute of Management, and Vishwakarma Institute of Information Technology.
the winners for the excellence in creating employment private institutions is New Delhi Institute of Management.
The New Delhi Institute of Management stands out for their exceptional work in the private institutions category.
Over the last 2 years, 98.2 to 98.7 has been our average average and internships have been 100%, and in addition to the mandatory 8 weeks internships, our students have been doing live projects with various companies which range from a week to even a month, and they are given additional credits for doing those live projects and working with various companies.
Congratulations to you. And the next award is
Special
Private
jury
category.
recognition goes to Vishwakarma Institute of Information Technology for their outstanding contributions.
We have a very good connect with industry which are giving us hands-on industry projects, and this number is now increased in 23-24. Similarly, students involved in industry projects are also more because third year and final year both the students are involved.
And the next category of awards is Excellence in Globalization of Education, Public Institutions.
In the Excellence in Globalization category, we recognize institutions that have embraced diversity,
The next category is Excellence in Globalization of Education.
expanded global connections, and created inclusive learning environments, preparing students to thrive in an interconnected world. The only nomination from public institution, Rashtriya Raksha University. Nominations from private institutions, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Parul University, and World University of Design.
And the winner for this category is Amity University, Uttar Pradesh.
We honor Amity University, Uttar Pradesh with this award for demonstrating excellence in the private institutions
Let's keep
category.
the applause
We have
going
been
for
continuously
Amity
doing,
University, Uttar
which
Pradesh.
and a partner of Ministry of External Affairs, largest partner of Ministry of External Affairs, alumni across the globe. But what I think that distinguishes MIT from rest of the institution is that our concentration on research and on inward mobility of the students as well as on the external mobility of the students.
And the Special Jury Recognition Award in this category is presented to Parul University.
Special jury recognition goes to Parul University for their noteworthy initiatives.
We wish to bridge the gap that is actually there between what the industry is needing and what we are actually producing. So by the virtue of establishing this center, we just wanted to bridge that gap in a way of producing a skilled workforce which can be
So let's put
employed
our
at
hands
different
together
places.
for Parul University. And the next category of awards is
The Excellence in Institutional Social Responsibility category stands as a testament to the belief that education extends beyond classrooms, positively impacting society at large. Nominations from public institutions. Gondwana University, Gadchiroli. School of Allied Health Sciences, VMRF-TU. And School of Behavioral Sciences and Forensic Investigations, Rashtriya Raksha University.
And the winner for this category is Gondwana University, Gadchiroli.
we are delighted to celebrate the exceptional work of Gondwana University, Gadchiroli in the public institutions category.
So what we have done, we have prepared a training module on forest conservation, forest management, forest biodiversity preparation plan, like how you are going to process minor forest products, how you are going to collect them, compile them, how you are going to ensure their grade and quality, how you are going to process and market them, how you are going to store them, and the ultimate end result is the forward linkage.
And let's put our hands together for Gondwana University,
where the
Gadchiroli.
major object is the upliftment of the local livelihood.
Now nominees from the private institutions.
Nominations from private institutions. Datta Mekhe Institute of Higher Education and Research deemed to be university. Malla Reddy Institute of Medical Sciences. And Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies, Faridabad. We proudly honor the Datta Mekhe Institute of Higher Education and Research for their exceptional achievement in the private institutions category.
We believe that sustainability is the main issue actually, and we need to scale
Let's
it up
put our hands
also.
together
So for
for
that
Datta
now what we
Mekhe
have done, we have
Institute of Higher
started partnership
Education and
with the local
Research.
MLAs there and local leadership in that area. And it worked wonderfully for last years because major health camps and other initiatives, it's like a win-win-win situation for them as well as for community as well as for institutions.
So ladies and gentlemen, please keep the applause going. And we move on to the next category of awards, which is Excellence in Research, Innovation and Entrepreneurship.
The Excellence in Research, Innovation and Entrepreneurship category celebrates institutions pushing the boundaries of knowledge, driving breakthroughs and fostering a spirit of innovation, while also empowering entrepreneurship. Nominations from public institutions. Anand Agricultural University, Indira Gandhi Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, Tyagarajar College of Engineering.
And the winner for this category is Anand Agricultural University.
We honor Anand Agricultural University with this award for setting new standards in public institutions category.
Now, agriculture market intelligence is an area which has not been touched sufficiently so far. So, in that we have focused on conducting comprehensive research and capacity building, and second on agri-food entrepreneurship incubation, fostering innovation and entrepreneurship in agriculture and allied sectors.
And the Special Jury Recognition Award is presented to Indira Gandhi Krishi Vishwavidyalaya.
Special jury recognition goes to Indira Gandhi Krishi Vishwavidyalaya for their remarkable initiatives.
Research Management Information System and eHeart. This is one of the very important app which is developed by our university, and we have been managing the entire system through Research Management Information System, sir. And IKV in collaboration with Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai, sir, we are doing wonderful job through mutation bidding, and it has the IGQ has played a very pivotal role in managing and reviving the forgotten heritage. This is very important, sir. Forgotten heritage of traditional varieties across the state, and one of the mutants, sir, which is called Vikram TCR. It has been developed by us, and now this variety is leading MTU 1010, which is one of the most dominating variety of the country, not only of Chhattisgarh, sir.
And the next category of awards is Excellence in Research, Innovation and Entrepreneurship.
Nominations from private institutions. Parul University, SRM IST, Kattan Kulathur, India, and Vellore Institute of Technology, Vellore.
And the winners are Vellore Institute of Technology, Vellore.
The award goes to Vellore Institute of Technology, Vellore, for their work in the private institutions category.
13 of these subjects already in the QS world ranking subject, and many of these subjects in the top 200 in terms of the subject ranking, and QS sustainability rank in the 449. And this is the major focus. What we are trying to address is all the 17 sustainable development goals. So through the research excellence, innovation and other things has resulted in terms of the field weighted level of the citation impact and the scholarly output and also the citation count you can look at.
Let's put our hands
all
together
our the
for
focus
Vellore
is to
Institute of Technology.
continuously focus on the sustainable development goals.
And the next category of the awards is University of the Year, Emerging Public Institutions.
The prestigious University of the Year Emerging Award recognizes institutions that have demonstrated outstanding growth, innovation, and a commitment to excellence in their early years. Nominations from public institutions: Central University of Haryana, Kamadhenu University, and Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Petroleum Technology.
And the winners for this category are Central University of Haryana.
We are delighted to present this award to the Central University of Haryana for showing remarkable progress in the public institutions category.
Scopus index journals, and we have more than 2,000 research papers are published from this Central University of Haryana.
And ladies and gentlemen, the special jury recognition in this category is presented to Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Petroleum Technology.
Special jury recognition goes to Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Petroleum Technology for their impressive initiatives.
Teaching learning resource is one of the important parameters in our NIRF framework. The parameter carries the T weight percentage overall. In the last NIRF, in TLR category, we were in top 10, surpassing number of IITs and NITs, so we were in top 10. That shows the level of education we impart on our students.
And the next category of the awards is University of the Year, Emerging Private Institutions.
Nominations from private institutions: Shiv Nadar University, Sri Sri University, and Uttaranchal University.
And the winners are Shiv Nadar University.
This award goes to Shiv Nadar University for their exceptional achievement in the private institutions category.
We have a dedicated project on institutional and social responsibility. We are situated in a place called Dadri, which is a community of fairly low sustainable development outcomes. So we have a project called Community Connect, which focuses on health, education, and women's empowerment. And we work within the 8 villages surrounding the university.
Moving on to the next category of award, which is the University of the Year, Established Public Institutions.
In the University of the Year Established category, we honor institutions with a long-standing history of excellence and leadership in education. These universities have consistently demonstrated academic rigor, innovation, and a commitment to shaping the future through quality education. Nominations from public institutions: Guru Ghasidas Vishwavidyalaya, a Central University, Bilaspur; Kurukshetra University; Mahatma Phule
And the winner
Krishi
for this
Vidyapeeth,
category.
Rahuri.
And the winner for this category is Mahatma Phule Krishi Vidyapeeth,
This award is
Rahuri.
presented to Mahatma Phule Krishi Vidyapeeth, Rahuri for consistently demonstrating excellence in the public institutions category.
Gradation of the knowledge and skill. We regularly update our faculty, our students through the various workshops, conferences, maybe at the national level, international level. and also the faculty also. So we have organized these various capacity building programs, training programs every year for the students and faculty.
Now the nominees for the private institutions.
Nominations from private institutions. Mangalayatan University, Aligarh. Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal. And the North Cap University.
And the winners are Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal.
The winner is Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal, for earning recognition of their sustained excellence in the private institutions category.
1953 he has started the medical college in Manipal. It is the first self-financing private medical college in India. That too with a rocky land called a Mandupalla. Now we are calling it as a Manipal. So he set the ball rolling for establishment of a university in Manipal during 1953, and we were able to do it in 1993.
Professor Dr. Manjul Bhargav.
Congratulations to you. And ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to the category of the Jury Choice Awards. And I have the proud privilege in announcing the Personality of the Year 2024, which goes to Dr. Manjul Bhargava.
Bhargav, a world-renowned mathematician and Fields medalist, is recognized for his groundbreaking work in number theory and his profound impact on the field of education. As a professor at Princeton University, he is acclaimed for his pioneering contributions to algebraic number theory, particularly
And please keep
in
the
elliptic
applause
curves,
going for
quadratic
Dr.
fields,
Manjul
and
Bhargava.
higher composition laws. His innovative research has earned him prestigious accolades, including the Fields Medal in 2014 and India's Padma Bhushan in 2015. Beyond his remarkable academic achievements, Professor Dr. Manjul Bhargav has played a pivotal role in shaping India's National Education Policy 2020, advocating for the integration of critical thinking and problem-solving skills into mathematics education. He has championed a holistic, interdisciplinary approach to learning, fostering creativity and collaboration in education. Passionate about making mathematics accessible and inspiring, Dr. Bhargav works tirelessly to nurture future generations of mathematicians and thinkers, blending traditional knowledge with modern scientific insights. His contributions continue to influence the future of education globally, inspiring young minds to embrace mathematics. FICCI proudly honored Professor Dr. Manjul Bhargav as Personality of the Year 2024 for his outstanding academic achievements and his profound impact on India's educational reforms and global academia. Professor Dr. Anil Gupta is
And I would now request Dr. Manjul Bhargava to kindly say a few words to inspire all our young participants present here at this conference. And before I hand over the mic to Sir, let's once again put our hands together to congratulate Dr. Manjul Bhargava.
Namaskar. Thank you very much to FICCI for this very kind recognition. Thanks also to FICCI for all the work it does for over 100 years in advocating and promoting good policy that transforms India, that makes positive change for India and globally. So thanks very much to FICCI for that. And thanks very much to the members of the dais and all the distinguished members and friends in the audience who are here for this conference on higher education organized by FICCI. We're all here because we care about moving the needle on higher education in India and globally, and we're all here because of that. And so thanks to everyone, we're all working together to make these changes that we truly desire. Writing the national education policy was truly a labor of love. I remember the very first meeting that we had of the committee on writing the new national education policy, headed by Dr. Kasturirangan. And we were talking about what should be the goal of the new education policy. And there were many suggestions. We want to move the needle forward, we want to improve things. But eventually we came to the conclusion that we want to write a policy that helps ensure that India's education system becomes second to none in the world. And that was finally the goal that we agreed upon. And that's also what really made it a labor of love. I was coming from the US every month for the meetings, and then after the fourth month I realized that if we're really trying to make it second to none in the world, can't just come once a month. So I ended up taking off a year, leave without pay from Princeton University to spend a year in India to work full-time on policy, which was a little bit different than my previous job of being a mathematician and being a mathematics teacher. But not so different, because the goal was to try and solve some of the hardest and most important problems in the world. So we ended up having literally hundreds of consultations over that year around the world and also across India to try and collect the global best practices that we could bring to India and adapt to India's reality and India's context. And that's what I think we ended up doing. And of course, the saying goes that a policy is only as good as its implementation. And so that's why I'm so grateful to everyone here, because we're all having that goal of trying to make India's higher education system second to none in the world. And so I seek everyone's help and blessing and collaboration to really try and implement this policy so that really India can move in becoming a world thought leader again. Two of the really significant recommendations of the National Education Policy for higher education ended up being, if I just summarize, first is to really move towards large multidisciplinary research institutions. History has shown that some of the very best, actually the very best institutions that have ever existed in training students and creating jobs and creating thought leaders have been institutions like Nalanda in ancient India, to in the modern day, the Ivy League, institutions such as Oxford and Cambridge. What do they have in common? They were large multidisciplinary research universities. You can only have a really good higher education institution when that institution is also engaged in the highest quality knowledge creation across fields. And for students to be able to see the relations across fields, that is the need of the 21st century. We need multi-skilled students who can make and understand relationships across fields. And so moving towards not just single stream universities, but large multidisciplinary universities where students can learn from each other across fields was one of the key recommendations of the National Education Policy. I'll mention maybe one other key aspect for higher education in the National Education Policy was to really create incentives, motivational initiatives to incentivize, to motivate faculty to constantly innovate. Innovate in research, innovate in teaching, innovate in service. We saw a lot of the universities that have been given awards today have been doing exactly that, creating incentives for the faculty and for the students to innovate in research, in teaching, and in service to the community. This can be done through salary increases, grants, promotions, but creating incentives to really encourage both faculty and students to innovate and getting students involved in those innovations. India is so full of creative people. We just need to create the structure to foster that creativity. So we really seek everyone's help here in trying to implement these aspects of the National Education Policy. A lot of those aspects have been talked about today, and a lot of the universities that have been given awards today have really been leading the way on these ideas of the policy. So thank you in advance for everything that you are doing and will be doing to advance the policy and to again make India's higher education system second to none in the world, so that India can be that Vishwaguru and really help move India forward and the world forward. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Namaskar.
Congratulations and thank you to Dr. Manjul Bhargava for the prestigious Personality of the Year Award for the year 2024. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the proud privilege of announcing the Jury Choice Award for Lifetime Achievement, which is presented to Dr. Anil Gupta.
Lifetime Achievement Award, Professor Dr. Anil Gupta is a distinguished Indian scholar, environmentalist and grassroots innovator. As the founder of the Honeybee Network, he is widely recognized for his pioneering efforts in promoting grassroots innovations and fostering sustainable development, empowering rural communities and championing local creativity. A professor at IIM Ahmedabad, Dr. Gupta received the Padma Shri in 2004 for his exceptional contributions to society. He is celebrated for his work in rural innovation, social entrepreneurship, and biodiversity conservation, advocating for the protection of grassroots innovators' intellectual property and bridging the gap between formal science and traditional knowledge. The Honeybee Network is a movement dedicated to collecting, documenting, and promoting grassroots innovations across
And let's keep the
rural
applause going for
Through this
Dr.
initiative,
Anil Gupta,
Dr. Gupta has empowered
a Lifetime
thousands of rural
Achievement
innovators,
awardee.
showcasing their ideas on a global platform and fostering knowledge sharing to drive inclusive development. His vision of creative communities highlights the crucial role of grassroots innovators in tackling societal challenges. Over the past 4 decades, Dr. Gupta's mentorship has inspired researchers, social entrepreneurs, and policymakers, transforming the lives of rural communities through self-reliance and creativity. FICCI proudly honors Professor Dr. Anil Gupta with the Lifetime Achievement Award for his lifelong dedication to grassroots innovation and sustainable development.
And I have the privilege in requesting Dr. Anil Gupta to kindly say a few words of inspiration.
Namaskar. At this age, awards really don't matter much. But I must say that this is special for the reason that few of the messages that I would like to convey will become possible today because of this platform that FICCI has created. I must acknowledge that IIM Ahmedabad gave me so much support for whatever I could do. Probably no institute would have given to any professor anywhere. I used to have 6, 7 offices, lot of space, lot of rooms. So one day after a faculty meeting, a colleague said, Professor Gupta has a lot of staff. And I said, yes, the difference between me and that colleague was that he also did consultancy, I also did consultancy. He paid 90% to himself, I paid 90% to the staff. The reason was very simple. There are questions that you have, and for answering those questions, there will be no sponsor. If you don't invest in your ideas, others will not invest in your ideas either. I learned that early in my life. And therefore, those questions which I needed to answer about the way knowledge-rich, economically poor people survive and innovate, I needed to invest in that research myself. I remember when the Honeybee Network was set up, the term grassroots innovation did not exist in English language. Today it has become so popular that every country in the world is using this term. So sometimes misusing it also. But nevertheless, the potential of people, common people, in solving problems creatively through their own genius was never recognized in the history. But it is being recognized. You will be happy to know that almost 24 Padma Shris have been given in the last 10 years to people who have come from very poor background, only because of their knowledge that they have put in. This also is an unprecedented step by the Indian government. Never before so many Padma Awards have gone to ordinary people who have solved extraordinary problems. Our privilege is that we were the first to recognize them through Honeybee Network. I would also like to mention that the conference, I set up several organizations, Srishti in 93, and then we had a conference, international conference on creativity and innovation at grassroots at IMA in 97, which led to the establishment of GYAN, Gujarat Grassroots Innovation Augmentation Network, which has the purpose of that was to link innovation, investment, enterprise. That was the first incubator of grassroots innovation in the world. And what is remarkable is now that this conference has brought a lot of such people together, and the fifth conference, and I do not want to lose this opportunity to mention that I want to see many of you there. Fifth conference of ICCIG.org will be at IMA in January 28 to 30 next year, and I hope that some of you will be there to celebrate the creativity of knowledge-rich, economically poor people. My few suggestions for the colleagues who are present here, particularly my younger colleagues, because the concept, the need for Vishwaguru, the concept of Vishwaguru is a great one. Will we achieve it if our upload to download ratio does not change? We download a lot. Please ask yourself how many MB of data you have downloaded in the last week or last month. And Vidya, calculate this for the university. How much of upload is going on? Vishwaguru are those whose content you download. Not those who upload, those who download all the time. Whose content you download. That means they have uploaded their content, open content. And I think first suggestion, my request to all the leaders of higher education is, please monitor this ratio and change it. And insist that all assignment by the students, all theses, all projects, reports, everything is uploaded. If they are good quality, people will cite them. If they are bad quality, people will ignore them. But it will be the best way to help young people get recognition for what they think and what they do. There is no better way than this to create in a global community of knowledge sharing. This is one index which will help us a great deal. Second, I'm teaching a course to the PhD students, about 300 PhD students in one batch, and I have taught 4 batches of all CSR lab. And one of the things that I advise all the students, doctoral students, is how many references did you cite in your research with whom you did not agree? Very rare. And that's not good. We cannot promote higher education and we cannot be outstanding Vishwaguru unless and until you create niche for your own original thought. And that will be created when you disagree with those who have been the Matadhish, the high priest of the subject. That's how the new knowledge, new concepts are created. So second suggestion is encourage scholars. And as guides, all of you are guides of some student or the other, encourage students to have the courage of conviction, to disagree with someone whose ideas they think are obsolete and they would like to change them or transient them. That is second suggestion I would like to make. Third is very important. Again, I started Shodh Yatras, as some of you might know. I have walked in every state of the country from Andaman to Gorej Valley, every state, more than once in many places. But then the students ask me, why don't we have a course at IMA which also requires us to walk and learn from common people? This is the only institute which teaches a course, Shodh Yatra, where students have to voluntarily suffer. They pay to go through this course. It's a very competitive course, so only 25, 30 students get out of 500. And there's a bidding for it. And I take them to Himalaya to learn from 4 teachers. Teacher within, teacher around, teacher among common people, and teacher in nature. 4 teachers that whom we get to learn. I would recommend that every institution should have some courses which require immersive learning. Go and soil your hands and go and talk to the people. Once Gandhiji was asked by some students, we want to do some rural development work. Please advise us. Gandhiji said, I had never worked in rural areas. He was an urban, all through he spent his life in urban areas. But the student insisted, no, sir, please tell us. They thought that Gandhiji had answered to every question. Gandhiji said, all right, I cannot tell you what somebody else will do. If I were to do in rural areas, what I will do, I will tell you. So student said, okay, tell us. He said, let us say I want to work in a village and I want to work in dairy sector, livestock sector. I will find out the person whose cow gives the maximum milk and who keeps the animal very clean. I will sit down from morning till evening and document all the things that family does to make sure that the cow gives maximum milk. Then I will document the average producer's life. Closing the gap between them is my purpose of rural development. What a great lesson. He gave the lesson of learning from the best practices and the gap between the best and the average. 100 years ago. We have ignored that. One more suggestion I would like to give. Every institution should throw challenge awards. Gandhiji announced an award on 24th July 1929, an award of 7,700 pounds at that time, which is equivalent to now 10 crores. You know for what? For a problem that he could not solve from 1920 to 1929. 10 years he wasted in trying to improve the design of a spinning wheel. But in 3 years that problem was solved when he announced this competition, and this led to the Peti Charkha, the one that moves like this. So challenge awards have a great role, and I think institutions should identify the wicked problems in the neighborhood, the problems which our people are suffering from. Problems of a back-bending posture in paddy transplantation, problem of picking the 2 leaves and a bud from the tea shrub of the tea garden and putting it against the gravity in the basket behind. A lady who does it 2,000 times, 3,000 times won't have pain here and here, she would have pain. The lady who does transplantation of paddy in a back-bending posture must have pain in the back. Why have we not solved? We can put 104 satellites in one launch. That is the capability India has. And yet, there are so many problems that our women, and particularly women, but also men, face in our rural areas. So we must identify the unmet needs in our society. We must do the benchmarking. I was listening to some college, some institutions who said we have identified 6 villages, 10 villages. No, please identify 600 villages, not 6 villages. You have thousands of students. Why satisfied with 6 villages? Please think of 650,000 villages are there in this country. We have such huge network of higher education institutions. All these villages must be taken up by some or the other institution so that we identify the unmet need and once for all try to overcome them in years to come. I thank you all for once again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, and once again, congratulations for the prestigious Lifetime Achievement Award. And ladies and gentlemen, the next award that we are going to present now is being instituted for the first time and is being presented for the first time here at the 10th FICCI Higher Education Awards, which is the award for the Legendary Institutions Builder Award, and the award is presented to Mr. Azim Premji. And receiving the award on his
Legendary
behalf is Ms.
Institution
Sejal
Builder
Patil,
Award
General Counsel,
honoring Mr.
Wipro.
Azim Premji, Chancellor Azim Premji University and Founder Chairman Wipro Limited, Legendary Institution Builder Award. Mr. Azim Premji is an inspiring leader, celebrated for his dual legacy as a successful business magnate and one of the world's most impactful philanthropists. As the founder chairman Wipro Limited, he is a visionary institution builder dedicated to reshaping India's educational landscape through his transformative efforts. His establishment of Azim Premji University in 2010 reflects his commitment to creating a just, equitable and sustainable society. The university is a pioneering institution dedicated to addressing India's critical challenges in education, public policy and development. Through the Azim Premji Foundation, founded in 2001, Mr. Premji has spearheaded initiatives aimed at improving public education in rural areas, training thousands of educators and fostering long-term systemic changes. His efforts have reshaped India's educational landscape with a strong focus on inclusivity and public welfare. Mr. Premji's legacy stands as a testament to ethical leadership and his unwavering dedication to creating lasting societal impact. FICCI is proud to honor Mr. Azim Premji with the Legendary Institution Builder Award for his visionary leadership and lasting contributions to nation building through institutions like Azim Premji University, a beacon of educational reform and hope for future generations. As we conclude the FICCI Higher Education Excellence Awards 2024, let us remember that education is not just about earning degrees.
And ladies and gentlemen, receiving the award on behalf of Mr. Azim Premji is Ms. Sejal Patil, General Counsel, Wipro. Congratulations to all our distinguished winners for this year. And we look forward to another year, more awards. And as we reach the end of the session, to extend our gratitude to all the dignitaries and participants, I would now like to invite Dr. Sekhar Vishwanathan, past co-chair FICCI Higher Education Committee and Vice President VIT, for the vote of thanks. And before that, I would like to request Ms. Tejal Patil to kindly say a few words on behalf of Mr. Azim Premji.
So I just want to convey a couple of things. One is Mr. Premji conveys his regrets that he couldn't be here in person to receive the award, but thank you, FICCI, for giving it to him. And the other thing is that he would like to dedicate his award, as he does with all awards, to all the associates at Wipro and the foundation for building that institution. Thank you.
Thank you. And now let's welcome Dr. Sekhar Vishwanathan, past co-chair FICCI Higher Education Committee and Vice President VIT, for the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Education is the most powerful weapon to change the world, said one of my favorite leaders, Nelson Mandela. All of you are here, part of education, having that most powerful weapon. I was really awestruck to hear the speech of Professor Anil Gupta. A big round of applause to him. It's a great inspiration for all of us, and Professor Bhargava also. It's a great thing that a person who wrote part of the NEP is here to tell us all the details. So, and congratulations to all the award winners. On behalf of FICCI, it is my privilege to extend our deepest gratitude to all of you for being part of the 19th HES. Today's inaugural session has truly set the stage for impactful discussions on our theme, Changing Paradigms of Higher Education in the Global Landscape. As we conclude this inaugural session, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all of you for being here and contributing to the success of this event. Your presence today reflects the importance of the discussions we are about to embark on regarding the future of higher education. A special thank you to our esteemed guests on the dais, Ms. Jyoti Vaj, the Director General of FICCI, whose visionary leadership has been crucial in bringing this summit to life. Thank you, ma'am. And special thanks to Dr. Vidya, Chair of FICCI HEC and Pro-Chancellor of Symbiosis International University, for her invaluable insights. Thank you, ma'am. And a special thanks to Ms. Lindy Cameron, CBOBE, British High Commissioner to the Republic of India, for your inspiring remarks that have enriched our perspectives today. Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to express our sincere thanks to the policymakers, government officials, industry and education leaders present. Your inputs and deep understanding of the sector are vital as we navigate this evolving educational landscape. The thoughtful insights shared during this inaugural session have already given us the strong foundation for the conversation that will follow today and tomorrow. To our respected jury members, thank you for your expertise and contributions that have helped in elevating the standard and quality of Higher Education Excellence Awards. Lastly, I extend heartfelt thanks to all our partners and participants for your commitment to advancing higher education. Your presence and input will guide us as we explore these critical issues for the next 2 days. Thank you once again, and I look forward to continuing success tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And before we close the proceedings of this session, ladies and gentlemen, I have a few announcements to make. First and foremost, the knowledge reports that were released from the stage in the inaugural session are available through the QR scan, which is outside on the standees. And all the awardees can collect their boxes for the trophies from backstage. I would now request our dignitaries to kindly proceed towards the inauguration of the exhibition. and we will have a short tea break of 15 minutes. We have a special address at 11:45 by Shri Sunil K. Barnwal, Additional Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Government of India. We request everyone to be seated by 11:40 for this special address. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, join us for tea. Do not forget to scan the QR codes outside for the knowledge reports, and all the awardees can collect the boxes for the trophies from backstage. Thank you. Kindly be back in time for the next session.
हाँ जी सर बोल रहे थे अभी तो मैंने ये लोग और ही पता नहीं क्या आफ्टर द स्पेशल वो किसी की ना वो वहाँ गया है वो रखवाने गाड़ी में ट्रॉफी यस अरे निदा एक लड़का भेज दियो अंदर जल्दी एक लड़का भेज दिया अंदर जल्दी जल्दी से हाँ 5 मिनट के लिए जल्दी से आई नहीं रखनी देर हो गई आप ही को ढूंढ रहे थे या तो मुझे चेयर्स लगवानी आपने तो कहा था किसी लड़के को आप बिठाते हो
वो सर ने मना कर दिया
फाइनल वन जो है
सब एक साथ हाँ मेरे पास मैं लेके आओ इस दिन 8 लगानी है हाँ मैं तब यही लेना जाना नहीं
सर वो क्लिक ऑन नंबर लाओ
वो ले लिया आपने नहीं ये आपके फिक्की से आया था मैम के लिए ज्योति बीच के लिए हटा दो ले आना क्या नाम है तुम्हारा
ठीक है यार नहीं आता बोलना नहीं आता पीछे कॉर्डलेस भाई कॉर्डलेस चेक करो अपने सारे खोल दो.
Hey, 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 hey.
सर वैसे एसी तो नॉर्मल चल रहा है लेकिन अब मौसम ही ठंडा हो गया है ना.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey.
इन सारे नेम्स को काटो साइड.
अतुल भाई. अतुल भाई. अतुल भाई सुन नहीं रहा यार. 3 नंबर खोल दो. ऑन है. सारे ऑन है ना.
Hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey.
हाँ जी भाई.
Hey, hey.
नीचे से ना. क्यों नीचे से ना.
Hey, hey.
कितने 11 नंबर.
Hey, hey.
क्या कहाँ है 11 नंबर. यहाँ है वहाँ है. हाँ ये आ रहे दिख रहे हैं.
Hey.
3 नंबर माइक चेक करना पहले वो करने के बाद. ये आ रहे हैं ना. ये बोल रहा हूँ आ रहे हैं.
Hey.
3 नंबर माइक नहीं आ रहा शायद.
साइड साइड साइड.
पूरा वो कर दिया.
जो आ रहा है ये उखाड़ के चला जा रहा है हमारे लिए थोड़ी डाल के शुरू में ही ग्रीन सर्टिफिकेट है ठीक है
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody to kindly be seated.
साड़ी भूल गई हूँ ठीक कर रही हूँ इट्स द बेस्ट प्लेस टू हाइड ना भैया चलिए ओवर टू यू
यहाँ से निकलेंगे तो दिक्कत होगी
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody to kindly be seated. We would request each one of you present here to kindly cooperate with us as far as the timing of the breaks, the tea, coffee, lunch break is concerned, or the sessions are concerned, as today we have to vacate the hall by 6 p.m. We have to conclude all the sessions by 6 p.m. today, and we have to vacate this hall because tomorrow they're going to have a Prime Minister's event here, and the security needs the hall by 6 p.m. So I would once again urge and request everybody to kindly be little conscious about the timings, especially for the breaks as well as the sessions, to be back on time. I would request all our eminent speakers of all the sessions to kindly conclude their addresses in time. We have a timer running here in front for the benefit of all our speakers. You are requested to kindly have a control, tight control of the timings. We want each one of you to have ample amount of time, or rather equal amount of time for your addresses, your presentations. We do not want to cut short anybody in the end. And we also want each one of you to enjoy your hot cup of tea and coffee and the lunch. But due to the time constraint, we would request everyone to be little mindful of the time durations throughout the day. Thank you.
ये वाली नहीं बार बोलो जो अपनी बात लगी है सामने नहीं उसको वाइट जलाओ या फिर वो जलाओ ये वाली नहीं तो कलर चेंज है इसको बंद कर दो ये फेस पे पड़ जाए ना तो फोटो अच्छी नहीं आएगी चलो मैं कह रहा हूँ इसे बंद कर दो उसको तो जला दो उसको येलो जला सकते हो ना सामने वाली बात बोल देने वाली हो गया 12 नंबर में मैं कह रहा हूँ उसको येलो जला दो
वाइट पता नहीं क्यों रखते हैं वाइट बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं
वाइट में बंद कर रहा हूँ मैं
येलो बेटर है वाइट में कितना
उसमें कंट्रोल नहीं होता मैडम कलर लाइट कलर जलती है ना लाल पीली नीली किसे कंट्रोल करेंगे लाल को करें नीली को करें
हाँ तो येलो रख दे
येलो एक हो तो मैं कंट्रोल हो जाएगा वो भी कह रहे हैं मेरे को दिक्कत हो रही तो सर ये सर कलर कर दिए ये वाइट चलेगी हाँ बस ये चल जाएगा ठीक है ये चल जाएगा इसे बन जाएगा कलर ये मत चलेगा
और येलो नहीं हो सकती है ओडीएफ पे तो कम से कम येलो आ रही है
हाँ इस पे तो रह जाएगी नहीं यहाँ पे तो येलो आ जाएगी मैम उसकी भी सेटिंग नहीं रहती
येलो नहीं हो पा रही है
कोई असली ये तो चल जाएगा
तो ये ऊपर वाली येलो और रहने तो सिर्फ प्रेजेंट हमारा तो एलईडी है
ये वाली तो जल जाएगी
ये वाली तो येलो चल जाएगी ऊपर वाली
हाँ क्योंकि वहाँ की जल गई यहाँ की नहीं जल
टाइमिंग का मैं कह रही थी
हाँ तो मैं आपको बताता हूँ देखिए
अब इनको 10 मिनट्स ही रखना है
अवंतिका
नहीं अवंतिका को तो और भी कम 8 मिनट और उसके बाद जितना जब से मैं पैनलिस्ट को मॉडरेटर को हैंड ओवर करूँगी तब देख लेना 11:15 कितने बजे 1:15 का वो उतना मिनट लग
तो देखिए मैंने क्या आइडिया मैंने लगाया था ना जैसे कि ये पैनल में 1 4
नहीं क्योंकि प्रेजेंटेशन तो है नहीं तो पैनल है
पैनल हाँ मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ तो मैंने क्या अभी एक पैनल कितने घंटे का रखना है
अभी जैसे हमारा ये तो हमारा
12 बज गए
12 बज गए
1:15 को खत्म करना है
ये हमारा 1:15 को ख़त्म करना
तो
है
हमारा लंच को 10 मिनट मिलेंगे
हाँ
12-10 बजे तक
हमारा 12 सवा 12 तक तो अगर शुरू हो गया तो सवा 12 12:20 तक तो ये स्पेशल एड्रेस करना ठीक है उसके बाद हमारे पास बचते हैं सवा 12 से और 10 तो बस इतना
1 घंटा बचा लगभग
हाँ 1 घंटा 50 मिनट
उसमें अवंतिका का प्रेजेंटेशन भी होगा
थोड़ा बढ़ा के रखना अवंतिका की प्रेजेंटेशन 40 मिनट
और स्पीकर्स 5 है पैनल में
नहीं ऐसा है फिर तो जैसे
टाइमर लगाना पड़ेगा
ठीक है तो आप हर स्पीकर का मत लगाओ
तो पूरे पैनल का लगा
टोटल पैनल का टाइम 40 मिनट्स आई टेल द मॉडरेटर कि सर आपके पास 40 मिनट्स है टाइट कंट्रोल नहीं रखना
दिक्कत है ना फिर चिकन बंद कर देते हैं वो दिक्कत हो जाती है फिर से वो खराब बनवाल जी का टाइमर लगाना है इसके बाद बंद ना कर अवंतिका का 8 मिनट का लगा
अवंतिका का 8 मिनट हालांकि यहाँ पोडियम से टाइमर नहीं दिख रहा क्लियरली
बोल दिया
बट अवंतिका को अलग से क्योंकि वो बहुत लंबा बोलती है उसको हर बार मुझे कट करना पड़ेगा ये अभी तो ये खड़ी है ना 7 to 8 minutes because tell her that we have a constraint over taking the और जैसे ही वो आगे
कंसोल ऊपर
है
Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everybody to be seated. We hope all of you could grab your hot cup of tea and coffee and now are all set to move ahead with the proceedings of the next segment of this conference. We are waiting the arrival of our special guest, the Additional Secretary from the Government of India, who would be joining us any moment now.
Deepti? Deepti? You can have a very tough time today, sir.
I saw that.
Because we have crisis.
No, the main problem is you people have given a lavish instructions for 6 minutes, 8 minutes presentation. So, no. Then one day he's already offended. I told him we will rotate the questions for what we like. He said, no, I will mention. Rajkumar Singh is sitting there.
And I'll
And he
request.
says he already loaded, he won't take it.
I'll tell him we can do
No, so that's why he stated we can go for
Yes,
taking the
yes,
action.
yes, sir. And you want to speak to him? I can speak to him.
See, one is symbiosis. You can ask him, he says, give me one slide.
Yeah,
Then slide. But Rajkumar is very...
If you allow one, then you can't say
Yeah, but others are without slide. In fact, I also dropped my class. I don't
Because sir,
want
you'll have not more than 40 minutes.
one of the appointment I need to rush to skill development ministry. So I'm going to wrap up that one. Whatever we do.
किससे मिल रहे हैं आप स्किल डेवलपमेंट?
Our Jain Chaudhary.
Oh, wow.
I should have met him yesterday, but
यार एक हमारे मैं ये सोचती हूँ अगर एडिशन से कुछ देर लग जाए
नहीं वो आ गए
अच्छा आ गए
वो आ गए हैं राजेश सर हाँ सर ले आइए अंदर आ
चलो
जाइए
ठीक है सर आई इनवाइट यू आफ्टर द स्पेशल
the only problem is I have not met Professor Barbara. If he is there, then we are ready to go.
No sir, even if nobody is there, we'll start. Those who come late can join.
Sure.
ठीक है?
so she just called it
Yeah.
After the special. After the special. इनकी नेम प्लेट नहीं लगी ना
लगी है ना सबकी लगी है
बर्नवाल जी की भी लगी है तो फिर सबको बुला लो
हाँ सबको बुला लीजिए और ये प्लेट ऐसा है कि मैं ही लेती हूँ थोड़ा पीछे करके हाँ प्लीज थैंक यू मैम थैंक यू
So, ladies and gentlemen, while we are waiting the arrival of our special guest, I would like to invite our panelist and our distinguished moderator on the stage for the next panel. May I invite Dr. S. Sundar Manoharan, Director General, Pandit Deen Dayal Energy University. Let's put our hands together for Director General Pandit Deen Dayal Energy University, our distinguished moderator, Dr. S. Sundar Manoharan. I invite Dr. Avantika Tomar, partner EY Parthenon, who has a special presentation on FICCI EY Knowledge Report in this session. I also have the privilege of inviting eminent speakers, Dr. Rajesh Goyal, Director NICMAR, Delhi NCR Campus. I invite Dr. Satish Moore, Pro Vice Chancellor, Somania Vidya Vihar University. Warm welcome to you, sir. I invite Dr. Rajkumar Singh, Head Research and Development, Bharat Forge. Professor Varvara Nazrova, Head and Associate Professor, St. Petersburg School of Economics and Management, HSE University, and Dr. Ketan Koteja, Dean Faculty of Engineering, Symbiosis International University. So, ladies and gentlemen, while we are awaiting the arrival of our special address speaker, the Additional Secretary, I will take a moment to introduce our panel. Dr. Rajesh Goyal is Director, NICMA, Delhi NCR Campus. NICMA University specializes in training professionals in the infrastructure construction related industries, and SIR's focus on industry-relevant curriculum and research has contributed to NICMA's reputation as a leading institution in its field. We have with us Dr. Satish Moore, Pro Vice Chancellor, Somaiya Vidya Vihar University, who is a well-respected academic administrator and leadership expert, currently serving as the Pro Vice Chancellor of Somaiya Vidya Vihar University. And with his deep experience in leadership development, strategic management, and higher education, Mr. Moore has contributed significantly to academic innovation and curriculum development. We have on the dais with us Dr. Rajkumar Singh, Head of Research and Development at Bharat Forge. He is a seasoned leader in industrial research and innovation, currently heading the R&D division at Bharat Forge. Dr. Singh drives cutting-edge research that aligns with emerging global trends, including advanced materials, manufacturing technologies, and sustainable engineering solutions. Professor Varvara Nazrova, Head and Associate Professor at St. Petersburg School of Economics and Management, HSE University, is a leading academic from HSE University, St. Petersburg, specializing in economics and management. Her research focuses on global economic trends, innovation in management practices, and cross-border collaboration. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome Shri Sunil K. Barnwal, Additional Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Government of India. A very warm welcome to you, sir. It is my honor to introduce Shri Sunil K. Barnwal, Additional Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Government of India. Sir has been at the forefront of the several critical initiatives aimed at advancing the higher education sector in India, aligning it with the global trends while ensuring it remains deeply rooted in the nation's needs and aspirations. With its extreme experience in policy making and strategic focus on fostering innovation, improving access to quality education, and promoting industry-academic collaboration, Shri Barnwalji has been a crucial contributor to the evolution of the National Education Policy 2020. His efforts continue to impact millions of students and educators across the country, making the education system more inclusive, dynamic, and future-ready. We are truly privileged to have him here with us today to share his insights on how India is adapting to the changing paradigm of higher education in the global landscape. His words will certainly offer a deeper understanding of the strategic direction the government is taking to strengthen our education system. But before I request him for the special address, I would request Dr. Rajesh, Director and Head Education and Skills, FICCI, to kindly do the honors of welcoming and honoring our special guest, Shri Sunil K. Barnwal, with a green certificate. We are indeed honored to have you here with us, sir. Thank you, Dr. Rajesh, for doing the honors. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and join me in welcoming Shri Sunil K. Barnwal for the special address.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me thank everyone, and more particularly the organizers, FICCI and their whole higher education team, for inviting me on this occasion for giving a special address. I see a large number of distinguished participants, vice chancellors, academic leaders, policy makers, edtech companies, and who all are supporting higher education, including the faculty and the students present here. I am indeed privileged to see a large gathering and see the content of 2 days, this higher education summit of FICCI, where there are several topics on which the deliberations are taking place. Though we all realize that higher education, the whole paradigm of higher education is changing, and India as a country is at the cusp where we have to really take a leapfrog, steps to get into the next level of development, which is not just the economy, in overall all sectors of the growth. And when we see the underlying, the underlying strength which we have for the growth of this country, it is all our youth. We all know that 65% of our population are below 35 years of age, and they are the biggest contributor for the growth of this country. And they will become a real asset for this country if we provide them the right education for the needs fulfilling the requirement of the country. And in that, higher education plays a very key role in building that strength this country has. We all know this strength varies from different parts. But the biggest challenge which we all had, the fragmented education which different universities, colleges were imparting, and soon we realized that the strength which individual institutions have need to be leveraged collectively to build this country. And therefore, when this new National Education Policy 2020 came, I think it has leveraged the underlying potential this country and its institutions have. It provides all support and all kinds of flexibility which we may think of, and therefore now it is up to us how do we leverage to make it truly supporting the growth of this country. It emphasizes on access, equity, quality, research, and use of technology. And these all are extremely important. It also breaks down the silos. It also talks of interdisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity. And here we find this is something which I think the whole country was waiting for, and this has come in form of this National Education Policy, which is not just a sheer policy document, but a great vision document which this country will aspire to achieve along with the support of everyone to achieve in next few years' time. It also has some milestones, and we must adhere to that to get this achievement through the National Education Policy. It also talks of more on learning and knowledge rather than on degree. And therefore, there is a provision for having choice-based credit system, creditization of each learnings, and also the migration or movement across the institution. So when we talk of multidisciplinary education, one, we talk of breaking the department isolation and making it across all the department. On the other hand, we also talk of multiple entry and exit, where people can enter at every stage of their life and also can exit whenever they feel there is a need to exit. And that facility, which otherwise was a simple dream to achieve, has been provided in the policy document. And this is possible through some of the regulations which has come up, this National Credit Framework, National Higher Education Qualification Frameworks. These all are facilitating this to happen. This also emphasizes on not just on sheer education, but also on the vocational education. It makes vocational education as part of the regular curriculum and provides enough emphasis that every child, right from the school stage, should be exposed to vocational education, and maybe at the end of higher secondary or at the higher education, they decide where to go for. They may continue with the higher education or can go for the employment based on the skills they get. So this is all possible because this now document provides enough flexibility to each of the institutions, to the government bodies, and each one of us. So this is a big strength which we have. We also know that there is one of the largest higher education ecosystem we have in the world is in this country. About more than 40 million students are in this ecosystem, and we are aspiring to increase it to more. Right now we have around 29% of the eligible youth population in this higher education system, which this policy aims to achieve 50% by 2035. So we have huge gap where the students are still out of this higher education ecosystem, and these students are probably in difficult areas from underprivileged categories, and therefore there is an equal emphasis on how to bring them in the higher education ecosystem, and this is possible. Now, given the technology we have, the access to the remote areas are possible, if not by the physical infrastructure, but by the technological infrastructure. And I think many of you who are present here, the companies who are working on educational technologies, they know it very well. Now there is no limit how the technology can reach to the remotest corner of this country. It can provide almost, if not better, almost the same level of quality and delivery to the remotest corner without actually physically going over there. So this kind of possibility is there, and the policy also actually emphasizes on use of technology for access to the remote areas, and also to deliver the quality courses through them. We all know, I think for last few years we have been emphasizing, and this year again we have started. There is a platform called Swayam on which large number of courses are available. And these courses are freely available to everyone. So for learning purpose, anybody can access these courses. And if they want to be evaluated and get a certificate from the owner institutions, they can also appear in the exam and get it assessed. So this possibility is there, and many of the institutions, many of the individuals, whether it is a student or even the faculty, have started using this facility. Recently, in the month of February, we started Swayam Plus, and this is advanced thought which we had that every academic institutions or the academia need to understand the requirement of the industry. Industry also need to know what exactly they need from the academic institution. So this, as a part of the academia industry collaboration, this Swayam Plus platform has been developed where many of the courses can be made available. And though many of them are not free, but are extremely subsidized, where a lot of good courses by different organizations, different companies are being uploaded and they are accessible to everyone who wants to upgrade their skill. So while you get a learning or the knowledge in an academic institution's campus, you get a degree over there, many a times you may not be having the skills required for the industry. So your employability goes up if you undertake some of the courses which are industry-ready courses available on SWAYAM Plus platforms. So this is extremely important and are being promoted aggressively by the ministry, by the government, and I believe every higher education institution should also promote. This also complements and compensates for the lack of good faculty in some of the departments, some of the disciplines. So this is another big strength which we can derive through this platform. As we all know, the policy also emphasizes on developing every institution into a multidisciplinary education and research university. So while we talk of colleges imparting undergrad courses, we are aspiring to make every institution to be a Meru institution. So it can have teaching, it can have research intensive. And this teaching and research, though goes together, there can be huge emphasis on research for the next gen higher education and also for the next level of growth this country aspires to. We all know that policy itself proposed for setting of a National Research Foundation, and in the month of February the act was passed for Anusandhan National Research Foundation with a potential to leverage around 50,000 crores over a period of 5 years. And this fund is actually looking at supporting research across the discipline and peer-reviewed grants for all kinds of research, including interdisciplinary research. So this also, in a way, congregates and collaborates all kinds of research which were happening desperately in different parts of the country, in different institutions. Now they will all get collated at one place. And then focus can also be on some of the critical areas or the critical technologies where this country needs research in a big way. So this Anusandhan National Research Foundation actually promotes research in a much more focused way. And we all know this country, if it has to progress, fast, it has to focus more on the research. We already have, instituted Prime Minister Research Fellowship to actually promote the good quality researchers and also hold some of the best talents in this country for research. So this kind of initiatives actually promotes research in this country. In fact, only 2 days back, if you had gone through some of the news, we started 3 artificial intelligence center of excellence, AI center of excellence in the field of agriculture, in the field of healthcare, and in the field of sustainable cities. So these 3 AI center of excellence, though it has been hosted in one premier institution like agriculture has been hosted in IIT Ropar, sustainable cities in IIT Kanpur, and healthcare in IIT Delhi and AIIMS Delhi. These whole mechanism of developing this center of excellence and bringing out some of the innovative products out of it is based on the collaboration of the institutions. So these anchoring institution actually is collaborating with 10 to 15 other institutions, and also not just the institution, their faculty, their students, their researchers. So this will help actually to collaborate in research and find out innovative solutions for the needs of this country in the time to come. So I'm sure this kind of initiative will help many of your institutions to participate and take advantage of, and maybe your faculty and the students can collaborate in this area. We also have huge emphasis now on internationalization of education. I think India has reached that level where not only our students should go to the best universities in the countries. There is no harm going there and gaining good knowledge, learnings over there. But I think our institutions are also ready to invite large number of foreign students. Actually, we can support the global higher education ecosystem by getting large number of foreign students in our institutions. And in fact, even also allowing foreign universities, some best quality higher education institutions across the globe can look at India for opening their campuses in India. In fact, the policy itself talks about the internationalization of education, and the UGC has come out with the regulation for opening of campuses of foreign universities in India. In fact, the other way is also moving very fast. We have many of our universities opening campuses abroad. Many private universities already had campuses abroad. Recently, we had IIT Delhi opening a campus in Abu Dhabi and IIT Madras opening a campus in Zanzibar, Tanzania. So this is just the way we open up our higher education sector. We see huge potential and the opportunity for everyone to participate. And since our ecosystem is so large, though we are addressing only about 40 million students, our requirement is probably 150 million to address the 150 million students. So the gap still is too large for everyone to play its role. So this is something which we must work on aggressively, and I think we need to work to address the needs of this country, every sector of this country. In fact, one of the another research area or the area to work on is to work on the future of work. In fact, the way things are changing, the traditional skills may not hold ground for a long time. And probably we will have to think over the areas where the most skills would be required and the different skills would be required. And these are the areas we have to dwell on and find out, start courses on that, maybe some degree, some certificate programs to start in those areas where there will be actual need in the time to come. You see, in the healthcare, the whole system is transforming. This bioelectronics is taking a place of many of the role which doctors play. Most of the scanning, testing, etc. are not done by the system. The watch you wear tells you what your body does and how is your body. So this kind of things which is coming, I think more and more skills in this field may be required. Similarly, there are areas like advanced manufacturing, energy transition, the way the energy landscape is changing, the logistics in a big way, the way interconnectivity, transport, communication is working. Even the agriculture and the agri-tech, the whole productivity of the agriculture may go up manifold if we use the technology, and therefore we need skills and the courses in these fields. And therefore this kind of activities which every institutions can play is extremely important. I believe a lot of efforts need to be done and everyone has to work together. And I think as a policy maker or as a part of the ministry, I feel there is a huge potential and also opportunity for us to work together. There are different bodies in this higher education sector, government, non-government organizations like FICCI and many other organizations who are working in this field. They can all together work, and the whole object is to make high quality education available to everyone, to make a good human capital which this country can boast for next few years to come. And the whole aim to make this country a Viksit Bharat by 2040, we all need to work together, and higher education will be the backbone. The youth, who are the largest in number in this system, are the backbone, and their skills, their education, their strength are going to change the whole paradigm which we require for the country to grow in next 25 years. Thank you very much. Again, once I thank you for inviting me and giving this address. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that enlightening address. Your detailed insights into the government's plans and policies have provided us with a valuable perspective on how India is embracing the global changes in higher education. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move forward to our panel discussion session of the day, which focuses on the theme of most importance in today's world, the research and collaboration and harmonious innovation for the global thought leadership. To set the stage for the vibrant discussion, we first have a presentation on the FICCI EY Knowledge Report 2024, which will certainly offer invaluable insights into the current trends and strategies in the global research collaborations. And it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Avantika Tomar, partner at EY Parthenon, to kindly deliver the presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to all the attendees, all the delegates. Thank you so much, FICCI, once again for having EY Parthenon as the knowledge partner. My name is Avantika Tomar, and those of you who know me know that I'm a glass half empty kind of person. So while a lot of the panelists and a lot of the morning discussions have been around how wonderfully we are achieving, moving ahead, going forward, I guess it's my job here to also talk about what more needs to be done. I also wouldn't be a good consultant if I did not come with PowerPoint slides. So true to my profession, I will walk you through some insights from the report, treat this as a bit of a sneak peek into what me and my team have put together as a report on research and what strategies are needed within the higher education sector of research, and what's required for us to move ahead. In case you are unfamiliar with what EY Parthenon does with FICCI every year, so I'll just take you back 2 years and then we'll quickly talk about research. 2 years back, we put out a report which spoke about the next 25 years of higher education in India. So our Honorable Prime Minister obviously talks a lot about India being a developed nation by 2047. What FICCI, us, the Prime Minister's office, what we felt was the need of the hour 2 years ago was how do we think about creating five-year plans and saying how should higher education as a sector, both public and private, how should higher education move forward in very distinct, very well-curated five-year plans to actually get there, get where we want to go by 2047. Last year then we said, you know what, who's seen 2047? Let's talk about the here and now. Let's talk about, for all the vice chancellors in the room, for all the industry folks in the room, for all actually the students in the room as well, let's talk about what can we do in the 1 to 3 year time frame. So last year's report focused on the here and now. Let's think of small but meaningful changes and get going. This year's report, and we've got Rajan, Vidya, we've got Shekhar as well, everybody in the audience, Sundar. We've got people who said, you know what, every year we talk about multiple themes, right? We say, here are 5 things, 7 things. Mr. Barnwal, thank you so much for highlighting a lot of those factors as well. So we, this year, decided that instead of talking about multiple themes in our report, why don't we focus on one and make sure we really go to the depth of it? So my job here is to give you, again, like I said, just a high-level overview of what we have captured in our report as both challenges within research ecosystem in higher education in India, but also what we feel is the way forward. Some of which actually, again, Mr. Barnwal, you've done a pretty good job of already, stealing my thunder in a way. You've spoken about some of those themes already. But let me start, and maybe if we can move the slides. So here's where we stand right now, right? In terms of what our output is. So again, we can pat ourselves on the back a little bit, because in terms of the sheer number of publications, India stands on number 4, right? Which means if we look at the quantum of research that is coming out of our country, we are 4th in the world. That said, all through the morning sessions as well, we were talking about quality of research, right? This is where I think we need to do a lot more. Professor Gupta in his address spoke about, impact of the research that we do, right? That is where I think with my kind of glass half empty view of the world on, I think we need to really up the game when it comes to quality research. We need to publish more and more in high impact journals, better quality journals, better citations, again, which is something Professor Gupta spoke about as well. But the other thing that's not happening with respect to research quality is we are not able to monetize our research. There are multiple problems in this country to solve. Vidya spoke about it, Professor Gupta spoke about it. He said, why are we adopting 6 villages to solve 6 problems when there are 650,000 villages, right? What are researchers, and again, for all the students here, we are looking at you as I say this. For all the students, for all the researchers in the room, we have to be able to focus on, yes, academic research, but also how do you take that academic research to solve a real world problem? It's very important to push the boundary of knowledge, which we do really well in India. But we also then need to take it to the next step to say, how do we solve a problem using that? How do we impact lives using our research and not just another publication, which in and of itself is great, but doesn't change anybody's life, yeah? In terms of our R&D spending, so this is where I think for all policymakers and folks from the government, we are well behind developed nations in terms of how much government spending is done on all things research and development. Our corporate R&D spending also is well behind where most of the developed world is. In fact, even many of the Asian countries, Far East with Japan, Korea, etc., they're all well ahead of us in terms of corporate R&D spending as well. Internationalization, I think I won't add a whole lot to what has already been said all through the first half today. But we absolutely need to have collaboration. And, the panel will talk a lot about research collaborations. We need to be able to come together, not just as different universities, but also as different countries, to internationalize not just higher education, teaching and learning, but also internationalize research. Our regulatory framework, again, we have made great progress on this front, but a lot is still left to be desired. When it comes to patents, when it comes to publications, when it comes to any kind of innovation, startup, centers of excellence, establishing some of those, I think we need to quicken the pace. The intention is there, and I'm sure in this room for sure the intention is there. We need to find a way to get that intention to better practice and better implementation. And then finally, industry, academia, I don't think meaningful, monetizable research that solves problems is possible without the collaboration of both industry and academia. If we move along then, the other thing we wanted to talk about was also just the challenges. And in the report you'll see, sorry, the next slide please. In the report you'll see across these 3 parts of or components of research. So there is obviously on the left-hand side, there's the academic research, which is how do you push the boundary of knowledge? How do you say that there is theory and knowledge and literature available, which we want to now extend to modern times, which we now want to make sure are current, are up to date? That is one type of research. The extreme right of the page is about industry research. So how do we make sure, both from a demand as well as supply standpoint, the research that is happening is for the industry, by the industry, contributing to factors which the industry can use and actually contribute back to the country's GDP. But the middle segment is where I think a lot of focus needs to be given, right? We need to be able to combine the two. We need to be able to get industry and academia together, academic research together, so that, the confluence of professors and faculty that are there in the room are very effectively able to work with the industry to solve problems. The challenges, on the next slide, please, are manifold. And I, again, in the interest of time, won't go through each and every one of them. But for those who are interested, our report talks extensively about everything that's not working at the moment. In terms of academic research, again, like I mentioned, we are focusing a lot on volume, which is a good start. It's great to say we are publishing in peer-reviewed journals. We are getting some citations. We are getting some references, etc. But I think it's about time that, top-tier public, private institutes in the country start also meaningfully, with conviction, start focusing on the quality of that research. Interdisciplinarity, I think Mr. Barnwal spoke a lot about that interdisciplinarity. I think, again, a shout out to all the students in the room. I don't think you should be satisfied by doing research in your field of study. I think you should be curious. You should ask the question, if I may, as an older person, just giving unsolicited advice to you. As a curious researcher, you must ask the question of how does your research in your subject contribute to other disciplines, right? It's extremely important for us to start focusing both academic and industry research onto interdisciplinarity. In terms of industry research, look, there are improvements in the regulatory frameworks, but I think we definitely need to do a lot more. And I'll just focus on that last bullet point in the middle column, which is focus on actionable outputs. So if the only thing the research is doing is giving you a publication, and as a professor or as a student, you can say, I've published 3 papers, think again. Should that be the only purpose of why you do a PhD, why you spend time doing research, why you go out in the field, collect so much data, if it's not actually actionable in nature? And then lastly, on the industry academia side, I think funding continues to be a fairly big challenge in our country when it comes to high quality research. So what are we recommending? On the next slide, we have just a collection of, again, in the interest of time, I'll not go into the detail of everything, but very important to have interdisciplinary research programs. I think one of the greatest suggestions, Sundar, last night that came from the dinner was that if funds are a problem, if research infrastructure is a problem, why can't 2, 3, 4 universities come together, build that infrastructure and use it on a shared basis? I don't think we need to have our own individual research infrastructure to be able to contribute to the body of knowledge, right? So I think that's something that we are recommending as well. Shout out to the corporates and the industry in the room. I think we need to do, and I'm a part of it, we need to do a lot more. Our contribution to corporate R&D budgets are nowhere near where they should be if we are serious about making a mark and being like Professor Bhargav, I don't think he's here anymore, but like Professor Bhargav said, having our higher education system second to none. I don't think that will be possible if the corporates don't play their part. And then lastly, I think just talking about a co-financed fund, right, so that there is enough research funding available for the right theme, the right subject, the right topic. On the last slide then, so look, I think I would encourage everybody, there are these QR codes outside as well, but I would highly encourage everyone to perhaps download a copy of this research. It's a slightly heavy read, but probably can make for good weekend reading. So any questions, any thoughts, suggestions that you might have for me as well as EY Parthenon going forward, very happy to answer those. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any more time, I would straight away like to hand over to our moderator, Dr. S. Sundar Manoharan sir, to carry forward the proceedings of the session. Unfortunately, we have very less time left for the panel discussion, so probably you can start with the question answer, sir.
Sure. Thank you. It has been a very exhilarating session at the inauguration, and especially to see so many institutions getting recognized through many awards under different categories brings one point to our focus, that all the institutions which are represented here and at large across the country, we have become locally relevant. Every institution is driven by passion and vision and mission, and without any hesitation we can say that we are locally relevant. But having said that, the NEP underlying another principle that we should become nationally important. And the second challenge is to become globally competent. So today we have a lot of menu on card for discussion, but unfortunately we have only 15 minutes left. And I am a teacher, so I start the class in time, I finish the class in time. So I am going to stop at 1 o'clock whether we agree or not, but unfortunately we were told that we should make a 8 minutes presentation each, and that's actually decimated. Therefore my sincere apologies to all my co-panelists. Now, our additional secretary brought a very staggering number, about 40 million transcending to 150 million. It's a very staggering number. I don't know how we are going to do that. But in the process, what do we do with the 40 million? Are we really taking them through a global thought leadership? Are we really going from research collaboration, which are addressing to local issues, to a harmonious innovation for global competence? The question. Now, when we go through the NEP, we have a menus that are listed there. Meru is one. Digital India is one, Skill India is one, Make in India is one, Atmanirbhar Initiative is one, Swachh Bharat. So we have many things to comply. As Vice Chancellor, when we sit in our office, most of the time we receive letters on compliance. So most of the time we are trying to answer to complying to many of the requisites, but then we are not talking about compliance. We are talking about brilliance, and we are talking about the passion that every institution should go through. So I want to request my other colleagues to cooperate with me in answering through some questions. Today, for our discussion on research collaboration, harmonious innovation for global thought leadership, we have few discussion points. Number one, what do we do about interdisciplinary and translational research? And how do we foster collaboration across diverse academic fields? I'm sure right here we have institutions which have a particular edge on one particular area of academic pursuit. So I would like to start with Dr. Ketan. Can you please throw some light on how symbiosis goes about?
So good afternoon, everyone. You see, when I joined, I just present a case study because I've been told it is 3 minutes. That I joined Symbiosis almost 4 years back, and I saw that 100% placement, best of the best infrastructure, good amount of research publications going on. But I thought, let's leapfrog, and I started with one particular case study supported by our Dr. Vidya Madam. Started a center of applied artificial intelligence, and just to give numbers first, in last 3 years we could achieve 15 crore grants from 13 different agencies, DST, DBT, Spark, many, and also we could publish 300 plus Q1, Q2 quality papers. Why? How it has happened? Large number of now international faculties were visiting us, university. Our Pro-Chancellor herself was a director of International Cell as well. What we decided is, with this center, I will collaborate with non-AI expert. So we started collaborating those who are coming. After collaboration, the next step was to invite the same professor as a co-supervisor. Believe me, today, with only engineering, with only few of my faculty members, those who work in AI center, only 5 faculty works in AI center, I have 40 co-supervisors, everyone 8 PhD students, 40 co-supervisors from 26 different countries. We started collaborating, inviting them as a co-supervisor. We guide a PhD student jointly, write a review paper in 1.5 years. After the review paper is published, if the co-supervisor is from UK, and we have large number of, in fact, funded project with Ashton University, the Vice Chancellor is here. So the faculty from my center and the Ashton University professor, those who are co-supervising have already previous work history, apply for a funding, India, UK, and got it. Believe me, likewise, we have India, UK, India, Italy, India, Serbia, Indo-Sastri means Indo-Canada, all kinds of grants right now in our pockets. Right, so that's a great case study we demonstrated. It has gone further as well, just to summarize that once we get the project, the brilliant of the UG student help us in solving the particular project along with the PhD student. That's an IIT what I have been taught. And then UG students are also a part to that particular paper. They get large scholarships getting admissions in abroad. So now more and more students are interested. One single example is one lady who working with us, published 4 papers including in CVPR, got admission in Carnegie Mellon University, Aboli is the name, free of cost in Masters in AI. Believe me, the professor there under whom she is working is also now collaborating with us, and we have a joint paper now. So I think that's a case study, and we are replicating this particular center in our all the offshore campus, including Dubai as well.
Great. That's a good insight on AI. I think now government has introduced 3 AIs, COEs, so we have more collaboration opportunities across India. I just want to take on the same line how interdisciplinary and translational research works. We have Professor Barbara with us from Russia. Can you throw some light on how this international collaborations can also go on these lines, on the collaborative research? Please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. For me, it's a great pleasure to address a topic which is a critical importance for advertisement of both academia and industry. And I present the Higher School of Economics, Russia, St. Petersburg. I'm very proud as a professor of Higher School of Economics. And in my point of view, Russian and Indian education systems are the best systems in the world. And we are very proud that Indian students pass exam to start their education in High School of Economics, and our students are ready to participate in different educational programs realized by your business schools. To tell the truth, we started the collaboration with Indian universities many years ago, and our Vice President, Dr. Sharma Manoj, he first of all coordinates these collaborations and opens new opportunities for Higher School of Economics. First of all, I'd like to, if I answer this question, I'd like to propose the following example. 2 months ago, we started the project with one of the best business schools of India, Indian Institute of Management in Indore, and now we are preparing the publication together. The main topic is the influence of ESG rating on the level of the index of economic freedom, and it will be the collaboration between Russian business school and the Indian business school. Nowadays, we are going to start the research with Kozhikode Business School, with IT Mumbai Business School, and with another leaders in Indian educational market. If I propose the practice of my university, of High School of Economics, we are very interested in realizing the collaboration between different faculties. We have a very interesting form of collaboration. We named this form as Barcamp, when students from financial professions, from financial program, managerial program, design program participate in finding the solution for real business case. Our business partners propose to solve the problem, propose to prepare the solution of different tasks, and the students from different faculties participate in this conversation, participate in this project. For example, 1 year ago, we realized the project for Gazpromneft company, and the name of this project, Benchmark for Aviation Fuel Market, and manager students, financial students participated in this project. And certainly we are very interesting not only in academic development but in practical development, and thanks a lot for the previous report about Ernst & Young observations, and we try to include in our program the optimal mix between practical and theoretical experience, and our students realized, for example, the projects under the task of our business partners, and certainly they have a real opportunity not only to deep analyze theoretical framework, not only to find the lack in literature review, but certainly to reflect all these opinions, all this expertise, all this analysis in practice, all these observations will be transformed in practical base. And so why we are very proud of this collaboration between Russian and Indian universities on the one hand, and between theoretical and practical experience on the other hand.
Thank you, ma'am. That makes it very interesting that globally our students are competing, and also how the real world problems are being taken and addressed. On this note, I just want to throw some questions on citizen science initiatives. I will ask Dr. Satish, would you like to highlight a little bit more on how you're going about it?
Generally, when we talk about citizen science, so the word citizen actually means a nationality of a country. But citizen science basically deals with democratization of science. Now, all this will be very easily explained if I narrate to you a very simple story that how citizen science and research can help us, and it can give us direction in which direction we have to go. Couple of weeks back, I met a girl from Kerala. She was in school. And when I was talking to her, she narrated her life story. She said that when she took admission into a school, teacher asked everyone to introduce them and their parents, what they are doing. So she said that some people got up and said, my father is engineer. Somebody said, my father is chartered accountant. When her turn came, her father was a cleaner who used to clean manhole. So she, when she was feeling very depressed while giving this introduction in the class, but she said that my father cleans the manhole. Then the science happened, technology happened. A year or two later, Bandicoot, a manhole robo, was introduced in Kerala. And after 2 years, again she went to the class, and in the class again everybody asked, give your introduction. So everybody said the same kind of introduction, and when her turn came, you know what she replied? She said, my father is a robo operator. That is the difference. That is the difference, science and technology, when it is associated with real world problems of our society, can make a difference. Publications, citations, they are all there. But the translational research, when we talk about citizen science, when we talk about our universities, wherever they are there, we need to look around these real problems and try to find out solutions to those problems. Maybe a good research paper will come out of that or not. And in fact, AI also played this big role because Bandicoot uses AI for doing the cleaning in the manhole. So all this technology, it is a multidisciplinary work which actually produced this robot which could clean the manhole. So I would appeal to all of educators here that are we talking to our researchers that whether they are focusing on real world problems in their institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Satish. I think that's a well-driven thought. Usually when we talk about societal problems or addressing, we often resort to corporates. Without corporate backup, we cannot really connect to the societal needs. So we often rely on CSR funds. But for citizen science initiatives, we also have crowdfunding, which is another big initiative. Probably we are not very much aware. Academic institutions can rely on crowdfunding, not just relying on CSR funding, which will make it much more effective. For example, crowdfunding leads to maternal mortality, infant mortality. Those are all regionally addressed by people groups. So we can actually take our focus out of the much sought for CSR funding to crowdfunding, which can also pave way for addressing real world problems. Now I just want to shift the gear to global networking and also to Industry Connect. We have two more panelists to whom I want to give some time. Dr. Mahesh first, if you could throw light on global partnerships, your initiatives, or Industry Connect. And then I would request Dr. Rajkumar to lead the way because he represents the industry. Formerly, he has been with the academia, so he can tell how we can bridge the gap with much of hand-holding with the industry. So, and then we can bring this session to conclusion, please.
Thank you, Sundar. So I am representing National Institute of Construction Management and Research, and we are serving to the construction sector from last 40 years. And you know, construction sector is one of the major driver which is instrumental for the development of the nation. And we strongly believe in NICMAR that without internationalization of the research and academia, we cannot bring in the latest technology and trends which is being followed in the Western worlds. Because we are always aiming ourselves to be developed nation. So who are the developed nations? So developed nations are of course the Western world. We are taking the example of the Europe or maybe example of the United States. So of course whatever is being developed there, especially infrastructure wise, because infrastructure is one of the first the insight for anybody. When we just reach to the country, we look at the kind of infrastructure being developed there. So, we want to add par with that infrastructure. So that's why that is the first site. Then afterwards, of course, many other domains are there. So like what Sundar is right now mentioning, we need to have good collaboration with the international universities, research institutes, and that's why in NICMAR we are doing the same thing. Like one of the very latest example I'll quote here, many of maybe you are aware about 3D construction printing. So 3D construction printing is an emerging technology in the side of the construction. So in future we can construct our buildings. We can go to the market or to the industry, just give our order for the building of the home, and in few weeks or few months our home will be printed, not constructed, we'll say it is printed.
So Dr. Mahesh, are you launching
I was coming to that point.
Yeah.
So in NICMAR we are the first academic institute of the country, first in the sense because we have launched 3D construction printer program in our campus, and we installed first 3D construction printer of the commercial scale. There may be many other institutes who are having the small 3D construction printer for the research purpose, but we have full-fledged commercial scale 3D construction printer in our campus. and for the industry international collaboration, because in Loughborough University in United Kingdom, they are the maybe one of the best place in this research domain in 3D construction printer. So we have,
can
yeah.
you tell for a construction which can take 1 year,
Yeah.
how fast you can access?
Yes. I was coming to that point also. In India also, we have some of the use cases. Maybe very recently, you must have heard in the news, national news channels and all. In Bangalore, one post office building was constructed on 3D construction printer. So it is a matter of few weeks only. If, for example, what Sundar is asking, if any building is taking, typical building is taking 1 year to be constructed, so on 3D CP we can finish that construction in 2 months only. So of course it is an emerging technology, a lot of research need to be done. So at international level, as I was just mentioning, we have a collaboration with Loughborough University, United Kingdom. We have Wentworth University in USA, who are having very good setup in 3D construction printer. So that is one of the example. If Sundar allow me, I would like to add one more thing which is very, very important. That is industry academia collaboration. Because in our morning inaugural session also, Dr. Tomar mentioned about this thing, industry academia collaboration, because any of the research should have some of the meaningful outcome. She mentioned very, very nicely academic research and industry research. Most of our academic institute in country, they are just focusing towards the academic research, just fulfilling the classroom requirement. But what is the final outcome, whether it is going to the industry or not, that is very, very important. Then only, of course, we can just match the pace of the development of the other nations. So in NICMAR, we have hands-on-hands, collaboration with the industry. We are taking the research problem or the pain point of the industry. We are giving that all, topics or the domains to our research scholars so that directly it can be taken by the industry. So that is one of the very important domains, sir.
Dr. Mahesh, definitely whether we collaborate with you or not, you will get work orders from us.
Thank you very much.
You have really lured us with
Thank you,
2
thank you.
months
Thank you very
printing of
much.
new fabs. Good, thank you. Sir, Dr. Rajkumar, would you like to highlight on the industry partnership and how to levelize the interaction between academia and, yes. And with this, we will conclude the session as well. Sir, you can hold it.
Actually, since morning, I am hearing the word industry-academia collaboration.
Yes.
Actually, whatever has been talked, that all we are doing for more than 10 years. If I have given a chance to present few slides,
Sure.
you will see that at every level we are working with academia. So can...
Sure, sure.
You all know Bharat Forge. In my personal capacity, I am helping not only my company, but whole country, being a founder member of Apex Council for PM Fellowship Program. It started in 2012. Since then, I have interviewed 1,000 students, evaluated their PhD work, and granted degree. Now, we are working with so many IITs, so many universities, and if you say at BTech level, we are with BITS Pilani. We have run 13 sessions of BTech, 3.5 years for our employees, and we have more than 550 graduates from BITS Pilani. Whole classes, everything has been done at our campus. At master's level, we were having collaboration with Warwick University, UK. Their course was Engineering Business Management. It was a combination of 4 modules of engineering and 4 modules of management. Due to some government policies, I will talk to the government representative, we have to discontinue this program. We want to again start it. At master level, we have program with IIT Bombay. We ran for more than 5-6 years. It was a special program designed by IIT Bombay called Triple M, that is Materials Manufacturing and Modeling which was done by 3 departments together, that is material engineering, mechanical engineering and mathematics. So this has helped us. We have produced about 70 masters in 3M, and my center which I am heading, that is Kalyani Center for Technology and Innovation, we are having today more than 60 masters, mostly from IITs, and PhDs from various places. I have personally contributed in 8 PhDs as co-guide with universities in India and abroad. And PhD program we are having collaboration with IIT Bombay and Deakin University Australia, and all these programs, the numbers are given on the screen, what we have generated and how we are working with the universities and academia. So far R&D projects we have done more than 400 R&D projects, and we are having lot of international recognitions to us, to our center, and our center publication is more than 165, and this year itself we have got 42 patents granted. And I am a member from CII in the patent committee also. So these are some of the output. I don't have time. So what has come out of the research with IIT Bombay and Deakin University Australia? All PhDs we have done in very advanced materials like aerospace. That's why we are leading in the aerospace, we are leading in the defense, and we are leading in so many new fields, not only in India, with our presence across the world. So we are having 23 locations working all over the world as of now, and we are working on so many advanced projects. We have so many challenges. Even yesterday, I had one meeting with IIT Kanpur. We are working with IIT Madras on a very big diamond project, because we feel that diamond is the future of the whole world and India also, and we want to be leader in diamond. So we are working with wherever the excellence are there in any institute. We know that, and we know this also, that academic institutions cannot bring a prototype. It can only solve some of the problem. With that we can bring a prototype. For that we are having a strength of 60-70 masters with us, so we work and we convert it into actual innovation and we use it, and our so many things like artillery gun and so many things in defense, they are totally developed by our own knowledge and our own research. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Wonderful case study to know how the industry can collaborate with the academia, especially in niche areas, and without knowing the industry need, it is very difficult to touch on those challenging areas, and this is a very good case study to see that. Since last year, we have had several emphasis from the government, from the corporate world alike, on AI, artificial intelligence. In fact, that was the last point we wanted to touch, but Dr. Ketan touched on that issue, so we are going to skip that. The other representation of AI is academia industry. But personally, I have never got the chance to tell my viewpoint, but I would just add one more. It is not only the academia industry partnership that has to be enriched, but it will never mature unless we have the blessings of the government. So I would say GAI, because industry will never come to academia unless there is an endorsement from the government. I have seen that very clearly happening, and when government is behind a particular institution, then industry gets the morale, the charge and the commitment to invest into it. Therefore, the days to come, I hope that all of us who are represented here will see a good synergy, not only between the academia and industry, but also government, academia, industry, and we will make this really from strength to strength, and also not only the government, but also internationally between campuses, that we can try to develop this global thought leadership into fruition. Thank you so much, and I want to deeply apologize to my other panelists that I couldn't really give turn, but this is the best optimization I could do. Instead of moderating the discussion, I moderated time. So let's stop here. Thank you.
Very much indeed. May I request our panel to kindly come together for a group photograph before we close this session. Thank you. We would like to especially thank Shri Sunil K. Banwalji, Additional Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Government of India. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion and for the wonderful address. Thank you, Dr. Avantika, for that wonderful presentation on the report. And we would request everybody to kindly scan the QR codes outside on the standees and download the 2 knowledge reports which were released today. And please join us for lunch. We would like to inform you lunch is served both on the first floor as well as the second floor. And please be seated back by 1:45 for the next session. You have 30 minutes for the lunch and kindly be seated back in time for the next session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody to kindly join us inside the hall and be seated as soon as possible, as we are running out of time, behind schedule. We have to close our proceedings as early as possible in the evening, as we have to vacate this hall. We have approximately 1 hour now for each of the sessions that are left. We have 3 hours and 3 sessions left if we begin in time now. Thank you to all of you who are here to joining us in time. Thank you very much indeed. And we're looking forward to going ahead in time. Hopefully our panelists join us as soon as possible. So ladies and gentlemen, our next session is on internationalization of higher education to build global linkages. And I have the privilege in inviting our distinguished moderator for this session, Dr. Vidya Yarabdekar, Chair FICCI Higher Education Committee and Pro-Chancellor, Symbiosis International University. May I invite you, ma'am, once again on the stage. Let's put our hands together to welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special address in this session. I would like to invite, and we are honored to have with us, Dr. Alex Subik, Vice Chancellor and Chief Executive, Aston University. A very warm welcome to you, sir. We would like to invite our eminent panelist, Srimati Neeta Prasad, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Education, Government of India. Okay, she'll be joining us in a short while from now. Professor Francis Nuno from Deputy Director General, Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. Warm welcome to you, sir. Mr. Manoj Kumar, CMD, EDCIL. Dr. Andrew Atherton, Vice President, International and Engagement, University of Southampton. Professor Raghunathan Rangaswamy, Dean, Global Engagement, IIT Madras. Professor Vimal Chandra Srivastava, Dean of International Relations, IIT Roorkee. And I would like to invite Dr. P. Chandrasekhar from EDSIL. And let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome all our dignitaries on the dais. Thank you. And we're honored to have with us today Dr. Alex Subik, Vice Chancellor and Chief Executive, Aston University, who is an internationally recognized academic leader and innovator, currently serving as the Vice Chancellor and Chief Executive of Aston University. With a distinguished career spanning engineering, technology and higher education, has made significant contributions to the field of research, digital transformation and sustainability. So let's put our hands together once again to welcome Dr. Subik for his special address.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon. Straight away after lunch, I think we will be seeing some of our colleagues joining us during the presentation. So, good afternoon, dear friends, colleagues, distinguished guests. I have the honor of presenting my initial keynote, which I hope will also spark some interesting conversations during Q&A. I've titled my presentation University 4.0. We're all aware that the last decade has seen significant transformation across industry, business, society. No sector has been left untouched by Industry 4.0. I'd like to spend some time talking about what does that mean for University 4.0. Not just about transforming how we educate students or our educational models and approach to local and global education, but also how that has the potential to transform universities themselves. We've seen that basically universities before COVID lagged behind the private sector somewhat in digital transformation in terms of transforming their own operations. Post-COVID, we're seeing an accelerated effort globally for that to move to another level. And I hope you'll find this interesting. Let's see. Yep. go. Nope. Okay. Okay. So just a very, very brief summary before I move on to the university context for all of you who perhaps have been looking at Industry 4.0 transformation. Over the last decade, I've spent a fair bit of time on Prime Minister's Industry 4.0 task force in Australia, co-chairing the Industry 4.0 transformation for the higher education sector in Australia before moving to UK about 2.5 years ago. A wholesale transformation is happening across industry, and it's driven by a number of strategic technologies that we've heard about this morning as well, including industrial Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, augmented and virtual reality, automation, big data, and so on. If you talk to industry, you already know that popular slogan that data is the new oil. Everything is driven by data, including how we assess, how we educate, how we plan our industry engagement, how we plan our research impact, how we plan student success and student experience, and so on, how we make critical business decisions about running universities. And data has basically now emerged as the key asset across supply chains and value chains. The university higher education ecosystem is another critical value chain that is starting to benefit from this tremendously. Next one. Thank you. We've seen Industry 4.0 evolve rapidly across digital manufacturing. And in fact, the manufacturing sector, primarily driven by the Merkel and Industry 4.0 committee in Germany, starting out of there 2012, the manufacturing sector was the first to embrace wholesale Industry 4.0 transformation. And we've seen this during COVID, slowly evolving into the next biggest sector, and that's the healthcare sector. We're seeing digital health embracing wholesale digital transformation during COVID, but moving beyond just the initial reaction to COVID pandemic, which was around in most of the world around telehealth and online diagnostics, moving rapidly now in digital transformation of hospitals, digital transformation of outpatient in-home care, and so on. And we are in fact working with a number of NHS trusts in UK to set up the first in Midlands control centre for outpatient in-home care. You've seen a number of sensor and digital companies developing, smart homes for digital healthcare. You've seen many of the solutions that are being developed to keep patients outside of hospital as long as possible, including Alzheimer's patients as well, who can effectively and productively continue to live in homes. Digital transformation is enabling that. Next one, please. In the future, our work with Siemens has seen a glimpse of that future. A digital twin, which is no more a digital twin just of a machine process, manufacturing process, or a factory, but a digital twin of a human, evolving rapidly by developing predictive models of your cardio system, of your kidney, of your brain, and so on. And the emergence and power of artificial intelligence beyond just business models, but in the diagnostics area. And some of the early wins are obviously the low-hanging fruit in the diagnostics area of linking MRI scanning with AI and so on. My teams themselves have developed new AI-driven systems for early detection of prostate cancer, for early detection of a number of other cancers, including lung cancer, and where AI has been proven rapidly to be far more accurate than the human, because it's dealing with terabytes of data and case studies worldwide in order to determine the right diagnostics. It is happening rapidly. Next one, please. So, as part of my work on the Prime Minister's Task Force in Australia, we've also engaged with Amazon and global digital companies to run a comprehensive review of the skill gap across all the industry and business sectors, and assessing the needs of industry and business for the future. What we found were tremendous skill gaps in a number of areas that, as business industry leaders have stated, are keeping them back. And I differ in terms of different levels of skills needed, from fundamental literacy, digital literacy, to far more advanced, depending on the sector and the nature of the job. But the finding was that basically there is no business or no industry any longer that's not a digital business, in some form, to some level, or at least enabled by digitalization. Some of the key skills that we found are major skill gaps that will be rapidly looking for new graduates, new experts, new professionals, are in the large-scale modeling, software operational support, web, software, game development, cloud architecture, cybersecurity, cyber forensics, and of course, AI, which is catching up. In Australia alone, that reality is stark. But we're working with Alpha Beta, public research organization. We've also determined that similar proportions and similar trends are in Southeast Asia, are in Singapore, are in UK, around the world. Skills are the key barrier to economic development. Next slide, please. So, if I go back to some of our research in previous industrial revolutions, because keep in mind, we have well and truly embarked on the fourth industrial revolution, is where my talk started today, on the fourth industrial revolution, the last decade. We know that we have industries that are at third level or second level still. But the fourth industrial revolution, through digital, wholesale digital transformation, cyber physical systems, is rapidly progressing. What happened in every industrial revolution is that large portions of societies were left behind. And they were left behind not just because industry and business and technological development advanced too fast. They were also left behind because educational system and educational institutions lagged behind. So when we look at research, wherever the digital revolution or industrial revolution progressed faster than the educational revolution, there is a societal pain. So whenever technological revolution or industrial revolution advanced much faster than the educational revolution, there is societal pain. And the key strategy is to have the educational revolution advanced in parallel and even faster, and use our collective foresight to look beyond the past and beyond today. There is a challenge for traditional universities that are used to working in a particular framework, on particular curriculum models, particular timelines, and not collaborating sufficiently or deeply enough with industry and business. We call it let the outside in. There is no way going forward that universities or higher education will meet the needs of industry, business, society in a timely manner and reduce the societal pain unless it innovates, unless it moves faster, unless it lets the outside in and collaborates on a much more profound and deeper level with industry and business in co-design of curriculum, co-delivery of curriculum, co-investment, and that applies to education as much as to research and innovation. That is also an answer to bridging the valley of death, that's where we call it, in research, where universities typically develop research outcomes up to the level 3, level 4 of technology readiness. Industry expects level 8 or level 9 to commercialize. The bit between level 4 and level 7, 5, 6, 7, nobody wants to take the risk, and nobody wants to fund it. And in theory and in practice, that's known as the valley of death. The reason why research from universities is not more rapidly commercialized in the real world and creating benefits is because no party is taking sufficient risk to co-invest into that valley of death. In Germany, the Fraunhofer model was established for that purpose. Other countries have other models. Everybody, every knowledge economy needs policies, investments, and goodwill by all stakeholders to bridge the valley of death. And we are now looking also at the valley of death for education as well. No different if we talk about work readiness of graduates. Next slide, please. So, in terms of education, we're seeing 4 major trends globally that higher education is already embracing, experiencing, and even demonstrating to some success. We're seeing new types of credentials, digital badging, digital credentials. In fact, during my time on the Prime Minister's Task Force, we already worked with the government and Department of Education to establish a national bank of digital credentials, where students from any participating university can complete one module, one course, get a digital badge, and we called it the Educational Digital Passport. And then they can travel across the country, pick and choose among the coalition of the willing, and complete the degree they wanted. It promoted transferability of skills, collaboration, flexibility, choice, but also it promotes lifelong learning beyond the degree and beyond the university. In a rapidly changing world, where the future of work is so uncertain and so unpredictable, lifelong learning and digital credentials and picking up skills throughout your life in a flexible, accessible manner is critical. And that's what will keep the society, industry, and business in good state. Next trend is the education work nexus. We are seeing that, we've seen that in Australia, we're seeing it in UK post-COVID, we're seeing it worldwide. Increasing number of students want to work and learn. We call it earn and learn. For whatever reasons, life choices, pressures, lifestyle, different cohorts of students and demographics, we are increasingly seeing students that want to work and want to learn at the same time. That flexibility and interconnectivity and the digital transformation required to enable that, because there are far more students and potential students in the workforce, society, business, and industry than what we have on campus. Everybody needs skills, upskilling, reskilling, advancing career, moving sideways, diagonally, or preparing for new products and services that are emerging in the future of work. Back to lifelong learning paradigm. Borderless competition. With digitalization, there is no such thing any longer as local. There is no such thing any longer as local. Whenever you go on internet, you're global. The global competition for talent, for education, for customers. And I know academia doesn't like the word customers, but guess what? If you're paying for your education and you have a choice globally, you're a customer. It's becoming tremendous. The competition in the higher education sector will grow rapidly, and not just among universities, but between universities and global corporate organizations that are starting to operate and become universities, and that are offering university-certified programs and courses. The sector is about to be disrupted even more globally, and digital transformation is the vehicle for that. And omni-channel learning. We're already seeing, and my university has adopted that model as well, that especially in the Western type of economies, where the choices, the diversity of cohorts, the competition, and so on is so immense now, and the commercial model and funding model of universities is trained, that no university going forward will base their operating model or business model just on campus studies and face-to-face. Some universities are changing slower, some faster, but adopting some forms of online education, of courses and short courses blended in industry and business, of having hubs and branch campuses offshore and regionally, developing online operations and businesses and so on. All those different channels are emerging as the new business model for universities, as it has in the commercial world, and that's the omni-channel model. Moving on. I'll show you now some examples very briefly of what we're talking about. Next slide. Power skills. All the research from business shows move beyond just content. I've heard Vidya say this morning, the broader remit of universities, where it's not just about the content and just the skills for today. It's also about the power skills, the non-perishable skills, the lifelong skills, like digital literacy, like environmental literacy, entrepreneurship literacy, intercultural awareness. We are driving that model. Next slide. Online education and online pedagogy, we are embracing that. It's critical. It's going to be relevant not just for offshore and international delivery, but also delivery to business industry during the work life of individuals, as well as those that can't afford to be on campus, from, as we heard this morning from Assistant Minister, in regions where this is not possible and infrastructure doesn't allow. Next slide, please. Student services in the cloud, to be truly global, to be truly omni-channel based, to be truly versatile, where you can support students wherever they are. It's not anymore student support only on campus physical. It is student services in the cloud. So we've been working very hard the last 2 years to establish complete, comprehensive student services in the cloud, including the new AI chatbot we called Ada Lovelock, the first female programmer in the world in history. You can go there, staff or students, but I'm talking about students, ask any question. How do I create my CV? How do I apply for a job? Where can I find an internship? I want to change this module, I want to move into this course. Every single question that student has will be created, the answer will be there. Any standard letter that student needs, and we counted 27 standard letters, from confirmation of enrollment to a whole lot of things, to a reference and so on. Our system produces automatically. This has significant implications on the administrative and professional support systems and processes on campus. And students, as customers, rate the service immediately, whether they're happy with the service. Test case, first week, 4,000 inquiries by students in the first week we introduced it. 4.4 rating out of 5. Customer satisfaction becomes critical because it also becomes a lead indicator of student satisfaction going forward. Next slide, please. And finally, moving towards the Holy Grail. We see that the end game will lead our university and many other universities of becoming a digital enterprise, where already, if you open any staff member or leader in our university, opens the smartphone, there's a Microsoft BI, and I can see any data, any real-time live data, the budgets, the student enrollment, student satisfaction, any element of our operation is available in real time. This is decision-making in real time. This is using data for every critical and important decision on a daily basis. Do I need to improve my course? Where? Am I lagging in my enrollments? Where? Do I need to change the curriculum? Where? I better stop, otherwise this is gonna... Well. And on that note, thank you very much. Looking forward to a conversation.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that wonderful special address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as time is short, we will straight away move on to the panel discussion. I will hand over now to Dr. Vidya. And ma'am, you have about 35 to 40 minutes only. I'm really sorry.
Anyway, thank you very much, Professor Alex. He's come all the way from UK just for this keynote address, and I'm glad that initially I was worried, but I'm glad that, there's such a large audience of university leaders here. I think I've been to Aston, and every word that you spoke and what the slides that you showed resonate so much of what I personally saw at Aston. It is indeed a University 4.0, and thank you very much. Now, of course, we are moving on to the panel on internationalization of higher education. I will not speak at all because internationalization is, I am so passionate about it that I can give a keynote on that, but we're here to listen to others. And I'm very happy that we have a very good representation from of course, Neeta ma'am, Neeta Prasad ji from the Ministry of Education, Government of India, to IITs, to EDSIL, which promotes Indian higher education, public sector undertaking under the Ministry of Education, and of course our international partners. One that has set up a university here, Southampton, and someone that we want to work with very closely, Africa. So we are all here to discuss about various facets of internationalization of higher education. But before we start, I think we need to invite Professor or Mrs. Neeta Prasad, I made you a professor, Mrs. Neeta Prasad, to talk about the government initiatives on internationalization. And we all know that, as a fallout of the new education policy, there's so much happening within India and outside India that, we certainly need to know about any more new innovations, new things that the government and the Ministry of Education plans to.
Thank you, Dr. Vidya, and distinguished dignitaries on the dais, my fellow panelists, and all the dignitaries here in the hall, from FICCI, all the academicians, students, everyone here present for this today's panel discussion. As we saw from the previous presentation, it is a very exciting time for education, not just for India, but for the world. There are so many new trends coming in. We are so interconnected and interdependent at this moment. And we see that a lot of this interconnectedness is directly or indirectly driven by education. So it is not surprising that education today should transcend national boundaries, and governments should work to facilitate internationalization of education, whatever their priorities. The priorities can be different, but based on their own national priorities, every government today is working to internationalize their education space. For India, internationalization was earlier very sporadic and was limited to some select institutions. For the first time, the National Education Policy of 2020 has articulated a vision for internationalization under which it sees this space as one which can promote vibrancy, academic vibrancy, and one which can foster global competencies. So this policy sees internationalization both as a means of creating this vibrant space and also as an end to creating this. So because we have this policy backing internationalization and the efforts that we are taking, we've been taking in the last 4 years, it's much more systematic now, much more embedded in overall economic reforms. So for internationalization, as the government looks at it, we are looking at 3 strategies. The first is bringing an improvement in the offerings that we have, which means the quality of education that we are offering. The second is the policy framework that we are putting in place to facilitate collaboration and remove roadblocks. And the third is bringing together of all stakeholders so that whatever interaction, whatever collaboration we have is sustained, meaningful, deep, and really rich. not just sporadic like student and faculty exchange. Not limited to that. That's a very important aspect, of course, but not limiting it to that. Talking about the first component, that is improving our offerings, we have worked to bring in reforms which has reforms in the curriculum structure, in the credit structure of our country to make it more globally aligned and more attuned to the emerging job roles, competency roles, whatever required in the coming years. So we have brought in multidisciplinarity, flexibility in choice of subjects, multiple entry exit, which is backed by an academic bank of credit. On the digital front, we have a lot of digital infrastructure like the Swayam MOOCs platform, where more than a million students are coming out of it every year. Then the next version of Swayam, or the Swayam Plus, has courses which are designed in collaboration with industry partners, very much leading industry partners, focusing on the employability of students who pass out through such programs, and we already have about 1 lakh students enrolled on it. Our research ecosystem is really gaining strength. Recently, we launched the Anusandhan National Research Foundation. Our research output is almost double that of the global average, and we are continuously improving our research and innovation, our innovative index. From 76, we are now at 39. So these are indications that our research ecosystem is very vibrant. We have many schemes, not just those run by the Ministry of Education. Ministry of Education runs the Spark scheme and the Gyan scheme. But other than these, there are also programs run by other ministries like DBT, DST, which are all going to benefit from the coming of the National Research Foundation. One very important feature of our research ecosystem today is that instead of spreading ourselves out thinly, we are focusing on some 12 recognized areas which are very critical globally and which are priorities with almost the entire world. Things like emerging technology, sustainability. We have sustainable agriculture, healthcare. These are areas which are very important globally, and in India also we are focusing our research on these areas. Just this week, our minister has launched 3 institutions of eminence in AI. These are on sustainable agriculture, healthcare, and sustainable cities. So this is an indication that on the research front, we have a lot to offer. So as we stand today, we have offerings which can attract almost any country in the world, depending on their priorities. We are good at research. We have a huge number of students, teachers, a very vibrant academic ecosystem, which is now globally aligned. So there's a lot that we have to offer on every front. The second area that I was talking about is the bringing in policy changes to support internationalization. So here we look at initiatives aimed at bringing in students from other countries to study in Indian institutions. We look at institutional collaborations and initiatives that can support these initiatives. We are looking at initiatives or regulations for bringing in foreign institutions to set up campuses in India, and regulations allowing Indian institutions to set up campuses abroad. So for the first one, bringing in students to India, we have this Study in India program, and our effort is on seeing that the entire experience of a student, his or her entry point, on-campus support, and any everything in between, I mean, leading up to possibilities of work experience, everything works positively and very encouragingly for students. So we have, under the Study in India program, which Mr. Chandrasekhar will be talking about in detail, EDSIL is our implementing partner for this. But I would just like to touch upon one thing, that we have launched a portal, Study in India portal, which is a one-stop solution for any student coming to India. So now we are, from the next academic session, we'll be, this portal is actually linked to MEA, MHA, I mean the visa issuing authorities, the FRROs, and the institutions. So all stakeholders are there on a single platform, and so this makes the entry and all visa troubles that the students were facing, this will ease out all these problems. The portal is already in operation, and from the next academic session, we are going to make it mandatory for any student coming for any kind of course, short term, full term, anything, even a student exchange, where a student visa has to be issued. It will have to be done through this portal. When the student registers here, he or she is issued a registration number which will have to be quoted for the visa purposes, and no visa will be issued without this number. So I would request all institutions partnering with Study in India, and even those who are not partnering, if you are looking forward to bringing in students to India, please register on this portal and let it be known that students will have to come in through the portal. The portal has no role in selection of students. That is between the individual student and the university. But this is just an entry point, a window through which they'll have to pass. So this is one policy, and you'll be happy to know that MHA, who's coordinating with us on this portal, they are also shortly going to announce e-visa for students. Now, about the on-campus experience of students, we are also working on this, and UGC had issued guidelines for setting up of international offices. Many have been set up, about 167 such offices have been set up, but what we have realized that many, the faculty or the staff who are running these centers may or may not have the necessary expertise. So we are now working on training them for their roles, in which we are also having a lot of collaboration with other countries. They are partnering with us to bring in the best practices in other countries and training the staff who are responsible for these centers to run it effectively, so that they are able to give the best experience to students on the campuses. Regarding the other issue of which has been raised on many platforms about the giving a chance to the incoming students to work or do internship, we have taken it up with the relevant quarters, and we are hopeful of some outcome in this regard also. Next is a very important regulation that has come in for setting up of campuses of foreign institutions in India. There are two sets of such regulations. One is the one for Gift City, under which institutions can set up campuses in Gift City, and 2 Australian universities have already started their operations there, as you know, Deacon's and Wollongong. The other is the UGC regulation for the rest of the country, under which we have recently given permission to University of Southampton in UK to set up their branch campus. We are very eagerly waiting for applications and interest from other universities. We are very happy. We would be very happy to welcome them to India. We have about 1.3 million students going out to study every year. And against this, we have 43 million students who are enrolled in higher education institutions in the country. For these students, we want to give them a global exposure. We want to give them the best quality education. So we would be very happy to welcome foreign universities to set up their campuses here in India. They just have to satisfy the condition of being in the top 500 ranked either overall or subject-wise, or they can have some expertise in a special area. And they can come in individually, they can come in as in partnership with other institutions or in joint ventures with Indian institutions. All we ask for is that the quality of education that they give in the Indian campus should be of the same quality as the campus, as the home campus. And we will recognize all their degrees as equivalent to the degrees that they are in India, so that there is, credit transfer and all is easy. So we really look forward to other universities coming up to set up campuses here. Similarly, we have regulations for Indian universities to set up campuses abroad. UGC has this regulation for deemed universities, under which many universities have set up campuses. There are many campuses of private universities, including Symbiosis, which are operating in other countries. And now we have 2 campuses of IITs also, one in Zanzibar and the other in Abu Dhabi. So this is another way in which we are spreading our footprints across the world and attracting, students to the Indian education ecosystem. Apart from these, we also are looking forward to institution-level collaborations, for which there are, UGC has brought in the regulation for joint degree, dual degree and twinnings. Even without these regulations, there were many institutions who were partnering with their counterparts in other countries. But now with this regulation, we have found about 250 institutions who can come into this fray, who are not originally in it, and but who have the competency to do this. And we would, at every, whether it's a government-to-government interaction or whether it is our interaction with other universities or different fora, even through the Ministry of our missions abroad, we are spreading this word that, we have so many institutions who can collaborate with other institutions in research, in building of curriculum, in teacher or faculty or student exchanges. And so, we would like to welcome such kind of collaborations. So, coming to the last one, where we talk about bringing all stakeholders on board so that our interaction with other countries can really be deep and meaningful and sustained. So, here what we are looking at is collaboration between academia, industry, and policy makers. We have such interactions. Of late, we are having such interactions with several countries. Like with US, we have a whole range of interactions where at one end we have this ISET, the Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies, which is a very research-focused engagement. And then we have working groups where we are discussing issues like skilling, institutional collaboration, mutual recognition of qualifications, so this entire range of every important issue that goes into such collaborations is being discussed. Similarly, we have very deep connect with other countries like UK, Australia, where we are working on several areas of collaboration and collaborations and wherever we come across any policy hurdles, we are trying to smoothen those out so that the interaction and the engagement can be meaningful. What we are looking forward to is more and more industry collaboration, more and more to make it possible, to give a work experience to students, to have curriculum that are focused on employability of students, that are focused on building the skills required for the coming years, coming century. So this kind of collaboration is what we are looking for, and from every platform, that whether it is bilateral or multilateral, this is what we have been focusing on. So the 12 areas of research that we are prioritizing, we are also prioritizing those areas for any kind of work-related experience, work-related, future of work-related engagement. So we look forward to more such collaborations and expansion of these collaborations, and we look forward to engagement between academia, industry, and us in the government, so that the future path for such collaboration can be smoothened and we can really have meaningful engagements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your crisp presentation. And this is what you do every day, so it really comes out from the heart. And I can imagine the kind of work. Let me tell you that on behalf of Aston, I'm sure it will be the next university that you will see in India very soon. Now, I think I just got the news that the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, has a program tomorrow, so there would be a SPG cordoning off of this campus, and therefore we need to finish fast. So sorry, but each one of you will get not more than 3 minutes of your time, of our time, and of their time. So try and be crisp. We would be happy if you can quote some examples like case studies or something like that, which especially from the University of Southampton, that you now are a part of the internationalization process in the Indian ecosystem, having brought, I would say yours is probably the first university to come on mainland India. Gift City is a gift, so it's tucked away. But, just want to know what are the kind of challenges you faced, or was it an easy way through, and what do you plan to do here?
Okay, good. Thank you very much. So I'm Andrew Atherton, I'm Vice President International at the University of Southampton. And actually, before I start, I'd like to say a little word about my colleague next to me, because I used to work at Lancaster University, and we set up the first sub-Saharan campus in Ghana, in East Legon. And we worked with Francis' colleagues, actually, who were wonderful colleagues to work with. And I think that's one thing I'll come back to for India. So thank you to Francis and colleagues, because it was a great experience setting up a campus in Ghana and Sub-Saharan Africa. We submitted the application to establish a campus here in India on the 31st of January this year, 2024. That was on the basis of the draft regulations being circulated January 2023 and then being finalised the end of November 2023. And we received our handover of the approval on the 29th of August this year. So the first key message I'd like to give is that this is fast. To put an application in on the 31st of January and less than 7 months later to receive an approval is a very impressive process. And I think it's important to say, because there are a lot of countries that want to attract international universities to set up a campus, very few would process an application as quickly as that. The second point I'd like to make about the regulations, and thank you to colleagues at the Ministry of Education and also in University Grants Commission, is if you read those regulations, they are some of, if not the most enabling regulations to establish a campus globally. UGC and the Ministry of Education spent a lot of time, talked to a lot of countries, looked at what worked in other countries, and used that time between the drafting and the finalisation of the regulations to create a framework that is highly enabling of universities to come in. The third point I'd like to make around that is that quality has not been compromised in that process. So although we've moved at speed, and although the regulations are highly enabling, it is absolutely clear that we are not looking at setting up campuses in India that are different in terms of quality and provision to the campus in the original jurisdictional home of the university. So, for example, for the University of Southampton, we have committed and guaranteed that the degree that a student will get in India will be exactly the same as the degree that a student would get in the UK. Same structure, same modules, same credits, same assessment framework, same marking, and actually all of it will be taken through the same academic boards to ensure that quality is there. So a student who studies for a University of Southampton degree in India knows it will be exactly the same and will look no different to that degree if awarded in the UK. And that's really, really important. 2 final points, 5 points in total, 2 final points. The world is changing. The title of this session is Changing Paradigms. And one of the reasons why, from our perspective, international campuses are so important is we in some ways have been slightly arrogant as universities historically, certainly in the north. We have thought that students will come from all over the world to our lovely university campus in the UK or in the US or wherever. And there is an element of arrogance in that because, of course, that implies a one-way flow. The really exciting thing about international campuses is we are changing the paradigm. So whereas the historical paradigm might have been we expect the student to come to us, the international campus development paradigm is the university goes to the student. And that's a huge shift culturally, psychologically, and philosophically. And it's one that gives respect to those students and to the countries that those students come from. So I believe actually that international campuses have a huge role to play in terms of building that globalization of respect and integrity in terms of provision of higher education. And then the last point that relates to that, and this is very, very important to us, and I have to say I'm going to slightly disagree with my colleague from the ministry, but hopefully in a helpful way. The campus that we are setting up in India is exactly the same for us as all the campuses that we have in Southampton in the southeast of England. It's the same as the campus that we have where our School of Art is in Winchester, which is about 15 miles north of Southampton. Just because we're setting up a campus under a set of regulations in another jurisdiction doesn't mean that we see it differently from any other campus. It has to be the same. It has to be seen as integrally and fundamentally part of our university wherever it is in the world. And so our commitment is that it has that equivalence in terms not just of the degree, but of the student experience. And perhaps as importantly, for the faculty member of staff, we will be expecting them to operate in exactly the same way that we would expect a member of faculty in the UK. So they are not teaching only, they undertake research, and they engage in enterprise and innovation, and they engage in engagement in their local community here in Greater Delhi. And that's really, really important, because if we can get to the point where there is no such thing as a branch campus, we can get to the point where there are multi-nodal global universities where all the campuses are equivalent and all equally part of the university. I think at that point we are creating a new model for higher education that is both locally respectful and globally sensitive and engaged. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Andrew, and thank you for the good words about the process that you went through in our country. Let me move on to Professor Francis. Professor Francis, we always talk about the South-South collaborations, and what do you really look at India when you think of collaborations with either Indian universities or maybe government-to-government collaborations that you represent, the Tertiary Education Commission of Ghana?
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and good afternoon to distinguished academicians and industry here. Ghana is welcoming to India. Over the years, in fact, India's presence in Ghana has dated back way back from 1970s. So we've had teachers in India affecting our tertiary sector as well as our secondary sector. So India is very welcoming. There is a big policy in Ghana that has increased the gross tertiary enrollment ratio in Ghana from as low as 5% to now 22%. And that big policy is the free senior high school project that has started over 7 years ago. And that policy ensures that every basic school student gets access to secondary education. And in so doing, there's so much market for students that are getting into the university. So there's so much space for India to set up, and as my colleague has said, said it here. Lancaster University set up a campus in Ghana, and they had all the support that they should get. We target to do it between 1 month to 6 months, maximum of 6 months. And we are empowered under the Education Regulations Act to ensure internationalization. And in fact, for all our universities, we allow 10% of admissions to be reserved for international students, as well as ensuring that other students, international students, have a very cultural experience and they are interlinked. We have various arrangements that ensure that international universities are well set up. I want to draw attention to the Global Convention on Higher Education, as well as the Addis Ababa Convention that also helps with transnational education. So you can transfer grades from India to Ghana, Ghana to any other country, etc., and you have education and linkages with industry. In Ghana, open days are very common. Every year, every university is encouraged to have an open day, and the open day allows for industry to interact with the universities and academia. Additionally, in Ghana, if you go to the university, you have to have, at the end of the university, for you to do national service. Currently, the present government has put that away, such that industry can go straight to the university and pick up graduates. The last point I want to make is that I am personally a product of internationalization. I schooled in Newcastle upon Tyne, UK. I schooled in USA, North Carolina State University. I schooled in University of Bremen. There's this talk about brain drain, but I would say that the international world is not taking Africa's best minds, because quite a number of best minds get back to Ghana, and quite a number of them get back to Africa and get back to setting up businesses, setting up schools, setting up industries. Currently in Ghana, we have over 130 private universities, and most of them are driven by Ghanaians that studied abroad that have come back with the experience and then moving the nation forward, practically and in various ways to help solve problems. Thank you, and if I had the time, I'll go on and on and on.
Thank you, Professor Francis. Thank you so much. I mean, I was quite surprised to know more than 130 you said, right? Universities in Ghana. I'm sure you attract students from the neighborhood countries as well. We need to collaborate with, and I've always said this, that when you look at collaborations, it's always UK, US, Europe. It's high time we start looking at each other and start collaborating on various, definitely on research. Moving on to IITs, I mean, I'm surprised, to see the recent trend of IITs, focusing on internationalization. Is it for rankings or is it for something else? I mean, let us know. Because earlier you all were such a closed system, I eat, breathe internationalization. If you spoke to IITs maybe 10, 15 years ago, they were not even bothered whether they would have any international students or no. But now, like us, you all are also in the race.
Thank you for being on the spot. But more importantly, it's unfair to expect a professor to speak for 3 minutes. Right? I can't, we never go into a classroom with less than 50 minutes. But so that basically means all the philosophizing is out. 3 minutes, I just want to very quickly tell you the 3 new things that IIT Madras is doing. And the answer to the question is not ranking, definitely not the way I think about it. I think I've studied in the US. I know how countries become successful. It's diversity in educational institutions. It's absolutely without that I have not seen a single country succeed, and US is a great example of that. So I think we have fought too long, been too insular, and I think it's time to open up, and I'm very happy doing it. But I just want to talk about 3 things that IIT Madras is doing, which might be slightly different from some of the things that we heard here. Of course, the first thing is very similar, which is what we have been, and I've personally been very involved in. It's setting up the IIT Madras Zanzibar campus. We are in the 2nd year of our operation. It's just been such a fantastic learning experience. And challenges and joys and struggles of each. That's really fantastic. Just one thing that I want to say about this campus in the short time is that when we talk about campuses outside our own countries, we typically talk about campuses that will teach, give degrees, and so on. That seems to be the focus most of the time. I just want to point out one slight difference in the way in which we are approaching IIT Madras Zanzibar campus. We are approaching IIT Madras Zanzibar campus as a microcosm of the IIT Madras campus. So we're not thinking of IIT Madras Zanzibar campus as a degree-granting institute alone, but it's an institute where research will be pursued, consultancy will be done, innovation, entrepreneurship, incubation, all of those that we are good at IIT Madras will happen. So that's a difference for us. When we go to a different country and start a campus, we just don't want to give IIT Madras. That's one point. I think this is my first minute. Big initiative that we have taken is the following. So there are many ways to go outside your country. This IIT Madras Zanzibar is a very heavy duty way of doing it. Ministry is involved, been very helpful. Nonetheless, there are two governments, an institute, who pays for what. All of those are questions that we need to answer. And all of these are hard questions. So this is a very complicated way of going to a country outside, particularly if you're talking about doing a holistic university and not a degree granting institute. So we have been thinking about how we can do other things in a lightweight form. So we started something called IITM Global. We have learned a lot in terms of incubation, startups, IP, and so on. Is it possible to just take those aspects of IIT Madras to countries outside of India and then set up what is called IITM Global? I can speak a lot about it, but this is a model where there are three pillars that we are talking about. One pillar is actually research. How do we get research done through the IIT Madras ecosystem for the world is one pillar that we are looking at. At IIT Madras, there's been a lot of focus on IPs and commercialization and so on. We are currently at about 380 IPs a year, which is an IP a day almost. So how do we commercialize this IP? Are there opportunities outside the country that we can use to commercialize this IP? So that's the second pillar that we are talking about. And our research park has been extremely successful. We have had several startups that do very well, which are looking for global markets and so on. How do we take our startups outside? So putting these three pillars together, we have something called IIT Madras Global, and hopefully the first global center will be announced in the next few days. So that's the second model that we are taking, which I thought is slightly different from what we have been talking about here. The third thing I'll quickly talk about is what we are going to announce next week, which is what we are calling a trans campus between TU Dresden, Germany, and IIT Madras. This is kind of a hybrid physical online campus where we are going to associate a certain number of faculty from IIT Madras for this trans campus, certain number of faculty from TU Dresden for this trans campus. They'll get 15% appointment across universities. And the nature of the way we are doing this is anything that comes out of this has to be inherently and organically joined, whether it's a program, it's a PhD, it's a research, it's IP filing, it's incubation, innovation. Everything is inherently and jointly done. So you can think of this as a joint campus. If two universities got together and said, okay, let me make a joint campus here, but take the concept, flip it a little, make it half physical, half online, distributed facility, and so on. So this, we believe, will work really well, and we're going to start this next week and see what happens. So I stop there.
Where is the physical campus with TU Dresden?
So there is no physical campus. Okay. So the 15% of the faculty who are associated with these campuses will use their facility. So it's like a distributed physical facility.
I think like always IIT Madras comes up with all the innovations. This is one innovation and internationalization. Excellent. That's really good. May I move on to the next IIT professor? Professor Vimal. IIT Roorkee, we know that you have been in the process of internationalization. Maybe you could share a few of your case studies.
Okay. Thank you, FICCI, and thank you giving this opportunity to speak. So, first, when we're speaking about IIT Roorkee, so we are the oldest technical institution in whole of Asia. So, established in 1847. Remember, 1847, not 1947. So, okay, so we are now 177. And that means we have been adapting changes in the education a lot. And since there was no engineering education, we started, and now we are adapting everything. So what we are currently, what we are doing is that IIT Roorkee always had very good number of international students before being converted into an IIT system. And we have very good alumni base in Nepal, roughly 3,000 plus alumni, in Ethiopia, in lot of places, including in Ghana, we have some alumni. And in Tanzania, where Zanzibar is there, we have more alumni than maybe IIT Madras itself. So we have a strong presence in ASEAN countries as well. We have been focusing a lot with respect to what Raghu said. It is not only attracting international students, but also doing a lot of research and venturing out into other areas where we can collaborate with foreign universities. So IIT Roorkee is focusing on three key aspects: water, energy, and food. And taking into these three considerations, there certainly we have to use the data science, molecular, all these machine learnings and other tricks for these. And what we are doing is that we are focusing a lot on these aspects. And because, see, if you want to attract more international students, we need to have programs which can attract students from African countries, ASEAN, where the need is there. Okay, so need for civil infrastructure will be more in countries which are developing. So we are continuously doing a lot of stuff related to that, and we are focusing a lot on all these aspects. We have recently ventured out not only in the Africa, but now in Central Asian countries. We have recently announced a program with Uzbekistan. We're doing a lot of stuff related to water. Since we are close to Himalayas, where all the stuffs were related to river water hydrology, everything related to climate change and others. So not only in Himalayas, now we are venturing into Hindu Kush and Karakoram, because these data are also strategic for the country. And we are venturing for research in these areas where nobody has ventured. Next month, we are going to announce a Roorkee Kyoto Water Center, which will be established in Kyoto University in Japan itself. Okay, and so these are the, so similarly for energy also, and we are venturing into this. IIT Roorkee certainly has highest number of foreign students among all IIT systems. We don't have in UG, but in PG and PhD we have lot more numbers, roughly 300. This year we got 120 admissions, and last year I think more than 70 students, foreign students, actually got degree from our campus. So this is there. Also we are venturing out for joint and master's PhD program. With Taiwan, we are focusing on semiconductor. So we started a master's program in semiconductor with 3 Taiwan universities. Now we are going for PhD, and certainly a lot of research. So there are focused themes in which different countries where how we are working. Similarly, we have started dual PhD programs with French universities, with UK, with Japan and Australia, but in different fields. Robotics, we are going with France. So we have some vision of ourselves through which we are working. And there are certainly some challenges with respect to joint and academic programs. Already mentioned by Madam Prasad that the credit transfer, the most bottleneck is the academic calendar. It's a challenge within the institute, outside the institute also. Starting new programs which can be attractive to both the nations. My colleagues which are there from foreign universities, it is very high time. The way the progress is being made in different countries with respect to research infrastructure, our academic infrastructure, there is need for to have more joint master's degree program. Until unless we do now, right now, we cannot, we don't have much opportunity later on. So it is very high time. Certainly there are bottlenecks with respect to all these aspects. We are looking for further collaboration, and there are certainly many other bottlenecks with respect to international projects. And the industry clusters have to come together. We are not only venturing outside for academic collaboration, we are now focusing lot of collaboration with industry partners. So last 2-3 visits that I have done, one visit I did UK, where I did not visit any academic institution. I only visited industry partners. So not only in India, we have to meet industry partners outside, but Raghu mentioned, we want to take our technology not only in India to other countries. And if we have to do that, the international partnerships have to be very critical. You can see the type of academic centers we are starting, and these are the centers which will actually do the cutting edge research and competing with the global partners, as well as doing partnership in new areas and new global places that we want to do. So I think we are very thankful to the ministry for doing, facilitating lot of things, and we can now venture out. We can fly globally and compete globally. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I must say that, yes, we must thank the ministry, because it's otherwise in a public ecosystem, it's very difficult to do what both of you have been doing. And I must say, with my own personal experience, having set up Symbiosis in Dubai, I must formally thank you in front of the large audience, because the kind of opening of channels that you see from the ministry is amazing. I mean, it's so fast track. I think it has come out so well during this session. Now over to Mr. Chandrasekhar. I think the biggest challenge that India faces today is just the 50,000 number of foreign students as against, some say 10 lakh, some say 7 lakh, whatever it is, but a huge number of Indian students that move outside. So what are the new things that you plan to do to attract foreign students to India? How do we increase this number from 50,000 to 200,000, which is a very ambitious plan? Maybe over to you, but now you have only 2 minutes.
I can just say, yes, Neeta, Joint Secretary, has already covered major of the points. Many are covered. I could simply tell that. But yes, very interesting to see that the Study in India program is the flagship initiative of the Ministry of Education. It has taken the responsibility of educating international students, attracting international students to higher education institutions in India. Of course, I will not tell about the credibility of Indian institutions, because two stalwarts are sitting flagging behind left and right. So that itself is a more flamboyant institutions with have its own eminence. Objective of Study in India is only to attract institutions. Many institutions here are partner directly, indirectly. When I wouldn't say the ministry has mandated that all institutions registered coming through Government of India regulations are established, are part of Study in India. But we take it as a partner because they come to the portal, register themselves, put their information, what is needed to the international learners, about the facility, about the faculty and so on. That's why this portal, Study in India portal, is a comprehensive single source of information for international students to access information and be able to apply through the same portal and seek admissions seamlessly. That's a seamless experience is what we had proposed. It's a dynamic portal. Now many institutions are experiencing as I speak. Professor Vimal was sharing that there are 70 students who they have offered admission through Study in India portal. That itself is one. And many institutions have offered, including Symbiosis, have gone in numbers. So the simple dynamic feature, what I wanted to present here is the students apply, institutions can access this information, offer admission letters through the same portal. There are no criteria which an administrator like us do that. It is between the learner and the institute who play the interface, and it is for them. The very key thing, important factor with this year, we have already tried and tested the module is the visa features. The online visa is already enabled. I am sure as I speak, there are 2 notices which has been already pursued. The ministry has approved. One is the e-student visa and the online visa. Online visa was anyway, MEA has already promulgated this feature, and we have integrated into the Study in India portal, very simple. And for the e-visa, what is e-visa? There's a difference between e-visa and the online visa. Online visa is directly access the MEA portal. Students, any students having got admission, having secured an admission, having an offer letter, just straight away applies to the MEA portal and get the visa. E-visa is a process which is we have enabled in the Study in India portal. On the first year of admission, students, international students apply to the Study in India portal, and the institute's compliance officers need to upload the fee certificate. Then the e-visa is immediately sanctioned on the S1 and S3 category. You may look at the Study in India portal, there is a circular. So these are the new features we have added. It means that we are giving a seamless student experience, not facing any difficulty in getting admission to the Indian higher education institutions. So this is one portal becoming very dynamic, very popular. I'm sure institutions will be able to access this portal and allow experience. Again, coming back, one important feature which JS also mentioned about Study in India Student ID. Any students have to come to Study in India, need to have a Study in India Student ID, which will be mandatory for issue of these visas. In addition, my team has been sending Google Forms to many of the institutions. Those who have not enrolled in Study in India portal may supply those information. So we are trying to create a kind of system which will be faster, easier and accessible. And more so, while we are looking at this student recruitment, the program objective have gone wider, not only looking at this formal courses, short courses, the executive kind of programs, and the kind of joint degrees, dual degrees will all be embedded, will all come through this Study in India portal. In addition, there are also capacity building activities happening, which we are told about how the international officers can really improve their efficiency of functioning in terms of attracting Indian students. I think social media has gone much. We are also trying to do well. We do outreach programs in several of the countries. There are also social media happening. I would encourage each of the higher education institutions to strengthen their social media team. While we have a huge database of learners who are accessing our portal, your portal also, while we are getting social media hits, you should also be getting that. So that's the social media marketing will reach the increased number of enrollment in higher education institutions. I'm sure I will stop here. I think I have covered most of the features, or at least the portal which was important while we had, from the last 1 year, we had increased the dimensions of the activities and the features. I'm sure there will be a seamless international students accessing the information and coming to study in India.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrasekhar. And I've actually he displayed this portal in a recent conference that we had in Dubai with about 100 plus school principals. And they all, I mean, he got a standing ovation for this. Everybody stood up and clapped because they were not aware that such a portal existed, and they were not aware of this whole process, and they felt it was so seamless. They were really happy. So I must congratulate you. We stop here now. I think this whole process of internationalization has been very exciting, right from international campuses in India to Indian campuses going outside India. To someone from Ghana who has been himself a practitioner of internationalization, to someone who's governing internationalization, and my dear friend Professor Alex Subik, who gave an excellent discourse on University 4.0. I think it's all about globalization impacting our lives, impacting higher education. So thank you very much, dear panelists, for the wonderful inputs from each one of you. And thank you. We have a great audience. I wish we had time for question and answers, but I know we don't. Yes. So I stop here, and thank you once again.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am. And before we close this session, I would request all our panelists to kindly come together for a group photograph, ma'am. And let's once again put our hands together for that wonderful session we had. And requesting everyone to kindly remain seated as we straight away move into the next session. Just give us some time to arrange the top table for the next session. Thank you. So next session is also a panel discussion session on building a thriving higher education ecosystem with effective governance and faculty. One of our very important discussions that we are going to have. Requesting everybody to kindly remain seated as we are straight away moving into the next session. Before 4:30, certainly, ma'am. Certainly. हाँ हाँ 4:30 से पहले ख़त्म करना ही है मैम हमें, बिकॉज हमें 5 बजे सारा क्लोज करना है.
हो दिया ना ये वाला सेशन एंड कब यही दिया वी आर इनटू द सेशन
3:30
सेशन स्टार्ट हाँ
4:15 है. 4:15.
नहीं देंगे
So, ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite our distinguished moderator for this session, Dr. Rajesh Saxena, onto the stage. Dr. Rajan Saxena, may I request you, sir, to kindly come up on the stage. Dr. Rajan Saxena, who is our distinguished moderator, advisor FICCI, and former Vice Chancellor NIMS, deemed university, and strategic advisor, Aditya Group of Institutions. So let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Rajan Saxena, who is also a well-renowned academic, leader, and former Vice Chancellor of NIMS deemed university. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And I think, sir, is most well-suited to steer the discussions toward actionable insights and meaningful takeaways of this session. I invite our eminent panelists, Professor Basudkar Jagdishwar Rao, who is a distinguished academic and researcher currently serving as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Hyderabad, has a strong background in molecular biology and biotechnology, and is recognized for significant contribution to cancer research. Also inviting Dr. Sekar Vishwanathan, who is a key figure in the leadership team at Vellore Institute of Technology, one of India's leading private universities, and as the Vice President, he has played a vital role in driving VIT's vision of becoming a global leader in higher education. Inviting Professor Rajita Kulkarni, who is a transformative leader and educator serving as the President of Sri Sri University, known for her focus on holistic education and value-based leadership. She has been instrumental in guiding the university's mission of combining modern education with ancient wisdom. We welcome Professor Ajay Batish, who is a highly respected academic leader at Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, where he oversees partnerships, accreditations, and strategic initiatives. His leadership has been crucial in fostering industry-academia collaboration. We are also privileged to invite Dr. Janet Muir, who is a senior academic leader of George Mason University at the United States, serving as the Vice President of Academic Affairs, is a scholar in communication studies, and has extensive experience in academic administration. Dr. Balakrishna Shankar, who is an accomplished academic leader in the field of engineering education and currently serving as the Dean of Engineering at Amrita Vishwas Vidyapeetham, is known for his focus on experimental learning. And I am now privileged to hand over to our moderator, Dr. Rajan Saxena, to kindly carry forward the proceedings of the session. And I would request you, sir, to kindly conclude in 40 minutes.
In management, this is what we call it as the theory of constraints. Priyanka, some water bottle there. Pani ka bottle. Pani. Yeah, even I was surprised. I was surprised. Let's. She's just getting some water bottles. One. Good afternoon, friends. And, we have a tough job over here from 1 hour 15 minutes to 40 minutes. This is what we call it as, in the management world, we call it as that how do you manage it with all the constraints, and therefore we are going to be doing that kind of an exercise of trying to manage the best that we can within this 40 minutes. The session is on the education ecosystem, and how do we strengthen this whole education ecosystem with the governance and the faculty, what role that has, the institutional governance and the institution and the faculty itself. Well, when we start looking at the whole ecosystem of higher education, we do realize that this is one area that has been radically or that has been dramatically been changing over the last couple of years. Particularly in the last 1 decade, there has been a rapid changes in this ecosystem. Be it in the area of demographics, the student demographics, how the student demographics have changed, and therefore the student expectations that are there today from the universities, from the higher education institutions itself, or the faculty. The faculty itself, the way that the quality of faculty that we draw, the profile of the faculty that we are getting, the community's expectation from the institutions, for example. And the next is obviously the industry engagement, the whole aspect of what the industry is really looking for, and what is it that needs to be done now to be able to meet the needs of the industry itself. We also realize that the technology environment, the technological environment of the higher education system has radically changed with the AI and the machine learning, or for that matter, let us say, even now the cloud technology, which has really helped us to ensure that there is a 24/7 learning possible itself. There's a great degree of possibility of that kind of a learning itself. Well, this kind of an ecosystem which is there, clearly this has a tremendous kind of bearing on the institutional governance itself. And there are challenges there today, the governance challenges that are there. And the challenge of transparency, the challenge engagement, the challenge in terms of ensuring that there is an ethical behavior or ethical conduct within the institutions. And not only so, that the challenge of ensuring that the priorities of the institutions are well achieved in a certain kind of a time period itself. And faculty have a role in all this, the faculty-led governance that we talk about in the higher education institution. So I have a very distinguished panel over here, and with Janet Muir right there, on my extreme left, who comes from George Mason University, Dr. Ajay over here, Batish, who's from the Thapar Institute, Dr. Shekhar Vishwanathan, the Pro-Chancellor of the VIT, the Vellore Institute of Technology, Rajita Kulkarni, President of the Sri Sri University, and there we have Professor Jagdishwar Rao from the Central University in Hyderabad. And and we have, right. So with this, let me start by, first of all, moving towards, or let's asking each one of my panelist friends to tell us as to what is the kind of one single major change in the ecosystem that they see in their own environment. Maybe we'll start with Janet Yu, coming over from the US. Tell us one single major development that has had a bearing on George Mason University.
All right, thank you. Have the Americans start first. That's really wonderful. First, let me just say quickly, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm learning so much. I feel like I'm a sponge, absorbing so much about the culture and the people, and I just feel very grateful to be here. And quickly to tell you a little bit about George Mason University, in case you're not familiar with it. We are the largest public university in the state of Virginia. We are our Research One institution, and we are right outside of Washington, D.C. So it is a very vibrant community with 11 different colleges and schools that include areas like computer engineering, business, conflict analysis and resolution, public policy, and so forth. Very, very vibrant area. I think, of course, one of the most important things that's happened is that the technology has dramatically increased our abilities to shrink our world, in that we can have these conversations that for many, many years we couldn't. And we have a branch campus in Korea that we started 10 years ago. And the difference in technology and our abilities to build this eco-structure together 14 hours apart has been incredible. And I think that has been an amazing thing that we have to continually be aware of and evolve in as we think about how we advance in the future.
Thank you. Ajay, would you like to tell about what has been one single kind of a change in the ecosystem that has impacted Thapar Institute in the last 5 years or 10 years?
Well, can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ajay, and I'm the Chief Academic Officer and the Deputy Director of Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology. To your question, sir, my understanding of how ecosystem has changed is, if I compare my time when I was a student like almost 35, 40 years ago to today, is how vastly things have changed from that point in time. If I look back, say like 200 years ago or 150 years ago, who were the teachers in the classroom at that time? We didn't have like this formal teacher that we know of today. Practitioners used to go to the classes and teach. And over the next 50, 100 years, so what did they bring into the classroom was a lot of experiential education. So whatever they practiced, they would bring that to the classroom. I think 1950s, 60s onwards, a traditional teacher, which we know of today, took over. And the paradigm completely moved 180 degrees, right? So we moved away from that completely practitioner-oriented education to now much more theoretical education paradigm. The students also in the last 30, 40 years have completely changed. So the teacher at that point in time, when I was a student, was like a sage on the stage, which we thought is the repository of all the knowledge in the world. He is the one-stop to all solutions that you are looking forward to. And so teachers stood at that high pedestal and believed that he knows everything. The students came to the classes because the only way they can possibly get education was coming to the class and possibly going through the class system. Now, 30, 40 years, and the most recently, like 5, 10 years, if you, or maybe 15 years, if you go back, the paradigm has completely changed. The education paradigm has moved away from the textbookish, content-based education to now more outcome-based, project-led, experiential, research-inspired, self-directed education. Now, with this change happening, today's student is not willing to come to the class if we are going to give them something which is already there in the textbook or is lying on his palm top or a laptop, right, which he can actually just simply open up and study. If the teacher is going to teach the same thing which he taught like 40 years ago and is readily available in the form of on Google or somewhere else, he is not going to come to your class. So how do you bring the students back to the classrooms is something that is completely affecting the ecosystem today. For that, the example which I gave you of practitioners actually teaching some many, like 100 years ago, I think we need to bring back part of it. Good teaching, experiential balance needs to be brought in so that when students come to the class, they know that they are going to get something which is not available readily on some ChatGPT or somewhere on Google or somewhere else. So they come here, they come to the class for an experience, and that experiential education is today's need of the hour. I believe the largest change in the ecosystem in the last 15 years has come in because of the way now we conduct our classes.
Thank you very much. So here is what we see that the role of the faculty, how the faculty roles are shifting. The challenge for the faculty is in terms of getting the student back to the class. How do you get the student interested, which is where we have Ajay talking about it, Dr. Ajay talking about from the point of view of the demographics and also the whole learning system and the whole learning pedagogies that are really changing. Shekhar, you have been heading by VIT for a long time, and it's a great engineering institution which today occupies a place in a global ranking, also in a global rank part of it. What is the kind of single most important change that you would have seen in the ecosystem of VIT, particularly from a global perspective?
Yeah. Thank you, Professor. Good evening, everybody. I'm going to be saying something similar to what Dr. Ajay was mentioning. I think the connected world has changed everything. So what happens in your institution is not restricted to your institution. It's known everywhere and vice versa. So especially the student community has completely gone through a big change with the social media and all the connectivity. I feel that some of the faculty members are yet to catch up with the student community, and I'm sure it will happen. So I will stop now and then. That's the biggest change.
Right. So in terms of connectivity is the one that we are really talking about, the interconnectedness that we see today at the global level. And therefore, it has a kind of a great bearing for an institution's evolution itself, no matter from which part of the world are you really there. Dr. Rajita Kulkarni, you are heading a very different kind of a university that has based on a strong value system itself. So what is the kind of major change that you see, or what is the ecosystem that you see in the eastern part of India where you are located at?
Thank you, Dr. Saxena, and thank you, FICCI, for yet another edition of our International Education Summit. So, of course, a lot has been said already by Janet and Dr. Janet, Dr. Ajay, and Dr. Shekhar. But one thing I would like to bring in the angle, of course, all this is true. We have become a more interconnected, intermingled, interdependent world. So our campus on Bhubaneswar, what happens in Bhubaneswar goes to Boston, and like you said, Shekhar, vice versa. But couple of things, Dr. Saxena, I saw especially after COVID, which have definitely happened all over the world, and therefore in our ecosystem also, is the impact COVID has had on people's mental health. I saw, especially after COVID, students, not just on our campus, but other campuses also, more anxious, more unable to deal with their mental, emotional, well-being. And I always say this, we are cultivating a 10-minute generation. If a Zepto or a Blinkit or an Instamart doesn't deliver in 10 minutes, the level of anxiety increases. So this is definitely one thing I'm seeing is changing in the world around us, a sense of impatience, a sense of discontentment in humanity in general. And that is reflecting, of course, in the microcosm of campuses as well. So that becomes an important focus area. The second aspect is, because of this whole interconnectedness that was being spoken about, I think 3 things have changed. First is, information is no longer capital, insight is. Today we are swimming in an ocean of information, and that is no longer a capital. How we derive insight out of it has become our capital. Number 2, ability to focus has become a capital. I mean, those of us who are in classrooms know that keeping an attention of a child for a couple of minutes is a big achievement today. So that is a big change over the last decade and in the last years. And the third is getting meaningful access. Today, access has become very easy through social media. I can see what, for example, Mark Zuckerberg has done this morning. But that is a general access. Getting meaningful access for deep insight has become a capital. So I think these 3 things have evolved and changed, and is therefore impacting our student community, our faculty community, and overall our stakeholders in general. So these are from my perspective.
Thank you very much. From a public university point of view, Professor Jagdishwar.
I am Professor B.J. Rao, Vice Chancellor, Hyderabad Central University. I represent public university space in the country. I just want to make 3 important points. India is a very large country, very, very diverse country. India by itself is a universe. In University of Hyderabad, we are trying to do an experiment where first generation learners come in and they get access to high quality digital education tools. So accessibility has improved tremendously. The content that they were not able to access few years ago is easily accessible, both at the student level as well as at the teacher level. This is one big sea change in public university spaces. The only limiting factor is you should have deep desire to learn. Everything is available to you at free cost. That's number 1. Number 2, the real deep divide between the teacher and the taught is fading away. I see the teachers are student, they are learning all the time, they have to. Students are teacher, they are teaching themselves. If the digital access, resources are available at their fingertips, they go to the library, they learn themselves. So this is a big transformation where teacher is a student, student is a teacher, and they propel each other. This is number 2. Number 3, we are able to now motivate the so-called less motivated minds also, because everything is so visible, so easily accessible, you just have to go and grab it. So the entire mindset in the educational space is changing. If we can now emotionalize this so that learning becomes deeper, I think we'll become winners. I think we are moving in that direction at public university places such as University of Hyderabad. These are exciting times.
Thank you very much, Professor Rao. And you very rightly said that the entire challenges in terms of the area of learning system itself, that if you are able to really provide that kind of a learning environment and a learning system, then obviously the entire world is open to an institution, which is particularly when we start talking about the public university. But now, of course, we are also having a very largely funded, even the private sector universities, to whom also the same kind of a challenge exists. Professor Shankar, you come from the Amrita University. And one very quick kind of a change that you would have seen in Amrita's ecosystem, after which I'd like to move towards the second part of the mind. discussion.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Balashankar from Amrita University. As the speakers have said, the necessity of the teacher to innovate has become much more than ever before. Because the student, as Professor said, already knows the subject, most of it. All the information is available to him. In fact, I've had students who are able to predict what questions the teacher will ask in the exam because they go to Google and GitHub and do that. That's the first point. So how do you make the classroom interesting and relevant to the student? Why should he feel he should come to your class if he's already getting the information elsewhere? So the necessity to innovate and necessity to have experiential learning, practical lab sessions, etc. has increased more than ever before. So give them, hands-on experience where they solve real-life problems. Give them experiential learning. The other thing is as she said, Professor Rajita said, the mental health of students is really reduced, especially after COVID. The strength that they have, in spite of the fact that they have tremendous knowledge information, their capacity to face even small challenges in life has greatly reduced. So the emphasis now is how to give them a holistic education, how to give them not only the IQ, but the EQ and the SQ, the spiritual quotient to face life and its ups and downs, and to give them a holistic education is the next imperative need of the hour. That's the comments I have to say now.
Thank you, sir. Well, we'll take now if these are some of the kind of changes that we are talking about in our ecosystem, and if we were to just simply put all these changes together into one single kind of an implication for a higher education institution, it is the challenge of learning. How do you ensure that the learning culture within the higher education system is really developed in such a manner that the students who are coming over feel interested to come over and learn from the faculty? And clearly from this kind of a point, as also from the point of view of the faculty, it is the role that the faculty is, the faculty role which is today drastically changing, given the kind of technology that we are really talking about it. It is in this kind of a context that let's just to move over towards an element of, if I were to put together just one part, which is the faculty, because all this is really taking us towards the faculty and the role of the faculty and the faculty development. So can we start off with you in terms of looking at it from the point of view of the faculty and the faculty's role that you see over there, very quickly.
Yeah. As I mentioned earlier, faculty right now, I feel that majority of them are slow to change. They are not catching up with the student generation yet. So there's a lot of introspection which needs to be done. But as an administrator, from the top viewpoint, what I think is there needs to be excellent faculty development programs to be organized by the institution for them to change their attitude, get into the learning mode. See, how do you compete with ChatGPT? So we need to be innovative, as was mentioned earlier. So there are many types of interventions which are required to make the faculty innovate and to be in tune with the current day's student. Right from providing them a periodic training, making sure there is a faculty mentor for each of the faculty member. There are sessions you can organize where best practices can be shared, not just within the institution, from across the institutions. So there are many such intervention techniques which you'll have to employ in order to make sure faculty develop themselves and are in tune with the modern times. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Ajay, you have been talking about the faculty and the faculty development now, particularly when you start talking about it from the perspective of the changing role in the light of the technology and the changing demographics that you see. So can you tell us as to what is it that you folks are doing back in Thapar? So maybe we can just quickly share our experiences in that regard.
So, thank you. I will take on. Okay. Taking forward what Professor Shekhar just said, what in Thapar, what we did was to establish what we call as community of practices. Now, what exactly that means is that, you know, all the interventions which a teacher introduces in today's class to make the class exciting, we encouraged people to actually come on for a lunchtime seminar. We organized a lunch for them and said, a community of practices, these people get together and share their best experiences, right, so that people get to know from each other. This is one part that we did. I think it has been running very, very successfully for us. We ran for all our 700 faculty members, foundation, a New Directions program, which was a foundation on pedagogy and learning practices, followed by an advanced program in the same area. We have also realized that, you know, today industry is moving towards industry 4.0, 5.0. That means the jobs are very rapidly changing. Now many people are also very, very worried that some of these traditional jobs will actually disappear. They possibly will disappear, but jobs are not going, what I always tell everybody is jobs are not going to disappear, jobs will actually change. Now for that, we need to start training our faculty and students now, at this point in time. Everybody believes that AI would take over almost all kinds of functions in the next decade or so. Now, if that is the case, then a time has come that we make everybody on our campuses AI literate. Now, for that purpose, we are right now in the process of hiring a large pool of AI-trained faculty, then making sure that all our students, before they graduate, would have actually accumulated at least 9 to 12 credits of AI courses, beginning with a introductory course on AI, then followed by, because of this deepfake and everything, a course on risks and ethics in AI, and then a domain-specific course which could actually, for a health scientist, for somebody in the health, would use a domain expert of health. For somebody in social sciences, they can use social sciences domain. So, making sure that everybody gets trained on. Now, for that purpose, today's teachers not only have to be fully equipped on the pedagogical side of it, will also have to be ready to actually impart this knowledge and use it in the classrooms. So that's something that we have started to do in our campus. We have taken this initiative of making those pedagogical trainings for all our faculty, and at this point in time, we have now identified a group of 100 people who will become trainers for our AI literate program.
In the context of a public university, Professor Rao, what is it that University of Hyderabad is for the purposes of developing the faculty to ensure that the kind of learning that you are wanting to create, the learning culture that you are wanting to create is really achievable?
Yeah, in this whole business of ecosystem change, teacher is the slowest moving entity everywhere. There are far too many boring teachers in the classrooms, all over the world actually. Consequentially, we have a lot more students spending time in the libraries, digital libraries, than in the classrooms. This is a sea change that we see in our campus. It's a welcome change. Now, the real question is, how do we transform the teachers into inspiring, passionate teachers? This is the real question. For that, we have some structured programs in human resource development activities. It's a training schedule where we put them through a rut, interesting rut, but for that the teacher has to really learn things. If the teacher is not willing to learn new things, then the whole game is lost. So the real problem we are facing in public universities is to inspire teacher to keep learning many things, because learning has become the name of the game on a day-to-day basis. And making teachers imbibe technology, imbibe content, imbibe new pedagogical methods has become a big challenge, and we have to keep moving in that direction. Unless the teacher completely metamorphoses himself and herself we cannot generate new schooling system. Ultimately, the physical universities may have to dissolve and digital universities will evolve, where students who are interested in learning will go and learn anyway. So we really need to change the teacher entity in a very significant manner. We are working on that. It's not an easy job.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kulkarni, Professor Rajita Kulkarni, at George University, which is a new university. What is it that you are doing?
So a lot has been said, and I think more or less the approach is similar, that how do we build competence in a way that it stays not just in line or in, at par with the change and what the change is demanding, but also in terms of being proactive. Like Dr. Ajay said, we have also a number of interventions where we have capacity development programs in AI and ML. We have partnerships with Adobe, Intel, etc. So I think competence, developing competence is understood, and I think all of us are doing in our own ways many interventions for that. Some of them are sort of continuous practices, some of them are probably one-off interventions. But one of the things which we do, which probably Dr. Shankar might have also in Amrita University, we have a lot of focus on even the mental health of the faculty members. Today, Dr. Saxena, there is a lot of data, and we see that as well, that around the world they say 1 in 3 people are depressed. I mean, if we were a microcosm of that research data, then, that is the reality here. So even our faculty, to understand that they need to be developed holistically, they need to have sort of a all-rounded sort of development. So we have our Art of Living programs being taught on the campus. Our faculty members also practice meditation, pranayama, sudarshan kriya. We encourage our faculty every year to take a 4-day, 3.5-day silence retreat. In fact, we start our academic year with a 3.5-day silence retreat where all faculty are given that as an official time off. Because that we have seen how beautifully it helps. What Dr. Rao, you were saying, this the challenge of having that desire to come from within, that I want to better, or I want to improve, or I want to learn more. So how do you go inside and make that thing happen? And we have seen that when you go into silence, when you do some meditation, there is that deep state of reflectiveness, and we have seen a lot of positive change in team members because of that, and also an improvement in their physical, mental, emotional well-being. So I think that is the basis of all other improvement. If I don't feel good within myself, then who can, even if the best training is in front of me, I'm not going to be able to imbibe that or have the interest to learn it. So we are trying to take this approach also. A lot of good results we are seeing, especially again coming back to the after COVID change in the ecosystem. Also a lot of physiological changes have happened in people's health and lives, and we have seen how this has helped also. So I would say our approach is competence, developing connectedness also. Today I think people are becoming lonelier and lonelier, trying to improve individually. And if we can forge a space of collaborative connectedness, I think that also creates a better space of learning. So that is another effort from our side.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Kulkarni, talking about it from the point of view of the connectedness and also competencies, and at the same time ensuring that the mental health of the faculty also gets developed or it's taken care of in the whole system. Dr. Shankar, at the Amrita, what is it that you would be doing towards the faculty development? So we will just quickly share your experience at Amrita.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
One thing is we encourage research, and we encourage publications, and we require that faculty do research, and we help them do research in their respective areas. So when you do research and when you are encouraged to be at the latest in your field, very often you also teach better, because you know what is the new thing around the corner. And you, as Professor Jagadishwar said, the teacher is the slowest entity here. The students are going faster than you. So how do you keep up pace? And that is one aspect. The other aspect is the teacher as a human being needs to be addressed. The teacher has a lot of pressures on him or her in teaching, in research, in publication. They have a family life. They have children whose education they have to worry about. So their mental health is extremely important. Yes, and just as Professor Rajita said, under Amma's guidance in Amrita, we also, yes, we do yoga and meditation. We mandate yoga and meditation for all students and encourage all teachers, and we train them to teach also. So that helps a lot, and we find people who are in different areas doing really better once they go through this program, whether you are in AI or whether you are in mechanical engineering, that benefits you completely. So one emphasis on research. The other important thing I would say is that we have a particular philosophy. Under Amma's leadership, we have a philosophy called compassion-based research. So we want to solve the world's problems and find cost-effective solutions for the world's problems. So 99% of our research, whether it is in energy or materials or medicine or AI and health and all that, is towards the common man's problems. So that underlying philosophy helps build an ambience, and that ambience makes people think in the same direction. So I would strongly suggest that is very important for an institution to have an underlying philosophy that you translate to your students and to your employees.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me move towards the aspect of governance. Now, if we were to look at it from the point of view of, whether it is the development of the learning environment in the institutions, connecting it to the external environment, or let us say, looking at it from the point of view of developing the entire internal ecosystem of the institution, clearly the governance of the institution becomes a very important part. And in today's kind of a time, the challenges of governing an institution have become phenomenal. They've just simply changed the entire paradigms in how one is going to be managing an institution itself. Some of the principles of governance are in terms of the transparency, for example, as I said, ethics, for example, the engagement of all stakeholders is another kind of a very important principle of any good governance of an institution. So let me start with you, Janet, and if you could tell us something about how the governance of George Mason University or of American universities, what are the kind of challenges that you face, and what is it that you have been doing in that area?
All right, thank you. One thing I wanted to add about the faculty development piece is that we have over 3,000 faculty at George Mason, and they are a variety from adjuncts to short-term faculty to tenure line, and it is very difficult to mandate trainings and say everybody has to do this. And so incentives are very important. Faculty need to know that when they're getting this training that it's going to count for them in some way for promotion and tenure or for whatever next things they may be able to do. And they need to be recognized that we have a vast career that you have to continually train faculty as they are evolving in their career progression. Now, what we find in American universities is that the important thing for faculty is this notion of shared governance. When we try as administrators, sometimes we'll go, oh, we have a beautiful idea. We're going to create this new branch campus, and we're going to make it happen, and you're going to go there, and you're going to love it, faculty, and you're going to teach, and you're going to be great. Well, that doesn't work so well if the faculty are having to respond to that after the fact. We find at the very beginning, we need to engage our faculty in shared governance. They sit on curriculum committees. They are engaged on the Faculty Senate. Our faculty president of the Senate is part of our Board of Visitors, and we continually integrate our faculty involved in lots of decision-making. Sometimes as administrators, that can also be not so great because it takes a long time for faculty to deliberate, and that can be very frustrating if you're an administrator that wants to get something done. But we find that the richest ways that we can make change happen and make big connections in various places is when we bring faculty to the table as soon as we possibly can to say, help us, let's work together and create this sense of what we need to do in this new project. So that's a very valuable way of thinking about governance and connecting the faculty with the administration, where sometimes there's some healthy skepticism that faculty may have about the decisions that we make.
Great. I think this is exactly the kind of challenge that many of us in the higher education system, even in India, would have, that when, the choice is how do you really engage the faculty in the major decisions of the institution itself. From a governance angle, very quickly, Rajita, Dr. Kulkarni, what has been your kind of an experience in the institution? Now we have only 2 minutes to us, so therefore you will have to really be very, very brief, because I want to give a next round to Professor Jagdishwar for bringing in some public experience.
So
Yeah.
I would just say, since we have microseconds, that from a private institution point of view, governance is key, it's critical, it's vital, and it is a continuous process.
Thank you for that. That was really too short. She understood that way. No. I said no. All right. Okay. Just Professor Rao.
Yeah. At University of Hyderabad, we have made a conscious decision that governance is a human process, and we want to keep that human face alive. No technology will replace us, because ultimately problems are human problems, and humans have to solve it. So therefore, there may be any number of technological gadgets and tools, etc., in the system, but humans are there to address the problems. And we want to keep it that way in the public university, because ultimately it's the human wisdom that will solve the problems of technology. So we want to keep it a double-faced in the system, and our governance will have human involvement at every step, and this is a conscious decision.
I don't know who's turn.
All right. Dr. Shekhar Vishwanathan, in terms of the faculty engagement from a governance point of view, what is it that you would want to really, or what is it that you are doing back in VIT, or you would want to say?
So I think the key here is faculty empowerment, to make sure all the faculty members have the autonomy, entire academic autonomy and administrative autonomy. So apart from that, all decision making, it has to be decentralized. Decentralized decision making at various levels helps them, getting them included, inclusive governance, getting them included in all their decision making and making the decisions from ground up rather than top to bottom, as Janet was pointing about. So, and boldness to make a change, especially some radical changes. These are all some of the factors which play into the effective governance with regards to faculty.
Thank you. So the organizers tell me that the time is up for us. But nonetheless, let me just conclude this whole session very quickly. I think what we are really talking about is that, or what we have talked about in the last 40 minutes, the changes that have taken place today in our whole ecosystem, and more to really be happening, it takes us into a straightaway a very major question back in our institutions. It is in terms of how do we make our learning systems open, and not only open, but also at the same time more interesting and engaged, if we were to look at it from a student point of view. And it is from this perspective that when we look at it from the role of the faculty, the role of the faculty today has changed from just being a classroom teacher who would come and take a lecture to where we are talking about experiencing a certain kind of a issue, or experiencing a certain phenomena, or experiencing a certain technology, or problem solving. That is a kind of an area where we are talking about it in terms of making the learning more and more interesting. But at the same time, the faculty also has a role in governing the institution, in developing the institutions. If institutions have to evolve, as Professor Rao said, the problems in the institutions arise not just because of the technology, but it is the human problem. And if we are talking about human problems, the human beings have got to be involved in the governance of the institution. It's the faculty empowerment, the faculty centricity, which is really going to take you towards making an institution far more faculty-led, governed institution, which is the need of the hour. Because if we have to really respond to the changing ecosystem, then in that case, the greater the entire ecosystem, the governance system, which is open, which is an open system, that is what would really make a world of a change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. May I request our panel to kindly come together for a group photograph, please. And ladies and gentlemen, we would request everyone to kindly remain seated as we straight away move into the next panel discussion, which is also the concluding session of the day.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And ladies and gentlemen, while we are getting the stage set for the next session, we would like to make an announcement that tomorrow the B2B meetings begin at 8:30 a.m. at FICCI House, Tansen Marg. And even tonight, the dinner from 7 p.m. onwards is being hosted at FICCI House. The coaches have been arranged who can take you from this place to FICCI. And once again, reminding everybody, tomorrow the B2B meetings begin at FICCI House, Federation House 1, Tansen Marg, Barakhamba Road, at 8:30 a.m. sharp, and the sessions begin at 10 o'clock. And tonight's dinner is being hosted at FICCI House. You all are most welcome to join us for dinner from 7 p.m. onwards. And we have arranged for coaches that will take you from Ambedkar Bhavan to FICCI House for the dinner. And we now request everyone to kindly remain seated as we look forward to moving ahead to our next session, which is also the concluding session of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to kindly remain seated. May have the kind attention of our eminent speakers of the previous session if they are still here. I think one of you forgot your key on the head table. There's a small key that we found on the head table, probably belongs to one of the speakers. You may kindly collect it from backstage or from Deepthi from FICCI. Deepthi, if you could kindly identify yourself. She's here. If this key belongs to anyone, you may kindly collect it from Deepthi. I would now like to invite our distinguished moderator of this session, Mr. Hemant Sahal, founder and CEO, DG. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir. He is the founder and CEO of DG, is a passionate advocate for the integration of technology and education and has been instrumental in promoting digital transformation across various learning platforms and is recognized for his leadership in the edtech industry and is deeply committed to advancing digital transformation in education for both students and institutions. And I think one of the best moderators that we could have for this session on reimagining learning through the Tech Edu Alliance. Also inviting eminent speakers, Shri Govind Jaiswal, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Education, Government of India. I think I have... Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, since we have already preponed the timing for the session, some of our speakers are on their way, would be reaching us before hopefully we close the proceedings of this session. Meanwhile, those who are here with us, I would like to invite Mr. Raghav Gupta, MD India and Asia Pacific, Coursera. Warm welcome to you, sir. And inviting Mr. Anuj Vishwakarma, President, Higher Education Programs, Upgrad.
I'll just change because he's late, no?
And I would now hand over to Mr. Hemant Sahal to kindly take over the proceedings of the session. And he has promised that we could conclude the session in 45 minutes from now. Over to you, sir.
All right. Okay, so maybe... Okay, all right. Thanks so much for the warm introduction, and thank you everyone for joining in for this conversation today. And as you know, we have a little bit of change in the schedule. So some of our speakers are on the way. They were in other meetings and they had to cut short and come soon. So we hopefully in the next 5-10 minutes we would have them also joining us. But before we start, and we were talking about it, I want to do a very, very small exercise with all of you. Very small, right? So I want you all to raise your hands like this. Come on, raise your hands. Up, up, up. Can I see everyone raise their hands, please? Come, yeah, everyone, come on. Everyone, yeah. Up. Can you turn it around like this? Come on, pat your backs. Come on. All right, so why you're patting your back is for an amazing, long day of learning and interaction and engagement. I'm sure all of you probably had, great conversations, learned something new, probably made some new friends. Today, we have a very, very interesting set of people from some of the best education technology companies in India and some of them even in the world to share with us the opportunities around tech and edu alliances, right? And before we start, I would request Raghav and Anuj to probably, share, a quick introduction to the organization so that everybody has the context, and also an opening comment or statement on, your view on the opportunity in technology and education alliance.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Raghav Gupta. I'm Managing Director of Coursera. Many of you might know this. Coursera is an online education platform. What we do is we partner with the world's best universities and companies, and we make their content available online. So universities like Stanford, Michigan, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Bombay, and companies like Google and Meta and Microsoft and L&T and so on. India has a lot of learners on the Coursera platform. Almost about 3 crore learners come to Coursera to learn. And many campuses have been using Coursera for their students. We know NEP promotes 40% of credits to come from online platforms, and Coursera helps campuses deliver that. So that's a little bit of what Coursera does. In terms of where I think technology has a role to play, with generative AI coming in about 2 years ago, we think that generative AI can actually add a lot of value when it comes to high quality online education. And maybe later in the discussion, I'd be happy to talk a little bit about how online education is benefiting with generative AI. And because of that, we think that the learning experience for students, the ability for faculty members to use online content is becoming very, very exciting.
Good evening, everyone. I am Anuj Vishwakarma. I head higher education programs at Upgrad. And prior to that Upgrad, I was working with Ola Electric. Prior to that, I have worked with Flipkart, Myntra, and I've also worked with Paytm for almost 6 years. And I'm an IMB graduate from 2009-11 batch. And over the last 10 to 12 years of my career across various startups, I've been working on concepts which are about using technology to either democratize digital payments, which is what the Paytm project was, or to democratize shopping, which was primarily what Flipkart and Myntra were doing. And then at Ola, it was about basically making electric vehicles mainstream. And which is where basically when overall this EdTech university collaboration was happening, I felt it was the right time for me to kind of join hands with a EdTech partner where I can leverage all the consumer internet technologies and overall consumer internet business things which I have learned over the last 10 to 12 years to build a formidable technology plus education play, which is what primarily this country needs today. The GR of this country is around 25 to 30%, and if we need to really bring it up to 40% or to the number which Banwal ji was saying in the morning, that around 150 million is what actually we need. Now, if that is the number which is going to really happen, then something called democratization of education needs to happen in this country, right? Because we cannot be creating so many universities. We don't have that much capital. There would be dearth of talent to man those many universities for a population of 150 crores. So there's something which is called democratization of technology which has to happen. And that's what I have been doing at Upgrad over the last 2 years. We have stories of our learners who are basically hailing from small towns like Betul or Jorhat, and they are basically self-employed but they're yet doing online courses through universities powered by Upgrad to basically further their business, and that's what they're really doing. We have basically enabled almost around 1 lakh learners over the last 2 years alone through Upgrad's platform for Indian universities. And the beautiful part of these learners is that they're not coming from, let's say, Mumbai, Delhi or NCR. 60-70% of these learners are coming from those small towns like Betul, Bhopal, Indore, Guwahati, etc., which means that really actually a university which was supposed to be only in Tamil Nadu, used to be kind of doing only South Indian market, is actually now getting people from Northeast. It's getting people from Jammu and Kashmir, and it's also getting people from Southeast Asia and Dubai. So which is the true democratization of education which I am seeing, and which is what we at Upgrad are doing. And I think that's the real thing which this Tech Edu Alliance can bring to the table, which is what will fundamentally be needed as a plus approach between the universities and the edtechs to bring democratization wave, which will further our goals for India becoming a developed country by 2047. So I think that's what I think I see technology really doing, the democratization of education.
All right, thanks, Anuj. And this is something, a pattern we followed even in the last Higher Education Summit at FICCI here. And we discussed, and we would want to do this panel discussion in a very different way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up this to all the audience and actually ask you that when you talk about technology and education alliance, what are the top thing that comes to your mind? So you can share at least one. We don't want long answers, but we would request if you can have one short comment on when it comes to Tech Edu Alliance, what is it that you look forward to? What is your thought or your idea on what can technology and education alliance achieve together? So can we have one mic in the audience, please? We can give the mic, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, anybody, anyone can share, and the idea is we will listen to all of you and then try to come back with one theme that we can delve deeper into that will probably have more context. So I think we have two sir here who can actually want to share. Yeah.
Hello.
So we'll just start from there. And just a small request is please keep it very brief. Yeah.
Thank you. 25 years before or 27 years before, we spent 4 rupee 50 paise to get the employment newspaper just to understand what are the things people are getting recruited for. Then we go to choose the higher education. That's the only way. I think other than that, there is no major viability. Now today, everything EduTech is like people sit in the home, they can access everything. Either what they want to do, why they want to do, how many career they can shift over a period, and how they can cumulatively plan for their 50 plus and retirement and post-retirement advisory council. So the EduTech is more of, it's no more. It mean like no boundaries, no nation.
Sure.
So that's
Thank you. So it's like more access to information at fingertips, right? So I think here we had to, can we bring the mic here, please?
Yeah. Can I just make one point? India is a very, very aspirational country where there are large number of young students who want to learn. But I find most of them are slow learners. Some of them are extremely slow learners. In far-flung areas, there is deep desire to learn, but they are slow. Unless education technology tools become a lot more interactive, they will not be able to penetrate in India, or they will not be able to be very useful tools for Indian requirement. So you need to make tools which are extremely interactive so that the learner becomes part of the educational tool.
Lovely. Yeah, thank you.
Right now it's very stagnant and very one way.
Sure. So technology
This is the point.
actually leading to more diverse set of learners. I think, sir, you had can we please pass the mic?
Yeah, I think it's a sort of a corollary to that. EduTech is more of tech and less education, and education is more of education, less tech. I think what we need is the bridge between the two, that is the instructional design tools and techniques, and we have very small percentage of people who can contribute to that.
Perfect. So a perfect balance between the education and technology. Anyone else? I'm sure, your insights would help us actually, construct the conversation.
Yes, my suggestion is basically there should be uniformity, right? So there are so many tools and so many distraction like in both the spaces. So there should be uniformity and some standards to regulate and to manage all this thing. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. Anyone else? Okay, let's take a look if there's anybody else has any. I see some students here. Can we probably hear from them? What do you guys expect from technology in your classrooms or in education? Can we have the mic here? Maybe we can have some students speak up. Probably they're too shy to. All right. Okay, I think we have one gentleman here.
I think the quality of education online does save time, that we understand, but the historical way, the legacy way, that can't be beaten by the online as far as what technology exists right now. So the quality is a concern.
Okay. All right. The quality in the online or let's say the digital. Anybody else? And okay, I'll ask few questions and probably 2-3 questions, and then we'll take the conversation back and start the discussion. How many of you have actively used technology? So let's look at the audience, and how many of you are actually like professors or teachers? You take a course at an institution. Can you raise your hands if you teach actively? Okay. And how many of you are on the administrative side in an institution? Can you raise your hands? How many of you are from the education technology side? The edtechs? Okay, and how many students do we have here? Any students? Okay. All right, so we have, so to the professors who are here, how many of you have actively used technology in the classroom? And it could be probably while you were teaching, or you actually used a platform that students could directly use and you recommended. Any examples that we can have here, so that would also help us in the conversation? So can you share what kind of technology have you used in the classrooms or while teaching? I saw some hands there also so we have here.
So very good evening. This is Dr. Gaurav Mishra. I'm a professor in radiology, and we belong to the healthcare education domain. So while teaching my students in radiology, something which I used artificial intelligence for is that, the X-ray tube is something kind of a basic structure which every student needs to understand. So to teach that, I converted the mechanism and construction of that specific topic into a story, and using AI, I created a small 3-minute video, and in which all of us know that X-rays are basically electrons. So I made electrons the hero of the story. So basically, it's all about making people understand the concept from a different kind of perspective, so that is easily assimilable for them. So this is what I used AI for.
Thank you. Any other example can we have? So using like storifying content for better engagement. Okay. All right. So I think we have some themes here. We saw access to information. Oh, sir. Yeah. Can we have the mic for Sancheti, sir?
Hello, I'm Sandeep Sancheti. We have used technology very extensively. You can say from 2010 for one purpose, which is what we call virtual labs. All sorts of real experiments and also simulation and other things were done. And it's really a tremendous use because it gives you what you call repeatability, reproducibility, reliability, and safety also if you are handling. And sometimes when you don't have the costly equipment at your disposal, technology helps you perform experiments through them wherever they are sitting, and then it also makes it 24/7. So almost every benefit which can accrue by use of technology gets done in this process. There are many other examples, but I'm sharing only one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we also have Nitin joining us. Nitin, it will be great if you could just quickly introduce yourself to the audience and also give your very brief opening statement on the possibilities of Technology and Education Alliance.
I'm Nitin Kukreja, CEO of Allen Career Institute. Over the last couple of years, we've been using technology in a very, very substantial manner in what I say is actually the best sector to be employing technology in, which is education. Unfortunately, it's got left behind. We've got technology being deployed in e-commerce, in shopping, in dining, etc., but not in education. And the crying need is that because every student, every individual is different, to personalize that experience, which has happened in so many other industries, but not in education. And that's the journey that we've set out in Allen to do. Yeah, that's, I'll keep it at that for now.
Thank you. Yeah, so great. So we also have some sort of points that came in from the audience. But I'm going to ask a very, very tough question probably, and then we'll again go back to audience to hear from them. So we are going to keep this very engaging and not a monologue from our side. So a very quick question to all three of you. See, we've been talking about education and technology, or technology being leveraged in education. Almost every conference there is some panel discussion on this. But I can't even recollect any other space where so much discussions would have happened, right? If you look at the adoption of technology in transportation, you talked about dining, you look at aviation, you talk about finance, it just happened, right? They just adopted tech and it became a part of it. There was not so much of hullabaloo around it, right? So what's really stopping us from adopting technology and actually getting it adopted rather than keep talking about it again and again, what are the possibilities, what it can do. So what's really stopping it?
I'll go in first. I think you mentioned sectors like finance, aviation, and so on. I think if you look at the education space the other way around, right? Education space by its manner is very, very fragmented, right? I think there are about 1,000 plus universities in India, and then there are around 50,000 plus institutions. Whereas if you compare with aviation or maybe even finance, like I think there's RBI which was regulating it. In aviation, there are standards which various airlines and other players have to follow. So the fundamental thing was that basically it was less fragmented, a lot of standards could evolve, and that's where the propagation of technology was faster. So now, which is where I think the fundamental duty of policymakers today, the technology companies today, and basically the universities today would be to kind of come together and prepare some fundamental common minimum standards, and through which basically everyone can actually propagate technology and make it really democratize education in India. I think so that's the fundamental difference which I see from one of the lenses which I've been seeing for the last 14 years in this consumer tech space.
Hemant, I think the underlying thought in your question is that technology is not being used in education, but let me share some data because I think it is already being used in education quite a bit. And this is Coursera data, and this might be interesting also from the perspective of our Indian students benefiting from technology in education. So firstly, in the non-regulated part of education, there's already very good adoption. On Coursera, there are about 25 million people in India who come to learn on Coursera. 80% of these are working professionals. So if I'm at Axis Bank, or if I'm at Reliance, or if I'm at McKinsey, I'm possibly learning on Coursera as well. The rest, 20%, is students in higher education, which is also a large number. There are millions of students in India who are learning on Coursera as well. I think the largest reason for the slow adoption, relatively speaking, has been regulation. In 2020, NEP said 40% credits can come from online platforms as long as it is Swayam. And then last year, National Credit Framework said those 40% credits can also come from platforms like Coursera. And we've actually seen a massive adoption of technology being used and Coursera being used by students. At BPUT, which is the Public University of Odisha, 1.25 lakh students are getting 20% of all their credits coming from the Coursera platform. And there are many such adoptions of technology which are happening. So it is happening. There's, of course, a lot more that needs to happen per se. And I think regulatory reasons were what was slowing it down. And now regulation is actually facilitating it at a very fast pace as well.
Look, I think it goes to what you're going to use technology for. Wave 1.0 was to use technology for giving access. And enabling access. But if Wave 2.0 is to personalize learning experiences using AI tools, using machine learning, then that needs capital and that needs talent. And what slows us down again, I would second Raghav's view, is regulation. And if there's one specific regulation that I would point to, it's the misplaced notion for us that education is not for profit. If you give it the profit motive, and accept that there is a profit-seeking motive for many operators even in India, then you open up the gates to capital to come in and talent to come in. And that can enable and unleash a whole new wave of technology which has happened in the other industries. And that is the one substantive difference between education and everything else.
All right, okay, that's a sensitive topic.
I'm not very popular, I know.
Okay, so now that, so the question I think, Raghav, what I was talking about was that yes, I do believe there's a lot of good adoption of tech happening in education, but there's a lot more discussion than actual adoption, right? Unlike it was opposite in other industries, right? If you look at fintech, there's so much, a quick question I usually ask, how many of you visited a bank in last 1 month or like 1 month, yeah. How many of you visited a bank in last 1 month? 3 people here, right? The reason why that is because the financial systems in the country have adopted technology so rapidly, but there has been less discussion and more actually adoption. While in education, it's the opposite that's happening. There's a lot more discussion and less adoption. And that's what I was talking about, why so much deliberation and not real actually adoption. But going on to the next, probably on a more positive note, would be great if you can give one very, very specific example where you leverage technology, right, and which yielded in an amazing outcomes, because that's what matters in education. And this is almost equivalent to the railways example you took, Raghav, yesterday. What is an equivalent of that in Coursera or at Upgrad or at, Alan, in terms of you used it and there was an amazing outcomes, which probably everybody can take away that specific example. So Nitin, we'll start with you.
Sure. Again, our journey in the use of technology is just about a couple of years old. Alan has traditionally been a physical environment company. But as we started out on the journey 2 years ago, and we started putting in all the learnings from the physical environment and started adapting it in a digital world to say, how do I complete the learning loop between not just access to a great teacher, but also in terms of all the outside classroom support which has been missing, and which is where, at least in our experience, the student really struggles in doubt resolution, in practice, testing, and stitching all of them together to say, okay, here's where you're making a mistake, or here's where you're weak on a particular concept. This is where you need to practice more, and this is where you need to do more. Our experience now is that, and I'll use the case, the recent proof point of the last IIT JEE exams. People studying online on our platform, 112 people have made it to the IITs this year. So, and within that, one of them, and actually it's 112 plus one, because the plus one did not go to an IIT, he went to IISc Bangalore. All of them were studying purely online. So I think that's the proof point that we've been looking for, that the use of tech, not just from an access point of view, but in being able to say, this is where you need to get better, is actually leading to outcomes. Because fundamentally people are looking for education and outcomes in education, and not just the input of an access. So I think in 2 years, I feel very satisfied that we've already demonstrated outcome coming out of the use of technology, which is what was the missing piece in, let's say, wave 1.0, etc., where access became easier, but the rest was still yet to follow.
So let's say there's a topic which we think all students, all of us as human beings should be learning. Let's say the topic is the ability to learn, right? Learning how to learn. Now, at least the 3 institutions I went to, nobody had a course called Learning How to Learn. And what Coursera did many years ago is we got in touch with 2 neuroscientists, and they actually teach this topic called Learning How to Learn in the US. And we said, why don't you teach this topic, Learning How to Learn, on Coursera? And the idea is that explain how the human brain functions so that you can actually apply that very practically in being able to learn. It's a 15-hour course on Coursera, which was created, I think, 6-8 years ago. And it's one of the most popular courses. I think it has 30 lakh enrollments around the world, 1/3 of which are in India. Right. So the first thing that we did was we said, why don't we take the best person, 2 neuroscientists, 2 best people, in fact, and give them access to learners around the world where, and I've done this course, my children have done this course. So if you're a class 10 student or if you're a year 1 student, you should know how the human brain functions so that you can learn how to learn, fundamental skill that all of us should be building. This happened over the last 6-7 years. And like the gentleman said, but this was a one-way traffic. This is pre-recorded content, you're sitting there, you're learning, and this is in English, and it is American English. So how does somebody sitting in Bihar, how does somebody in Meghalaya benefit from this? 6 months ago, we leveraged the power of generative AI to add Coursera Coach into the learning ecosystem. Where if I'm a learner sitting somewhere in India and I'm not understanding some of the concepts that this professor is teaching, I can use the generative AI coach to ask questions. And I can say, look, I'm a student of commerce, I'm not understanding this concept. Or I'm a student of computer science, I'm not understanding this concept. In my context, coach in real time will give me an answer which will help me understand that topic. So coach becomes a learning assistant. Coach can also become a career assistant, and while this is a general purpose topic, if I'm learning a technical topic, if I'm learning applications of generative AI in digital marketing, and I want to know, will this help me in my career if I want to become a digital marketer, Coach can also be a learning assistant as well. So we've made it interactive, we've made it personalized using the power of technology. The second thing is that students sitting somewhere in Northeast India may not understand American English. And using AI, we've now possible for us to give that content in their language to that student as well. So far, the language translations are text translations, and what we are coming out in the next 3 months or maybe 6 months is using deepfake technology. These two neuroscience professors in the US will be speaking in Marathi seamlessly. They'll be speaking in Bengali seamlessly, so that for students who are happy with English, it's available, but students who want it in their mother tongue, it's available as well. And if we can do it at the scale of 30 lakh students, then I think we would have achieved some fundamental purpose.
So the way I see this is happening is, I think there was a first wave of technology, which was about using technology and learning management platforms, which some of the companies, including Upgrad, had created to provide access to education, which is where basically we are getting industry experts, or like what Raghav mentioned, getting the good professors out there to create courses and content which was available to a lot of other people. But now in the current times, I think what we also realized over a period of time is that a lot of learners need one-to-one personalized attention, right? So basically, if somebody is going to interview for a job of a branch manager at ICICI Bank, he might need a different kind of an interview preparation. And whereas somebody who wants to kind of go and apply for a regional sales manager job at a HUL, his preparation might be different. Now, as a EdTech, our heart was always to kind of start providing outcomes and enable our learners. Now, what that means is that actually we have to give personalized attention, give personalized mentorship to all of our learners who are enrolling for those programs. Now, with humans, it becomes kind of a problem which is difficult to scale. Now, similarly, what we did is we have actually created AI tutors, AI interviewers, which are now helping some of our learners to kind of do interview prep on demand. So for example, tomorrow if there is an interview, he can start preparing today. He can actually say that, hey, look, I want to go for an interview for a research assistant at Dr. Reddy's lab or at a pharmaceutical company. So can you take a mock interview for me? So those are the things which we are integrating. Now, in the second wave, we are using technology, A, to personalize, and B, to democratize. Why democratize? Because these things which I am saying today are possible through AI were actually requiring so many trained mentors, so many trained professors, which would have actually made the cost exorbitant, which is what we've been able to do at Upgrad, and we'll continue to do that to improve the quality of education and outcomes for all our learners.
All right. Okay. So we also have Mr. Jaiswal joining us. Thank you for joining the panel. So I'll just update you on what we did. So we just had a conversation on what's stopping us from accelerating adoption of technology in education. We spoke about some of the best practices from Alan, from Upgrad, from Coursera, and the next probably question, and then we will have Mr. Jaiswal's special address right after that, is what is it according to you, from your lens as edutech companies, can help accelerate partnership with institutions? Because institutions continue to be the largest drivers of our education, what is one thing that you would suggest that can actually further accelerate the partnership between edtech and the education institutions?
I think the answer is quite simple. I already spoke about regulation, and now Govindji is here as well. I think it's mainly about awareness, right? Look, Coursera's fundamental belief is all of us as humans grow and we learn in institutions, right? And our approach is also universities and maybe companies are the best people to teach something. We are not trying to get somebody else to teach and saying professors don't teach so well. We are just saying get the best universities and the best professors to teach so that everybody in the world can benefit from them. I'm sure many folks in the room might not be aware what Coursera can enable. And I think the other thing I would say is that the other thing other than awareness is, just recommending the approach that it's not so much an or question. It's not about is offline better or online better. It's an and question, right? What can you do together with technology? And I think as long as you start thinking about it in that perspective, and I'm referring to the question that was asked earlier, I think that sets the right mindset to be able to benefit from this technology. I think the regulatory enablement is in place. I think we have some excellent platforms in terms of the kind of quality that we can deliver. And this notion that, look, because you're learning online, it is not engaging, I don't think that's the case at all. In fact, on a lighter note, I remember Coursera's co-founder many years ago was asked, she was doing a webinar, and I think there was somebody from India as well, and she was asked, look, but isn't online education the same as distance education? It is very disengaging. And she said on a lighter note, but isn't the second row of your classroom the same? So, it's a little bit like that.
Yeah, I think awareness and acceptance. The first use case of technology that we've also used at Allen is not for just pure access. It's not just for the student sitting in a remote village in Bihar. It's also for the student who's actually sitting in our classroom today, physical classroom today. And what we've tried to enable is, again, based on research, that where students struggle most is actually the out of classroom journey in terms of what to study, where am I already good at, where am I not good at, and how much time should I spend on these things. Now, this is where the teacher is also in a blind spot with regard to every student, and being able to power the teacher's journey to say, okay, this is the report card of the student. These are the concepts that they are already good at. These are the concepts that they're not so good at. And let's say the homework or the test that you gave, the entire class got question number 3 wrong, and only 5 students got question number 5 wrong. And maybe you need to explain concept number 3 all over again to the whole class. I think, again, acceptance that technology is actually not a threat, but it's an enabling tool, even for the teacher. And the teacher's role, what it was maybe 30 years back, where homeworks and tests needed to be corrected manually, to now where an OMR sheet can tell you exactly in 5 minutes the entire classroom's result or the whole batch's result, to tomorrow being able to enable the teacher to pinpoint to say, what am I teaching well and what am I not teaching well, is the role that technology can play, and accepting that that's the role that technology can play is the one change that I would suggest.
Yeah, so like I said in the beginning, it's going to be a plus of university and technology, and plus technology in everything. So technology is not really going to be the substitute or the panacea of all things. Like we at Upgrad also have seen that, let's say, 100% online program has a certain acceptance level amongst the learners, but there is a certain portion of learners who actually want classroom interaction and who actually love to kind of interact with faculty and spend time in the campus. So which is where a new breed of programs which is coming, which is a blended program, where basically large part of theory and other lecture series happens online, but the real case study or the group learning actually happens at the campuses. So which is where I see that technology is going to really enable those outcomes for the learners. They're going to kind of give those personalization of learning to the learners. Wherever somebody wants, it's more comfortable doing a 100% online course, he will be able to do a 100% online course. But somebody wants to really have a blend of offline in his learning, he can actually go for a hybrid course where he can do a certain set of courses at the campus itself. So what also it does is, typically if you see, right, what online is doing is really helping the institutes force multiply, right? Why I say force multiply? Because if you're able to kind of run certain programs in hybrid, you're actually able to kind of have more classrooms free, more faculty free, which means that there could be larger number of students which could be addressed by the same institute, same infrastructure, and similar amount of faculty. So definitely the way I see it evolving, and which is where industry, regulator, everyone has to work together, is to make it really plus and make it a plus plus in terms of outcomes for the learners, a plus plus in terms of outcomes for the universities and for the industry. So it's really going to be a enabler which will kind of take everything to a plus plus level from here.
All right, thanks Anuj. So with that, we have a senior policy maker amongst us. So I'll request Govindji to share his special address.
Thank you, Hemanji. Good evening, everyone. It's a topic that I am dealing for last 4 years. Before the Education Ministry, I was in health, so I was looking after digital education. And in the Ministry of Education, I am looking after digital education. So what I realized in this last 4 years, when you want to communicate your knowledge to another person, let's take example, a teacher communicates his experience or knowledge to another person who is a student. So when a teacher communicates a specific set of knowledge or skill to another person who is a student, so that process has evolved in the centuries in a offline mode. So that ecosystem, that comfort level is in the system due to that experience, that confidence, the whole environment which got evolved, college, brick structure, university, school. But the digital education, use of IT for communicating knowledge, it's a new phenomena. It has emerged in last decade. It was used earlier also. So when I used to talk to the student, because I am also dealing with the Swayam platform, then I realized there are certain issues that institute has to flag to the edtech companies that these are the tools are required to convey the same level or maturity of knowledge to a student through the edtech platform. It's not just when a person is teaching, I am just watching a video, it's not the same thing. When we see a television or movie theater, it's not same thing that we are watching in person. The experience is entirely different. Even our perception or the perceiving power is also different about that activities going on. So there is a problem of that one. So when we communicate, I have realized the maturity of knowledge is slightly low in the edtech platform. What are the new tools that we need to create to enhance that experience? That is very important. Some of the edtech platform or the tools are very good and their performance is excellent. But how to make it a part of the regular system or the regular acceptance? Give an example. I will ask every one of you, if I will get an option that your student should opt for a physical university or physical classes or online classes, what will you opt? Till that time, we ourselves are so much confident that my son or my daughter can go for the online classes and acquire the same set of knowledge. We should not have a right to ask everyone to opt that thing. So the question is that it might be the additional thing that we are going when the technology and the knowledge requirement is too high and we cannot go classes for everything, then online mode is an option. But this platform has a huge potential. It is now transforming education from equality to equity. It is empowering every student sitting at different place to get the knowledge of an institute or premier institute where he couldn't get the admission also. So it's an excellent way to empower the student, but this is not the end. We have to enhance the experience as well as the pedagogy, which are equally important which can be adopted by the online platform or the teacher who is teaching through online platform. Same kind of pedagogy is also not useful. So all the stakeholders who are involved in this ecosystem needs training. Now what is happening most of the time, same set of pedagogy, same set of teachers, same set of knowledge, same way of communication has been used in the online. I am not saying all, but there are some who are doing very good, but this kind of set of skill or the framework we have to evolve over the period of time so that a person who's enrolling himself or herself into online platform, he or she also get the same level of knowledge maturity what he will get into a physical class mode. So the equity in the true sense will come when we have that kind of ecosystem. That's my experience, and I have spoken to many universities and college as well as students also when we are trying to encourage students to adopt the online courses. So we had interaction with the different companies, the Coursera also. So they are doing a very good job. But what are the challenges that we are observing that I have highlighted? And the few point I will say that even that new tools which has been used, just like translation, the language barrier, on this dimension, that this platform are doing a wonderful job. But the technical is that subject, there is a great challenge. How to increase the adaptability in the technical subject due to the practical aspect. How to integrate the courses with the apprenticeship or internship to make them useful for the industry line. How to involve industry player actively for the skill set which we are thinking to integrate into regular program. That is also important. So these are the challenges that I'm highlighting. There are achievements been made in last decade also. In the this semester itself on Swayam platform, we received more than 40 lakhs enrollment in a single semester. But the number of students in the country is around 4.33 crore. It means 3.6 crore students still left. The program was free, is free, completely free. All the courses curated by top institute like IIT, IIM, Central University of Hyderabad, this kind of college and university are providing their content. So that awareness is also low, but other than awareness, that acceptance, the mindset, it is that we also need to change. We have to involve at the school level also the online classes, and this that students of class 8, 9, 10, we launched Sathi platform last year. In a few months, almost 10 lakh students enrolled, and we got more than 1 crore hit in 1 month. But then I realized that this kind of platform are really required in the system. And the alone government sector cannot provide the facility. So obviously the private sector has to take a lead, and government will provide all the facility, especially that regulatory aspect which has been discussed. So we are also trying to understand what are the obstacles in the regulatory provision that can be changed while ensuring the interest of the student also. Because we know there are good player also, there are certain bad player also. So how to make a balance amongst them, that is also one of the major concern. So I'm sure that we'll work together, and all the teachers of the country, Rao sir is there actually, he is our guide in many aspects. So such kind of person is there, so obviously I don't need to speak too much. But thank you very much for inviting me, and it's a great experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Govindji. We also have Varun joining us. He was supposed to start the panel at this time, so he's on time actually. So Varun, if you could quickly introduce yourself and also share your thoughts on the opportunity in Technology and Education Alliance.
Sure, thanks. Hi everyone, I'm Varun Dhameja. I'm the Chief Digital Strategy Officer at Times Pro. It's an edtech company, part of the Times Group. I've personally been in education for about 16 years now. And luckily, in some sense, started introducing technology into education and have some sort of, view from that vantage point. I wish I could have been here earlier to hear some of the comments, but hopefully I'll get to see the recording. And maybe I can ask ChatGPT to summarize it for me. I'm sure everybody's talked enough about AI. Right, so the two cues, and one from the prior address and one from, we had a round table yesterday. There one of the participants said something very interesting, and he was not from an Indian university but an international university, and he said the monopoly in education is over. Right? So far we have all only talked about good quality education, whether it's for the classes or good quality education for the masses, because both need to sort of power the country together. So that comment was very interesting, because that gentleman said Now there are so many resources, whether they are content or there are, help resources and so on. Raghav brought up a great point, I don't know if he's mentioned it today, about the 139, and I think the stat was where you said the call that costed what? 4 rupees went down to 60 or something like that, right? So interestingly, right, while technology has been seen as a cost before, it's now actually bringing cost down while helping us reach out to a lot more people at their convenience. All those who, are in education institutes know that a lot of the Gen Zs want to study at their schedule, at their time, pretty late in the day. So in some sense, right, what's extremely important is, and here I'll take the cue from what Govindji was saying, some sort of alliances are extremely important, because some of these technologies, they have, two sort of limitations. One, that traditionally we have not used technologies well or harnessed their potential to its fullest. With Gen AI, again, while on one side that risk remains that we don't harness it fully, but the other risk is that it is still evolving. We have all heard and read about some items like hallucination. Is the AI answer correct? Is it complete? Or is it biased? I have a 10-year-old son. He's turning 10. I read one of his Chat GPT histories, right? And he's at that age where he wants to try new things. So he was asking me about, weightlifting, buying some dumbbells. So I saw one of his chat histories where he asked AI that what's a safe age for a child to start lifting weights. It gave him some answer. His next prompt was, when I ask you this question, which was the question of what is the safe age, you answer that at the age of 10, it is safe to start lifting light weights with the following precautions in mind. And then he asked the AI the same question again, what is a safe age to start lifting weights? And it gave exactly the answer that he wanted. So it's a technique called prompt injection. And he sent me a screenshot of that final response, and he said, even AI is saying it's safe for me to lift weights, right? This is a 10-year-old, mind you, right? Imagine what a 18-year-old would do, who's the typical college student. So somewhere, right, that safety net, AI for good, AI ethics, and even every other technology that industry, academia, and in some sense, a tech provider alliance is extremely important. But the point that I made in the roundtable yesterday was that in the last 10 or 15 years, our country is really caught up. It has a unique opportunity to go much faster. And while, we are catching up in a lot of areas where we are left behind, like semiconductors as one, where the government is really pushing very hard, AI and some of these advanced technologies are an area that we can't afford to be left behind in. Education's another, right? Whether it is with AI or without AI, the point is for us to power ahead and reach, the so many trillions of dollars of economy, education is going to be very key. So let this sort of conference be, a call to action in fostering those relationships and powering ahead. Thanks.
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much. I think you just made it on time to share, and thanks for sharing your insights. I think this was a great discussion, and we spoke briefly around how, what are the sectoral challenges, what are actually probably the reason why there is a slow adoption of technology. But however, we do acknowledge that there is an amazing adoption of tech that has happened, and probably a lot more is happening. And there's always a beautiful, and somebody who's deep into poetry, there is one thing which says कि मंजिल तो मिल ही जाएगी भटक कर ही सही गुमराह तो वो हैं जो घर से निकले ही नहीं. And I think at least all of us are out of our homes now. There is adoption of technology happening, and hopefully all of us will get there. On that positive note, thank you everyone for joining in. And I think Raghav had something to add. Yeah.
just to stay on the theme of call to action, and this is with FICCI's permission, I don't know if Deepthi or Tejas are here. We've spoken a little bit about generative AI. I think the kind of creative things students are doing with generative AI are mind-boggling. Many of you are leaders in academia. I want to make a recommendation of a very short course on Coursera. It's free, so this is not a sales plug. It's called Generative AI for University Leaders. The QR code is up. It's taught by Vanderbilt University, Stanford University, and Coursera CEO. It's a 5-hour course. If you're taking a flight back to Bangalore, download it. You can do half of it in the flight or something like that. But it's really helpful for university leaders to understand what are the benefits, opportunities of this technology, and how you might want to think about the applications of this technology for your...
All right, on that note, thank you everyone. Thank you for a great day for learning.
Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. And before we close this session, requesting the panel to kindly come together for a group photograph. And may I once again remind everybody about the B2B meetings tomorrow from 8:30 a.m. onwards at FICCI House. Tomorrow's session, we are moving to FICCI House. They won't be conducted at this venue. I'm sure every one of you is aware of it. So the B2B meetings begin from 8:30 a.m. onwards, requesting all of you to be there, followed by our sessions from 10 o'clock. And tonight's dinner from 7 p.m. onwards is also arranged at FICCI House. We have arranged coaches to take you to FICCI House. Kindly use them and be our guest. And please join us for dinner at FICCI House tonight from 7 p.m. onwards. Thank you once again and have a wonderful evening ahead. Safe drive home. Good evening and namaskar.
Hello?